681 Frost Descent probed the story of me using a huge golden body fragment to exchange for a contract with old ancestor Ingwan. The story was actually not small. Just looking at the matter of breaking the contract, Chun Pingon had used the beheading blade from the ancient dragon-slaying platform. He had used a green talisman paper to carry the fresh blood and extracted a drop of blood from the heart. He also had to separate a wisp of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to inject into the signature at the end. The breaking of a contract by an ordinary cultivator didn't need to cause such a huge commotion. If he didn't do this kind of business, Frost Descent felt that he would easily be punished by the heavens. However, Chun Pingon wasn't interested in doing this kind of business. With the longevity Taoist that old ancestor copper coin had transformed into, it was very likely that she would become the honorary consecrator of Luapa Mountain and have a treasure bowl at home. Now, Chun Pingon felt that he was very indifferent to fame and fortune. He definitely wouldn't be tempted by money. When the official left, Old Death followed suit. No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there were, they couldn't run out of a prison. Chun Pingon had always wanted to ask the old sword immortal why he didn't empty the place and hand it over to Summer Retreat Palace to manage, or move it to a pill workshop. Unfortunately, the old sword immortal didn't give him the chance. Every time he showed himself, Chun Pingon's outcome wasn't good. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. Why couldn't the bag shop open? Other than that, there might be no end to the years in the future. He had to find something to do, such as counting money or refining items. Chun Pingon flipped his wrist and took out the 5 thunder spell seal made of strange materials. He held it in his palm. Even though it was only the size of a date pit, there was a faint rumble of thunder and colorful flowing light. It had a solemn atmosphere and naturally suppressed ghosts and filth. Just like the imitation of the Baek Ok Kyung building pagoda and the Sword Immortal banner, Chun Pingon didn't dare to make it his natal item. He only refined it to a medium level. Firstly, there was no need for it to be refined greatly. Secondly, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, it was something he had obtained from Li Jun, so he had to be careful. For example, Song Jun and Kule had been in his possession for a long time before they were refined to great refinement. Of course, it was not that he did not trust Lu Jinglong and Yuanling Palace. It was just that a highly refined object was not ordinary. Not only would it occupy an entire natal acupoint, but it would also take away a practitioner's aura. For a chi cultivator of the lower 5 states who had not established many schools and had not accumulated enough aura, these 2 things were a huge problem. As a cultivator of the 5th stage, Chun Pingon actually had quite a number of chi dwellings. However, for the sake of refining the longevity bridge, he had divided them into 5 chi dwellings, all of which required diligent refinement of spiritual energy. How much spiritual energy could he possibly have left that could be used by Chun Pingon to reward his officials? As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Otherwise, with Chun Pingon's lucky encounters during his long journey, the boys in green would not be so idle. For example, the supply of the bottle of Mirage Water Elixir. Every time the water dwelling had a good rain after a long drought, the spiritual energy still had to be distributed to the mountain temple, the wooden house, and other places. However, even if he had to refine this seal, Chun Pingon believed that with this treasure on the mountain alone, he could be an immortal master who could slay monsters and devils in a small vassal state of the Aquarius continent. Moreover, even if he walked in the mountains and swamps, he would be regarded as an immortal master, because practicing the 5 thunders spell, if the spell was not authentic enough, it was easy to hurt the internal organs. Over time, the body would be damaged and irreversible. For example, the blind Taoist Jia Cheng had hurt his eyes because he practiced the unorthodox thunder spell. Thinking of this, Chun Pingon could not help laughing. Chun Pingon suddenly asked. Not golden sand. Shuang Jiang took out a piece of golden body the size of a citrus and tossed it lightly. This kind of treasure was not commonly seen. Chiseling a mountain to get the treasure was very tiring. Chun Pingon's left hand controlled the Five Thunders spell seal while his right hand grabbed the piece of golden body from the hands of the extraterrestrial demon. After a while, he used the Three Mountains spell seal to refine the piece of golden body into a drop of golden water. He caught it with his fingers and gently rubbed it on the word Zon of the 16 words mantra of the Five Thunders spell seal. It was like a temple attaching gold to a statue. During the process of attaching gold, there was a trace of spiritual energy flowing in Chun Pingon's 5 natal acupuncture points. It was as if they had received an imperial order. They flowed to and from the palm of his hand and rose up. They lingered around the Five Thunders spell seal and helped to refine the drop of golden water into the seal. Compared to attaching gold with the celestial spell seal alone, the speed was much faster. This was the advantage of a cultivator's natal item that belonged to the 5 elements. There were all kinds of mysteries that were too wonderful for words. Chun Pingon put away the seal and the piece of golden body and said, "My hometown is Liju Cave. When I was young, I happened to wake up from a nightmare in the middle of a snowy night. Then I heard something at the door of my house. I seemed to hear a soft voice. It was windy and snowy that night, so I couldn't hear it clearly. I only felt that it was very scary. In fact, I was very hesitant at that time. I didn't know if I should go out or hide in my bed. I also thought that Song Jisun might have heard it too. He was brave enough to go out before me. So I went out." Speaking of this, Chun Pingon suddenly did not know how to define GQ. Frost Descent was familiar with many of Chun Pingon's thoughts. He said, "There are 2 possibilities why she didn't look for Prince Song Jisun. One is that she chose to enter from the west side of the Mud Bottle Alley. It was difficult to enter the alley, even though it was only a door away. She was exhausted and fell in front of your house. She didn't manage to knock on Song Jisun's door. This is the fate of the Great Way. The other possibility is that she walked into the Mud Bottle Alley from Gu Kan's house and arrived at Song Jisun's house. She changed her mind at the last minute because there were too many restrictions to form a contract with a descendant of the Song clan. Perhaps she could only sign a real master-servant contract. Her life and death were in the hands of others. For the last remnant of the real dragon in the world, it was not a comfortable choice. After she was saved by you, she secretly formed a contract with you. Because your natal porcelain was broken and your spirit was weak, no one knew about the contract. Then she can safely chisel the wall and steal the light." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "That's true. My ancestor, hidden official. How can you do business like this?" Frost Descent wrung his wrist and said with regret, "You and the woman with the pseudonym GQ have an equal contract. The more losses you suffer in the beginning, the more benefits you will enjoy in the future. What are you thinking, ancestor hidden official? It's obvious that as long as you endure it and don't write so resolutely in the contract, you will have a good life in the future after suffering. It's like breaking through the realm while lying down. In the book Slip Lake, how can you not know how that bastard Loach who cheated you so much nourished Gukin's body and spirit?" The white-haired boy's saliva splashed everywhere as he spoke, and he danced with joy. "No matter how Wang Zhu stole your fate in the early years, the more you achieve the Tao, the more you need to return what you borrow. This is a theorem. Therefore, as long as she can truly transform into a dragon, your merit will be complete. It will be the greatest merit in the world to support a dragon. From now on, you will be able to obtain a small amount of benefits. Every time she breaks through the realm, she will give back to the person she formed the contract with. Forming the golden core and nurturing the nascent soul is not difficult. Just talking about the matter of naturally suppressing the flood dragon, and even the water god lake, which cultivator doesn't dream of it. Ooh. Chun Pingon stood up and walked slowly. He smiled and said, I only know that one should not think of doing favors for others. Back then, I didn't know about the contract. I only know that I saved her casually. When a monk begged for alms, it was to form a bond. There was also a saying in Taoism that everything was decided by the heavens. Frost Descent said carefully, Ancestor Hidden Official, you are a disciple of Confucianism. I can barely understand that a gentleman does not expect to be repaid for his kindness, but she caused you to have bad luck for so many years, and you are still willing to repay her with kindness? Will you be suspected of being a good person? Chun Pingon shook his head and said, there is a difference in priority. Firstly, in my heart, she, GQ, is just a neighbor. She is not as important as the Aquarius continent. Furthermore, repay her with kindness? You are very clear that this is actually contrary to my fundamental knowledge. There is a difference in priority. There is a difference in severity. Everything has to be explained clearly before we talk about forgiveness. Chun Pingon paused for a moment. His palm was placed on the handle of the dragon beheading execution blade. He smiled and said, let's say that everything has been settled. Why don't you let her try standing in front of me now? Upon hearing the words try, Frost Descent felt a headache. Chun Pingon continued, if we disregard the right and wrong and do not talk about the schemes, everything is a separate matter. Just talking about me and Song Jisen and GQ as neighbors, it is actually not as bad as you think. It can even be said that with them living next door, I have some extra hope to live on. At least I know about the good lives of the commoners and how they live. I do not lack money and do not have to worry about food and clothing. In the kitchen, on the chopping board, the sound of a knife cutting fish scales, or under the sun, using a wooden stick to lightly knock on the thick blanket on a bamboo pole. Have you heard of that before? It is all very pleasant to hear. I have never studied before, but I have already heard of many of the words in books. And it is all thanks to Song Jisen's boring memorization. Ooh, at that time, when he was young, Chun Pingon was kept in the dark about everything. All he thought about was 2 meals a day. In the summer, he was afraid of heat stroke. In the winter, he was most afraid of the cold. In the spring, he was afraid of the new year. And in the autumn, he was worried about the lack of farmland. When he got along with the master and servant of the neighbor, he would help them if he could. For example, when they met on the road, he would help GQ carry water and help to dry the books on the wall between the 2 houses. At that time, as the illegitimate son of the supervisor, Song Jisen seemed to have endless money. That money seemed to fall from the sky. No matter how much money Song Jisen spent, he did not feel any heartache. He could even spend it without blinking his eyes. Mud Bottle Alley was too narrow, and Song Jisen was a person who liked to enjoy life and was also afraid of trouble. He would only ask GQ to buy a cart of firewood and charcoal once and for all to deal with a cold winter. If Chun Pingon saw it, he would also help. At that time, GQ, who seemed to be weak, would also run to the door of the house and ask Chun Pingon to help. Chun Pingon would not refuse. Doing these trivial things was not because he had any ulterior motives. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was well-behaved and treated everyone around him the same, taking it for granted. When Chun Pingon did it, his clothes would be stained with mud and charcoal, and his heart would be clean. Besides, compared to helping the neighbors, Chun Pingon did more for Gu Ken's family. Moreover, at that time, the straw sandals young man really knew nothing about the matters between men and women. Therefore, even a narrow-minded person like Song Jisen did not think that Chun Pingon had any thoughts about GQ. He was only sensitive and hostile towards Lu Xianyang and Ma Kushuan. Occasionally, when GQ was picking vegetables in the yard next door, she would try to talk to Chun Pingon. She would say that since he had helped the Gu family so much, he should at least ask for some compensation. Even if it was not copper coins, he was the one who took care of her family's crops, so it was reasonable for him to ask for a few liters of white rice from the harvest. If that vixen's aunt did not agree to this, then there was something wrong with her. She always wanted to take advantage of Chun Pingan. How could a part-time worker in a small town not earn money by helping with weddings and funerals? Chun Pingan once said something when he was drunk while eating hot pot. At that time, Chun Pingan did not think much of it. Now he was already 30 years old, and Chun Pingan was no longer a teenager. If he chewed it carefully again, he could taste a lot of aftertaste. It was like drinking a bowl of old wine. The aftereffect was really strong. After many years, the wine still stayed in his heart. When he was young, he had a good memory. Every time he was homesick, he would remember everything vividly. When he was moved, he would be immersed in it, as if he was returning home. When he was old, his memory was blurred. Every time he was homesick, he felt that he was farther away from home. This was probably the reason why life was so helpless. Shuang Jiang nodded with a smile. I really know a lot about the trivial things in the marketplace, Chun Pingan joked. As a great cultivator of the ascendant realm, you also know these things? According to the life story it told to Chun Pingan before, as a refugee orphan, Xiao Qiao drifted and was killed by frost and snow at any time. Fortunately, it was accepted as a servant by a rich family. Then, it was a young master's errand boy. Because of fate, it was chosen by a hidden teacher in the marketplace. It was named Shuangjiang and embarked on the road of cultivation. During this period, it should have known a lot of hardships among the people. However, Chun Pingan didn't believe its story at all. Shuangjiang rubbed its cheeks. In the world, it's rare to see an ascendant realm who has such a hard life like me. It's like a pitiful worm who grew up eating mud and eating feces. Chun Pingan nodded. It's a hard life to call a fifth realm Qi cultivator ancestor. On the other side of the stairs, the otherworldly demon put its hands on its waist and said righteously, Ancestor Yinguan, I won't allow you to belittle yourself like this. Chun Pingan took out the 5 thunder seal again and said to Shuangjiang, tell Senior Twixen to start working. Help me move this thing to the palm of my hand first. Now I can do it myself, but it's too time-consuming. It will only delay her from taking off the clothes. Shuangjiang greeted the little girl, who was busy taking off the robe. Chun Pingan came to the stairs and gently rolled up his left sleeve. Shuangjiang squatted at the side and said, Look, this arm of Ancestor Yinguan is really knowledgeable. Ordinary women may not be able to see the door, but it fits the saying of the subtlety of golden branches and jade leaves. Inside, it is full of the true divine radiance, which can make those fairies on the mountain jealous. In the future, when Ancestor Yinguan travels far and wide, you have to wear a few more robes. Otherwise, there will be a lot of love affairs. If you ask me, just covering up your arm isn't enough. Just based on your face, figure, style, you have to learn from that torture official. Otherwise, the fairies will all fall in love with you. Their hearts will sway, and their souls will be distracted. Their hearts will be in a mess, and their faces will turn red. Of course, Patriarch Hidden Official won't be tempted. However, it's still a troublesome matter, just like the matter of the contract. Chun Pingan asked, Is this how Old Deaf is annoyed by your naggings? Shuangjiang laughed and said that grandson's cultivation heart is not enough. He's a good-for-nothing. After Nya Xian rushed over, she helped Chun Pingan change the cave of the 5 Thunders dermic seal from the mountain temple to the peak of a mountain where the lines on the palm were. When cultivators of equal strength fought, a moment's difference was the difference between life and death. Not only could it allow Chun Pingan to cast this thunder technique faster, but it could also allow Chun Pingan to get used to the connection of the 5 natal items faster. Once he cast it, the 5 thunders would gather, and the heavenly power would be vast and mighty, creating a myriad of fortunes. It was not easy for a Qi refinement warrior to change the position of a mid-refinement item. They had to dig a post house at the last minute. Naturally, it would hurt their muscles and bones. However, compared to the true name of the tailor, it was considered a small matter. Chun Pingon not only did not need Nya Xian to use the embroidery needle to nail the soul to death, but he could also use his thoughts and words freely. He asked, "What is the material of this 5 thunders dermic seal?" The material was strange. The lines were like beautiful wood, but the texture was like jasper. Nya Xian only recognized that it was a piece of pagoda wood struck by lightning. Pagoda wood struck by lightning was not rare in the vast world. It could be found in the market and countryside. Rich families would even spend a lot of money to buy it. They would go to the Taoist temple to ask a Taoist priest to carve it into a wooden plate for their children to carry with them. This way, they would not be contaminated by anything and could suppress evil spirits and ward off evil spirits. It was like inviting a door god. Chun Pingon's inquiry was fruitless. He turned to look at the confident extraterrestrial demon. Frost Descent was indeed an ascendant realm. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He smiled and said, "It's pagoda wood struck by lightning, but it's not simple." Speaking of this, Frost Descent pretended to be deep in thought. Chun Pingon said, "A piece of snow costs money." Although it was just a piece of meat, it was not easy to make money from Chun Pingon. Frost Descent patted his head and said, "It's not an ordinary pagoda wood or a common pagoda wood. Generally, the pagoda wood is of excellent quality and high quality. This 5 thunders 10,000 arts, cut off the 5 drains, cardinal of heaven and earth, should be engraved on the 4 sides. Otherwise, it can't bear the true meaning of the thunder art. The secret is that this pagoda would used to be the location of a Huai manor. It's like a pocket-blessed land where ghosts gathered and snakes gathered. Therefore, it must be a person who was proficient in the 5 thunders righteous method, who used all his strength to subdue demons and devils to create this great opportunity. Then, that person picked up this locust tree from the ruins and carved it into a seal, engraved the 16 characters of insect bird seal script, and only used it as the foundation of one of the cardinal of heaven and earth." Chun Pingon turned his head and stared at the seal that was walking in his meridians. It went from the temple to his shoulder, and then along his arm. Nya Xian guided the seal all the way to his palm and took root. This process was like plowing the land and reclaiming the land, but it was the flesh and blood of a cultivator. Frost Descent held his cheek and said slowly, "The seal has 6 sides and is ancient because it has seal script patterns. It belongs to the extremely rare 6-full seal, also known as the moon full seal. Otherwise, this kind of seal would be too tyrannical. Everyone on the mountain would have had one a long time ago. Therefore, if the ancestor of hidden official used this against a strong enemy, it would cost a lot. It would cause the thunder art of the Dharma seal to weaken. Its divine light would dim, and its true meaning would weaken. Fortunately, it could be repaired after the event, such as the fragments of the golden body of the god of mountains and rivers. Anyway, the ancestor of hidden official doesn't lack this item. It's really fate." Shuangjiang felt that it was too troublesome to focus on the Dharma Mudra, as it could easily distract the Grand Master of hidden official. Thus, he put 2 of his fingers together and gently twisted them. The Dharma Mudra appeared in front of Chun Pingon. It became palm-sized and clear. It gently rotated the seal with its mind and said, "There are a total of 36 pictures of gods on the 4 sides of the seal. The ancient pictures of the god of thunder and mother of lightning, the count of wind and master of rain, the cloud official, the celestial official, and so on are all in the seal. 9 is a big number. This is another excellent proof of the moon full seal. Normal cultivators wouldn't dare to mess around like this. Besides the 16 words at the bottom of the seal, there should be a piece of the heaven style. However, it was cut off for some reason, which greatly damaged the appearance. It also caused the power of the 5 thunder seal to decrease. Otherwise, this item would be the object of worship of the celestial ancestral hall. It could suppress mountains and rivers and absorb fate. It could even become a seal. Frost Descent sighed and said, "Without the most important heaven style, the appearance has decreased greatly. It's a pity it was taboo to be perfect. However, it was the opposite when it came to collecting." Chun Pingon said, "Can you make up for the heaven style yourself? Even if the power doesn't increase at all, it's still possible to scare people. Besides, one day when I'm really out of money, would a complete seal with 6 full seals of different prices?" Frost Descent sighed in his heart. Look, how could people not admire such an old ancestor of the hidden official? How could he not make that long-lived fellow cultivator admire him? With just a thought, he seemed to want to cut off the 5 leeks. The old ancestor of the hidden official was really a cultivator. It was a pity that he wasn't in the Qingming world and didn't meet the old ancestor of the hidden official early. Otherwise, Chun Pingon would have to call him Old Ancestor. Just thinking about it made him happy. Frost Descent chuckled a few times and wiped his mouth. He quickly turned his head and stretched out his hand to cover his face. He rubbed it hard. When he turned his head again, he looked serious and said respectfully, "Although the old ancestor of the hidden official is proficient in carving seals, he really can't do the heaven-style inscription." Chun Pingon nodded. He wasn't disappointed. Instead, he was relieved. If one's luck was too good, it would be a big problem. He needed to reflect on the situation he was in. Twisting Heart said, "That's enough." The sewing person came and went in a hurry. She didn't hesitate at all. Now, the only thing that could make her stay was that Chun Pingon changed his mind. There was no longer a barrier between men and women with holes in their brains. A cultivator didn't need to guard his body like jade. He was pedantic and old-fashioned like an old pedant. However, Twisting Heart couldn't take off Chun Pingon's clothes by force. Instead, she blamed Frost Descent for not being capable enough. If she could have done more things with Chun Pingon through the 7-tailed fox, maybe she wouldn't be sewing clothes now. But then again, if the young man's heart was bewitched by a fox, he wouldn't be able to walk into prison and become the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Pingon slowly raised his palm and offered the 5 thunder seal. For a moment, the 5 thunder gathered. Around a jade-white palm, there seemed to be a small world on the palm. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, clouds rose, and water rose. The ethereal figures of 36 gods could be vaguely seen, each with a decree. Chun Pingon turned to look at the extraterrestrial demon. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Come, come, let me touch your little dog head." Frost Descent sighed and obediently tilted his head. He stretched his neck and said sincerely, "Old ancestor of the hidden official, I'm such a loyal follower who doesn't hesitate to die every day. You should cherish me more." Chun Pingon flipped his wrist and slapped the 5 thunder seal heavily on the head of the extraterrestrial demon. With a loud bang, the extraterrestrial demon disappeared on the spot. Chun Pingon's sleeves fluttered, and the strong wind blew at his temples. The extraterrestrial demon reappeared at the bottom of the stairs not far away. There were still remnants of thunder and lightning on his robe, causing his eyes to turn white and his body to twitch. Like a drunkard, he staggered up the stairs with his hands groping in front of him. Chun Pingon knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. He didn't cultivate the 5 thunder seal and didn't have the help of the superior Tao formula. He didn't have enough Tao technique and true meaning. How could he make the extraterrestrial demon so miserable? So he asked, what realm can a Chi refinement warrior be killed by a solid hit? Sea viewing realm? Dragon Gate realm? Frost Descent jogged up the stairs and said, without the protection of the magic treasure, the old ancestor of the hidden official's slap wouldn't hurt him at all. An ordinary Dragon Gate realm would die on the spot. Chun Pingon asked again, what if I don't care about the price? Give up the Dharma Mudra? Frost Descent said, an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator would lose half of his life. When facing the old ancestor of the hidden official, as long as he loses half of his life, it's equivalent to losing his life. Chun Pingon said softly. Ordinary. Frost Descent said helplessly. It's indeed a little regrettable. In the future, when the old ancestor of the hidden official fights, the opponent who has to pay such a huge price will definitely not be an ordinary chi refinement warrior. Chun Pingon smiled and said, let's make a small deal. Frost Descent was eager to try. He rubbed his hands and said, if the old ancestor of the hidden official chats like this, the sleepy bugs will die out. Chun Pingon said, I have a lot of items on me, and I'm about to become an immortal of the middle 5 realms. Help me review and see how I can benefit the most. The focus is on the size of the cave abode. See Viewing and Dragon Gate realms, the combination of the middle refined items, and the life item of the great refined items, and the key to the core formation. Frost Descent said, for such a big matter, why don't I accompany the old ancestor of the hidden official up the stairs and ascend to the peak together? Chun Pingon smiled and said, do I need so many tricks? Although he said that, he stood up without hesitation. He would take it as a good omen. In the early years, when he left the inverted mountain and traveled the Tongya continent with Lu Tai, the other party had already divulged the heavenly secrets and reminded Chun Pingon that when a cultivator first ascended the mountain, the life item of the great refined was not the more the better. There was no need to deliberately pursue a large number. The life item of the great refined in the world was roughly divided into 3 types: attack, defense, and support. For example, a dew-bearing bowl could help the chi refinement warrior to absorb the aura faster in a place close to water. A willow tree that was cut from the spring dew garden could also increase the aura in a place with lush vegetation. As for the great refined and middle refined items, they had to ask the chi refinement warriors for food. Therefore, it was important to have 1 or 2 life item of the great refined and middle refined items to help the chi refinement warrior to increase the source of energy. Therefore, before a chi refinement warrior formed his aura's core, the amount of aura accumulated would depend on the number of acupoints opened and the size of each residence. If it was a small house, it would naturally be worlds apart from the rich and powerful mansions with deep courtyards. The so-called cultivation geniuses were those who had both. They opened many mansions, and their mansions were big. The so-called immortal master of the flower shelf often had empty mansions on the peak of the mountain. However, there were alleys and shabby rooms everywhere. They were not suitable for the climate. They might be famous for a while, but their achievements were limited in the end. In this lifetime, they could only wander about halfway up the mountain. Many cultivators in the mountains and plains, even if they did not have many life items, painstakingly managed 1 or 2 life acupoints and great refined items. They could then revolve around the foundation of the great Tao and come up with suitable spells. Similarly, they could still have outstanding combat power. She continued to sew and mend along the way. Even though she was walking on a winding mountain path, she still stumbled and stumbled. She could reach the top of the mountain and see how small the mountains were. Chun Pingon had 3 acupoints where 3 strands of tiny sword chi had once lingered. They were respectively placed on the 1st and 15th acupoints, as well as Songjun and Kulei. Because the latter 2 were only imitations of sword immortals, and his chi mansion was extraordinarily large, it was not a problem to squeeze 2 imitations of Hateful Sword Mountain into one room. Moreover, looking at Chun Pingon's posture, it seemed that it would not be a problem to have 1 more imitations. However, the intrinsic flying sword of the illustrious glory sex demonic sword cultivator, Heavenly Sound, and the short sword given to Chun Pingon in exchange for Frost Descent could only be nurtured in the blade-strengthening gourd like Heavenly Sound. There really wasn't any extra chi manner to accommodate them, and Chun Pingon also didn't feel that they were suitable for refining. Frost Descends went straight to the point. When chi cultivators open their acupoints, it's like opening a cave. They can take in the Reiki of heaven and earth. This is called the cave realm. The 356 acupoints in the human body were equivalent to 365 heavenly paradises where the sun and the moon alternated, day and night alternated, and yin and yang blended. The wealth that these people were born with had made countless demons and ghosts envious. After entering the cave realm and opening 9 acupoints, one can enter the sea viewing realm. Female chi cultivators need to open 15 acupoints. Now that you have the natal item of 5 elements, you already have the 5 acupoints cave. After becoming a sword cultivator, you open 2 new acupoints, Sparrow in the Cage and Moon, at the bottom of the well. Songjun and Kulei have 1 acupoint each. Therefore, you have opened 10 acupoints. After entering the first cave realm of the middle 5 realms, if you're not careful, you'll end up in a flood disaster. Once the small world of the human body is connected with the big world, the Reiki will be immersed in it like a flood, wantonly flowing backward. Your Tao is close to water, and because you're purely a martial artist, your body is tough and tenacious. Moreover, you have the fire dragon to expand your soul, and you also have the water word seal to guard the water manor. You don't have to worry about it. Therefore, entering the cave realm is a piece of cake. Ordinary chi cultivators have to be careful about the right amount of Reiki. You have to do the opposite and absorb as much Reiki as possible. You have to do it in one go. You have to find more water mansions, mountain shrines, and other cave mansions for matchmaking. Just like the 5 sacred mountains in the human world, you should also find a mountain for the crown prince as an auxiliary. However, your Haren realm doesn't pay much attention to this. In the Qingming realm, not only the mountain lord, but also the water deity will treat the location of the crown prince's place as a top priority. Think about it. You belong to the 5 elements. Each of you has an auxiliary cave mansion. The amount of Reiki accumulated before you form your Aurus core will be very impressive. You don't have to place your natal item to guard it, so as to avoid a fierce battle, you can casually hurt the foundation of your great Tao. However, it will allow you to absorb and store Reiki on the path of cultivation, allowing you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, there is a key trick to choosing which chi mansions are suitable to be the crown prince of the mountains and rivers. Reiki is a big deal to open a cave mansion. It's like the beginning of the world. Reiki flows backward. Everywhere it passes, there will be many manifestations. If a Tao protector observes carefully, he will be able to find some clues. The subtle signs are fleeting. Therefore, the Tao protector's realm must be high enough. Otherwise, it will be useless even if he knows the trick. At the very least, he has to start from the immortal realm. If a jade, unpolished realm cultivator sees some clues, would he dare to make a move? Of course not. The human world is the beginning of the world. If you barge in casually, are you protecting the Tao or harming others? Chun Pingon had been listening attentively. He did not want to miss a single word. However, he said, "What you said is too shallow." This was the first time in his life that Chun Pingon treated a matter so seriously. The place of the crown, prince of the cave mansion mentioned by the otherworldly demon, as well as the beginning of the cave mansion realm, was equivalent to the beginning of the world. This was indeed the first time Chun Pingon heard of it. The two of them slowly ascended. Shuangjiang smiled and said, "In my opinion, the only thing you did was to refine the sword celestial banner. However, to refine the imitation Beko Keikyung building and place it on the peak of the mountain temple together was extremely inappropriate. If Nianxin did not help you change your cave mansion and quickly moved the 5 thunders Dharma seal that was hanging at the door of the wooden house to the center of your palm, it would be a big mistake. Once a cultivator of the upper 5 realms grasped the root of it, he could casually use an exquisite spell to smash it down. Not only would the 5 thunders Dharma seal not be able to protect the wooden door, it would only become a hammer to break the door. Cultivators are most afraid of being gaudy. Elder Ancestor Yingguan must be careful. Without warning, Chun Pingon slapped the head of the otherworldly demon, causing it to disappear on the spot where Shuang Jiang was and appear elsewhere in an instant. It ran up the stairs and raised its head with tears in its eyes. Elder Ancestor Yinguan, why did you kill me without teaching me? Chun Pingon squinted his eyes and said, Is that what you said about the things I refined earlier? Shuang Jiang thought about it. He had said too much nonsense and could not remember it clearly. He had to sort it out carefully. In the end, he realized that he was wrong. However, this elder ancestor Yinguan was too good at keeping records. He had to find a way out for himself and said flatteringly, At that time, I was the elder ancestor Yinguan. Now I am the elder ancestor. It is different. That old deaf also called me elder ancestor Yinguan. He was not sincere at all, right? Now elder ancestor Yinguan and I are not only relatives on the ancestral record, but also business partners with sincerity. Our relationship is solid. Chun Pingon looked relaxed, but in fact he was scared. After refining the items, once he fought with others, his body and soul would be severely injured, his acupoints would be broken, and the major and middle refinement items would be destroyed. It was a typical case of a fire at the city gate affecting the fish in the moat. According to the quality of the natal item, the foundation of a Qi cultivator's Tao would be damaged to different degrees. In the world, fortune and misfortune always depended on each other. Previously, when Chun Pingon refined the 5 Thunder Seal, the meaning of green brick, and the imitation Baek Okekyung building pagoda, although they were only middle refinement, they were used to support the natal items of the 5 elements. Naturally, the benefits were not small. However, once the natal acupoints were damaged and shattered together with the natal items, the disaster would be even greater. It was very likely that the neighboring Qi dwellings would also collapse. Every time Chun Pingon took out the refined items, just like what the otherworldly demons said, once they were connected with the natal items, it was very easy for Qi cultivators of the upper 5 states to find the natal Qi dwellings. Moreover, Chun Pingon's attributes of the 5 elements had a guiding force. If he found one of them, he could easily find all 5. Thinking of this, Chun Pingon punched down again. No matter how high the quality of a middle refinement item was, it was not that it could not be placed in the natal acupoints. However, it obviously had to be done carefully. This time, the otherworldly demon was prepared. He took the initiative to tiptoe and condensed his figure behind Chun Pingon. He followed the elder ancestor Yinguan and did not forget to praise, Good punch, good punch. In the future, the two of us will travel the Qingming world together. The first thing the elder ancestor Yinguan will do is to smash the heavenly drum with one punch so that the entire Baek Okekyung building and the Qingming world will know that the elder ancestor Yinguan has graced us with his presence. Chun Pingon muttered to himself, the mentality of some mountain cultivators has to be changed now. Many subtle mentalities would be indispensable help on the road of life. However, at a certain stage, it would quietly become a kind of obstruction. It was not a complete denial of the past, but the generation of thoughts and thoughts. And there was no fixed dharma. In the end, when this fundamental meridian was formed, there was hope to be always in the dharma, and there would be no obstacles in the dharma. For example, the mountain cultivators might refine one item after another, only regretting that there were too few of them. As long as there were enough Qi dwellings, it would not be a problem for them to do anything. However, the immortal masters on the big mountain would not be like this. They would only choose carefully. Under the guidance and protection of the elders in the sect, they would choose a few items to refine as their natal items. The rest would be refined at most, either for attacking or protecting, adding flowers to the brocade. Every time one reached a higher level, Reiki would increase by a level and one more natal item would be refined. The selection of Qi dwellings and aperture points was also a kind of knowledge. One had to choose a place early as it would be the room for the future core formation. One had to build it early and open up an immortal mansion to wait for the arrival of immortals. Among the pure martial artists, there was a kind of rare martial artist called the top hand style, which could be called the mortal enemy of the cultivators. Every punch of this kind of martial artist could directly hit the alchemy room of a chi trainer. When facing a Jindan cultivator, every punch would point at the Jindan. When facing a chi trainer below the Jindan level, every punch would break the chi dwellings that had the embryonic form of the alchemy room. With one punch, the key aperture points in the small world of the human body would be stirred up by the force of the punch, and the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. Xuangjiang was counting the items in the mansion for the old ancestor of Yingguan while giving his detailed suggestions and patiently explaining why he should do so. For example, the short sword carved boat in the past that he gave to the old ancestor of Yingguan was engraved with the word blasphemy. It was definitely not suitable for great refinement, but it was most suitable for intermediate refinement. It could be placed in the pond of the water mansion. The little flood dragon that was previously manifested by the water essence was fake and weak. It was simply a stain on the old ancestor of Yingguan's mansion. It should not be condensed into the shape of a flood dragon at all. Instead, it should be condensed into a pearl. The stronger the water essence was, the more substantial the pearl would be. Together with the short sword engraved with the word lake, it could create a pattern of two dragons fighting for the pearl. That was the best choice. There was also the sword fairy streamer that should be placed on the top of the mountain temple. It was not something that Chun Pingon could just throw casually at the moment. Chun Pingon listened attentively. As long as this otherworldly demon was willing to preach seriously, it was worthy of its identity as an ascendant realm. Its cultivation could reach the sky and pick the sun and the moon, and its words could build a high house. Chun Pingon benefited a lot. It was a good deal for only one small sum of money. On the way, a nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race came near the sword light fence and asked curiously, "Young man, how do you cultivate? How can you change so quickly every day?" Chun Pingon stopped and asked back, "I heard that as a sword cultivator, you are proficient in the aura observation technique. You can inspect the dragon vein and are good at finding caves and secret realms?" The demon race smiled and said, "You want to learn? Call me father, and I will consider it." Chun Pingon took out the last piece of golden talisman that he had collected and handed it to Xuangjiang. "This small sum of money is a bonus for the transaction." "It's not money." "As you wish." Xuangjiang bowed his head and took the talisman with both hands. Then, in a flash, he went into the cage. After a while, he walked out from the body of the nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race. He shook the talisman in his hand. Dense words hung on it like droplets of water on the lotus leaves, swaying slightly. Xuangjiang blew a breath at the golden talisman. All the words were firmly embedded in the talisman, and he handed it to Chun Pingon. The demon race retreated into the fog barrier while cursing. Chun Pingon asked, "You can travel freely in the state of mind of a nascent soul, realm earth, immortal?" Xuangjiang shook his head and said, "Because we have been neighbors for many years, I have visited many times. That's why I can walk so leisurely. Otherwise, the Taoist heart of a nascent soul, realm earth immortal is as firm as a rock. Without a few years of hard work, it would be difficult to succeed." After that, Xuangjiang talked about a few inside stories of the sea-viewing realm, such as the shortcut of the finishing touch of the water mansion. The reason why it was called a shortcut was not because of some unorthodox method, but because Chun Pingon had a good foundation. He had the right time, place, and people. He could visit the water god mansions more often and find the gods and water immortals who were on good terms with him. He could exchange pointers with each other and obtain a trace of the true meaning of water art from each other. Then he could add another finishing touch to the painting of the water immortals on the wall. If he did this in the sea-viewing realm, he would benefit the most. after he formed his Aurus core. He could also do it, but the benefits would be less than in the sea-viewing realm. This was the mystery of the Great Way. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, Qi cultivators were often willing to spend years or even decades to slowly grind away at a certain segment. After reaching the top of the stairs, Chen Ping'an sat down at the entrance of the prison to rest. Shuangjiang sat at the side. He was very proud of having obtained a small sum of money. Chen Ping'an said, "Next, it's time to temper my martial arts fate." Previously, Chen Ping'an did not accept the gift of martial arts fate. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time, Chen Ping'an felt that he did not have enough martial arts fate. The sword fate and martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had been accumulated for 10,000 years. Of course, the foundation of martial arts fate could not be compared to the sword fate. However, there were many sword cultivators here. The relationship between sword cultivators and sword fate was like there were too many monks and too little porridge. Therefore, no matter how much sword fate there was, it was not enough for everyone. Just like how Chen Ping'an nurtured 2 natal flying swords, there was not much of a worldly phenomenon. On the other hand, pure martial cultivators and martial arts fate did not have much porridge in their bowls. There were even fewer martial cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Only a few of them had ever picked up a bowl of porridge. The surplus of martial arts fate was naturally very impressive. Chen Ping'an's breakthrough this time was not considered low. He ascended from the golden body to the distant wandering realm. Therefore, he obtained a lot of martial arts fate. He even snatched a portion of martial arts fate from the wasteland. This made Chen Ping'an very happy. Shuangjiang turned around and rubbed his eyes hard. He said pitifully, "Patriarch Yinguan, you're so busy. You don't even have a moment of rest. Looking at you, I admire and feel sad. I have mixed feelings and tears." Chen Ping'an stretched out his hand and placed it on the white-haired boy's head. Although it's fake, it's still comforting to hear it. In the end, Patriarch Yinguan's words came too late. Shuangjiang had already exploded his own body and transformed into a human elsewhere. Therefore, he was extremely embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to run over and sit down. Chen Ping'an turned around and looked at him with a playful expression. Shuangjiang smiled bitterly. "Before the punch, the intention came first. You scared me to death. I'm not trying to flatter you. In the future, when Patriarch Yinguan travels to other worlds, no matter if it's the Wasteland, Haoran, or Qingming world, one look from him will be enough to make even the earth immortals and demons kneel down. They will obediently stretch out their necks to be killed." Chen Ping'an retracted his gaze and smiled. "Then I'll count on your auspicious words. According to Senior Lier, there were 639 muscles in the human body. They could all be regarded as mountains, big peaks, and small hills. They could temper the martial arts fate, just like mountain opening. It could strengthen the mountain roots of a pure martial artist. The amount of martial arts fate determined the number of mountain openings. If there was no martial arts fate as a gift, it would be fine." Martial artists fought to the death and fought to the victory and defeat. Both could temper the mountains. The foundation of a martial artist's fist art was only the fist art itself. He could not be greedy for the martial arts fate. Without the martial arts fate, the sky would not fall down. Even if it did, he would have to practice his fist art before he punched. Chen Ping'an asked, "What do you know about the martial arts fate?" Shuangjiang shook his head. "I only cultivate Taoism. I don't know much about martial arts." Chen Ping'an suddenly said, "A small sum of money." Shuangjiang immediately brightened up. "I have something to say. I have something to say." Unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an said, "Forget it." Shuangjiang fell backward. He kicked his hands and feet and rolled around. Chen Ping'an asked, "Other than sewing clothes to help temper the martial arts fate, is there any other way to have an immediate effect? If a martial artist could break through the realm in the strongest way, it would be a great honor. It was equivalent to being recognized by all the martial artists in the world. However, this kind of breakthrough was only compared to other martial artists in the same realm. Chao Ci's breakthrough was the strongest. She had a lot of martial arts fate. Yu Juanfu's was much inferior. Chun Pingon met the strange man in the Mirror Mountain in the Ghost Valley of the North Continent. He called himself Yang Chongxian. Later, Chun Pingon knew his identity. He was actually a disciple of the Yang family in the Yunxiao Palace. He was the scholar's elder brother. He had also reached the golden body state as the strongest sixth realm. Thinking about it this way, Chun Pingon felt that it was quite interesting. Chao Ci, Yu Juanfu, and Yang Chongxian, the three pure martial artists that he had met, had all been the strongest sixth realm in the world for a period of time. Shuang Jiang sat up and said in a sickly voice, "No. Sewing clothes by twisting the core is very precise. I do have some tempering methods, but it's just too much. I'm very fair when doing business. I won't speak without thinking. I'm blinded by money." Chun Pingon nodded. "You don't have to beat around the bush when you're scolding people." Shuang Jiang jumped up and raised a hand above his head. "The heavens have pity on me. If you accuse me like this, do you believe that I'll slap myself to death to prove my innocence?" Chun Pingon raised a hand and gestured for him to do as he pleased. Shuang Jiang was about to speak when he saw a little brat. He waved his sleeve and grabbed him. He glared at him and said angrily, "Little bastard, how dare you covet the majestic back of our hidden official ancestor? You're not a pretty girl." It was the young man, Yu. As Old Deaf had to return to the prison, he didn't take the young man with the title of master with him when he went to the city to fight. Chun Pingon turned his head and said with a smile, "Yu, if you're not busy cultivating, let's have a chat." The white-haired boy immediately patted the young man's sleeves and said with a smile, "Yu, what are you in a daze for? Quickly go and sit beside old ancestor hidden official. What a great honor. If it was Old Deaf, he would be crying and kneeling on the ground to thank him." Yu sat near Chun Pingon. The young man was a little reserved and not good with words, so he didn't say anything. Furthermore, there was a white-haired boy following the young hidden official. Senior Deaf said that this fellow was an otherworldly devil on the Ascendant Realm, so it was fine to be casual when they met. It didn't matter if they fought or killed, since they couldn't defend against anything, since Senior Deaf had said so. How could the young man be casual? Chun Pingon asked about Yu's matters, and the young man answered all of them. Where did he live? Who was the preacher? How was his life-bound flying sword? How he didn't kill the demons in the battle earlier? So he was only helping the clothing and sword workshop with some small matters. There was nothing to hide since the other party was Lord Hidden Official. So you didn't think of hiding anything. Furthermore, there were simply too many stories about this legendary hidden official. The younger they were, the more they liked to nag at each other. Yu had a friend, and his friend had a beloved girl who was his childhood sweetheart. She liked to ask that friend, "If I'm in the vast world, will you go through all the hardships to find me?" The first time the friend was asked, he replied, "You're also not in the vast world." In the end, she ignored him for a few days. After that, the friend became smarter, but his answer couldn't satisfy her. In the end, the friend grumbled to Yu in private, "I'm not that hidden official, so how can I compare?" After chatting for a while, Yu realized that Lord Hidden Official was actually quite approachable. When both of them were talking, no matter who was talking, the young Hidden Official was very serious. His gaze would never wander, and he wouldn't be absent-minded. Shuang Jiang felt that he was too outstanding, so he quietly got up and sat on the other side of old ancestor Hidden Official. Without the white-haired boy sitting in the middle, Yu felt more relaxed and told him about her friend's embarrassing story. Chun Pingon couldn't help laughing. "Yu, the next time you see your friend, you can ask him to tell his beloved girl. He only needs to say one sentence, "Don't be separated." We're in two different worlds, so how can I bear to part with her? Just thinking about it makes me sad, but if they really have to separate, ask her to wait for him. She must wait for him. Yu asked softly, "Will it work?" Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and nodded gently with a face full of smiles. Yu nodded vigorously and felt that it was feasible. Shuang Jiang leaned forward and kept poking with his fingers, indicating for the young man to scram and not delay old ancestor hidden official's cultivation. In the end, Chun Pingon didn't even turn his head and punched him in the face. The young man held back his laughter and got up to leave. Chun Pingon stood up and said goodbye to the young man. Chun Pingon walked down the stairs and returned to the bottom of the prison. Shuang Jiang started walking in front of him again, muttering along the way, "Old ancestor, hidden official, be careful of the stairs." Chun Pingon asked, "Do you think it won't be too late to break through to the cave-dwelling realm here or outside?" Shuang Jiang said, "It's really up to you." Chun Pingon's Bridge of Longevity had been rebuilt. He could reach the middle 5 realms anytime. If Chun Pingon was said to be a pure martial artist, tempering his martial arts fate would be considered as opening a mountain, then crossing a huge threshold, and entering the cave-dwelling realm would be considered as opening a mountain. He could either become an immortal in the middle 5 realms in the prison, or leave the prison. The opening of a cave-dwelling realm cultivator was far from comparable to the opening of a far-roaming realm cultivator. This was especially so in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was probably like throwing a pebble into a lake. No one would care. However, if Chun Pingon didn't become a sword cultivator, he wouldn't dare to open his mansion opening and reach the cave realm. The reason was simple. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was too heavy for Chi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators. The suppression of the Great Tao was everywhere. It would only make Chi refinement warriors feel overwhelmed. Therefore, Chi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators from the countryside often made a fool of themselves when they traveled the city. If they weren't careful, their lives would be in danger. In the eyes of the local sword cultivators, they needed their retinues and consecrators to protect them at all times. Therefore, the world didn't have a good impression of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It wasn't just the prejudice of the Chi refinement warriors of the world. For those proud sons of the heavens who came from immortal clans, the younger they were, the more accustomed they were to being fawned upon in their hometowns. In the end, the moment they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi's, the cold and disdainful gazes from sword immortals and sword cultivators were enough to make them suffer. It would definitely be unforgettable. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was xenophobic. The sword Tao destiny condensed from the sword Chi of heaven and earth, and the will of ancient sword immortals were extremely unfriendly to the world. As for the sword cultivator's impression of the world, it was even worse. The hidden official Xiao Chua, Luo Shan, and Bamboo Nunnery were the 2 sword immortals in charge of power. The guard sword-hugging man Zhang Lu and young geniuses like Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou were all hostile to the world. It wasn't as simple as having a good impression of the world. Sword immortals like Sun Jiyuan were very few in number. In the end, they encountered the sword immortal Ku Xia and the group of young sword cultivators from the Central Plains Xiao Yuan dynasty. Very quickly, their impression of the world changed. Among Chun Pingon's disciples, Pei Qian was the most unreasonable. When he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was like a fish in water. Cui Dongshan's realm was high, so he didn't care. In fact, the one who was most uncomfortable was Chao Qingling, who had already become a Chi refinement warrior. However, during his time at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, after the young man stepped through the door, he didn't make others feel uncomfortable at all. Therefore, Chun Pingon had always felt that he had 3 things that he rarely met a match for. They were more talented than being a bundle shop, finding a wife, naming, taking in disciples. Chun Pingon suddenly asked, "Will my 2 intrinsic flying, swords be more lethal after advancing to the cave abode realm, especially the small world of the sparrow in the cage? Can it take a big step forward? Frost's descent looked embarrassed again. In the eyes of an ascendant realm cultivator, such a small increase in realm was completely negligible. As for the small world of the sparrow in the cage, it had nothing to do with Chunpingan's actual realm. Moreover, Chunpingan's enemies, other than Yunqing and Qingqiu, were all demons of the upper 5 realms. The rest were all nascent soul sword cultivators and demons. It didn't matter whether he advanced to the middle 5 realms or not. However, since the Patriarch of Hidden Official was so concerned about that little increase, Frost's descent immediately racked his brains and tried to say some touching words to make up for it. Of course it's greater. The difference of 1 realm between the middle 5 realms and the cave abode realm is extraordinary. Moreover, the 2 intrinsic flying swords of the Patriarch of Hidden Official are unprecedented. They complement each other and can both attack and defend. Chunpingan pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's break through the realm here. Help me pay attention to the traces and find the locations of the 10 chi abodes. Find those below 5 chi abodes, including 5 chi abodes, half a small sum of money. Those above 5 chi abodes will be counted as 1 small sum of money. If you find 10 chi abodes, but only tell me 6 chi abodes, it's not a problem. But if you can't find even 1 chi abode, then don't blame me for doing business." Frost's descent patted his chest and said, "If I can't find even 1 chi abode, I won't have the face to see the Patriarch of Hidden Official. At that time, I'll bring my own head to see him." Frost's descent suddenly reminded him, the Patriarch of Hidden Official is amazing. So remember not to break through the realm too quickly. Break through 2 realms at once and directly enter the sea-viewing realm. Otherwise, I'll have come here for nothing. After Chunpingan made up his mind, he immediately stopped and began to close his eyes to rest. His mind was immersed, and his mind moved slightly. The longevity bridge rose, and he walked on the arch bridge slowly. After crossing the bridge, in the small world of the human body, more than 300 grotto heavens and blessed lands opened together. Spiritual chi poured, and like a flood. Not only that, Chunpingan's mind returned to the longevity bridge. He looked up and became more focused, paying attention to what Frost's descent said was the beginning of the world. Sure enough, if it wasn't for the reminder of the extraterrestrial demon, Chunpingan wouldn't have been able to find that clue no matter how careful he was. In a trance, he vaguely saw a line opening in the sky. From then on, the world was different. The sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, mountains, and rivers began to confront each other. However, Chunpingan had some doubts. Logically speaking, the sun and the moon should be far away from the earth when they were hanging in the sky. However, in the small world of the human body, the distance between the heaven and the earth didn't seem to be big. Or was it the case for all chi cultivators? Not only that, the stars in the sky rotated like pieces of broken mirror. All kinds of people and things flashed and disappeared. It seemed that Chunpingan could reach out his hand slightly, and he could recall the past. However, Chunpingan suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He just stood there and restrained himself, not stretching out his hand. Chunpingan tried his best to maintain a little bit of consciousness. He silently told himself that no matter how much he missed the past, and the people who had left, he couldn't get them back. The white-haired boy, who worked hard without complaint, didn't dare to be negligent when it came to earning money. He flew away with all his strength. Above the torrent of spiritual chi, the azure snake and the extraterrestrial demon in robes narrowed their eyes and carefully observed the subtle movements of the flood hitting the doors of the many chi residences. The strange phenomenon dissipated. Chunpingan withdrew his consciousness. In the end, he saw the extraterrestrial demon standing in front of him, holding a head in his arms. Chun Pingon had no choice but to start walking. Shuangjiang put the head back on his neck and laughed. Hidden official Laozu, 6 residences, 6 residences, 1 small sum of money. Shuangjiang said the names of the 6 Qi residences in his mind. Chun Pingon knew that there were definitely more than 6, but he didn't care. The location of the Crown Prince's land was nothing more than building a foundation for the sea-viewing realm after reaching the cave-dwelling realm. It wasn't a big problem if there wasn't. Of course, it would be best if there was. Therefore, this small sum of money still had to be given to Shuangjiang. Next was where the hidden official's real duty was, to kill all the demons in the prison. No matter what method he used, he had to kill the demons of the upper 5 realms, and it would be best if it were Q Sword and the 5 nascent soul realm sword cultivator demons. Only then could he succeed in sewing clothes and bear the established true names of all the demons. Chun Pingon wasn't interested in whether the disciplinary official stayed or left. In any case, Boss Sword Immortal would arrange it. Moreover, Chun Pingon was a hidden official, and he didn't have the qualifications to order around the disciplinary official who had the same official position. The only thing he was slightly interested in was how the young lady, who was the incarnation of Gu Qian, was making money, and whether she would have a different natal magical ability than the longevity fellow Taoist, who was temporarily staying by his side. Passing by a nascent soul realm sword cultivator demon's prison, the guy whose unique secret technique was stolen by Shuangjiang appeared again and asked, "Aren't you annoying? Why don't you directly ascend to the upper 5 realms? Swaying in front of me, what are you trying to show off for? If you have the ability, remove the bars now. Do you believe that I won't kill you with a sword?" Chun Pingon laughed. "What shall we bet? Using your natal flying sword? Let's make an oath now. You're the one who's winning, and I'm betting half my life with you. If I were you, I'd definitely bet if I had the slightest bit of heroism." He had just entered the cave-dwelling realm, and his qi wasn't stable yet. His spiritual energy was surging, and he was traveling between 2 worlds, so it was normal for him to be seen through by a nascent soul realm cultivator. The nascent soul realm sword cultivator glanced at the white-haired boy at the side, cursed him, and retreated into the fog barrier. Chun Pingon said, "It won't attack." The nascent soul realm cultivator immediately returned. "Really?" Chun Pingon nodded. "We can polish the details of the oath, and when both sides agree, we can bet." The nascent soul realm sword cultivator was really interested. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well have some fun and take advantage of this young man. Shuangjiang tried his best to keep a straight face, but his eyeballs moved left and right, and he was determined not to say a word. Chun Pingon began with whether to kill himself with a sword, and began to finalize the details with the nascent soul realm sword cultivator senior, so as to prevent the gambling table from being unstable and unfair. In the end, just when the nascent soul realm demon felt that he could take the gamble, he glanced at the white-haired boy who had been very quiet from the beginning to the end, and suddenly changed his mind and retreated into the fog barrier. Chun Pingon was a little caught off guard. When Qi refinement warriors made an oath, once broken it would indeed hurt the foundation of their soul, and the consequences were extremely serious. However, who was the founder of Luapa Mountain's ancestral hall, the other demon also didn't know about his cultural heritage. Therefore, as long as Chun Pingon had the otherworldly demon to guard his heart lake, he had many means. To make Chun Pingon swear on the Wasteland Mountain Pact was simply what he wished for. Chun Pingon believed that on his side, the change in his tone, the subtle changes in his expression, and the struggle in the contents of the oath, there was not a single flaw. Therefore, the problem was only with the otherworldly demon. In the past, he was too active, but today, he was too honest. Damn it. At least use some camouflage. How could he be the otherworldly demon? Shuangjiang hugged his head with both hands and wailed, Hidden official grandmaster. You can't blame me, Chun Pingon sneered. If I was also the otherworldly demon, I could easily trample you to death. Shuang Jiang felt wronged. The means of the otherworldly demon also depends on the depth of the cultivator's Tao heart when he was alive. I was too simple and honest when I was alive. Chun Pingon sighed and didn't care about the gains and losses of a natal flying sword. He still didn't have enough blade strengthening gourds. It was just a small gamble for fun, and whether it succeeded or not was not a big problem. Moreover, if the Q-sword succeeded, he would benefit the most. Nian Xian was still sitting where she was, dismantling the magic robe. She did not know fatigue, and was especially focused. If one did not look at the scene below her head, she was actually exactly the same as an ordinary girl. Chun Pingon did not disturb her, and went to the pavilion. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his abdomen. He breathed slowly, stabilizing the atmosphere in his small world and slowly stabilizing his realm. At the same time, he was distracted. In the summer palace now, there would not be any major decisions. All the established arrangements, outlines, and details were all in place. The hidden official's line of sword cultivators was nothing more than doing things step by step. Even if there were any unexpected situations, the Cho Miao sword immortal would handle it without fail. The Cho Miao was an existence worthy of Chun Pingon's complete trust. The path of retreat for the young children and young girls had long been planned. It required the foreign sword immortals to be willing to take in disciples. It also needed to consider the temperament of the master and disciple, as well as the customs of the continent where the sword immortals were from. It also needed to be clear of the family traditions of the sword immortals as well as their temperament, and whether they had any natural enmity towards the world. Naturally, there would be a lot of misgivings. As for the foreign sword immortals who had returned to the vast heaven, putting aside the seniors who were born as wild cultivators for the time being, an immortal family with the word sect in its title, regardless of whether it was the sect master, patriarch, consecrated, or guest elder, as long as they were sword immortals, they would be able to protect one or two of their direct disciples. The sect was a protective talisman. However, when there was a conflict within the sect with the children, the master sword immortal would be another protective talisman. Moreover, only sword immortals had the confidence to challenge any sect master and fight for justice for their disciples. However, if it was a nascent soul realm sword cultivator like Deng Liang, who was considered a top immortal even in the 9 continents of the world, Chun Pingon still did not dare to be assured. There were many reasons. For example, Deng Liang himself needed to break through the realm and cross a natural chasm. Moreover, Deng Liang was young and needed to cultivate diligently. He was also heavily relied on by the sect. Moreover, being young meant that he was inexperienced and did not have many connections on the mountain. There was also a hidden danger that was not easy to detect. Within the sect, an existence like Deng Liang would definitely attract jealousy and hatred. All kinds of schemes would be made in a roundabout way. Deng Liang, the disciple of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was the best target. When Deng Liang was in power, it was not obvious. If there were any setbacks, they would not do anything to Deng Liang. However, it was extremely easy for them to take action against their disciples. It was not that easy to form good karma and bear good karma by doing something. Any careless thinking in the summer palace would cause the great Tao of this pair of sword cultivator master and disciple to be affected. For every child who went to the world to cultivate, the Great Wall of Sword Qi in their hometown would have 2 barriers. One was in the eyes of outsiders, and the other was in the heart of the sword cultivator. Apart from that, there was also the matter that the eldest sword immortal had been planning for a long time, the ascension of the city. This was also the most important matter for the hidden official lineage of sword cultivators. They would go to key places to keep an eye on it to prevent any accidents. Chun Pingon opened his eyes and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. It seemed that he had done everything within his power that he could. It was useless to think about what he could not do. It was just that it was hard to not think about it. Therefore, Chun Pingon, who was used to calming his mind with the six-step stance and the sword furnace stance, began to practice the porcelain burning and pulling embryo in the pavilion. Frost Descent sat on the steps. The hidden official ancestor was very busy, which made him seem even more lazy. It actually had a question now. Could it be that Chun Pingon already knew its true origin? Miyu set off for the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The Summer Palace sent a flying sword message to the Spring Banner House, asking him to take charge of the Mirage Pavilion for a period of time. Miyu's heart was heavy. There was no seal of the hidden official on the secret letter. It was normal. The hidden official had disappeared for a long time, and the Summer Palace had been handed over to Cho Miao. However, why was it not Cho Miao but Dong Buji and Su Ning who were giving orders? Wei Wenlong anxiously followed beside me, Jianxian. Because Wei Wenlong had never been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Miyu dragged this Aurus core cultivator who had spent his whole life in the inverted mountain. Wei Wenlong declined several times at the beginning. His main concern was that the Great Wall of Sword Chi was heavily guarded. Those who crossed the line would not have a good ending. After all, he was not a true sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. He was worried that he would hurt Miyu's reputation. It was against the rules to let an outsider enter the Mirage Pavilion. It would be easy to cause trouble. After passing through the gate, Wei Wenlong felt slightly suffocated and uncomfortable. His breathing was extremely labored. The circulation of his natal item would be at least 20 to 30% slower than when he was in the inverted mountain. Wei Wenlong was slightly shocked. If he were to confront a Aurus core cultivator, wouldn't he lose his life in a single strike? Miyu said, in the past, an Aurus core cultivator would not be able to suppress him. Naturally, it was because of the fierce battle. The chi of heaven and earth was in chaos. The sword chi and sword will become more and more fragmented. It was like the willow catkins in the city, making the passers-by suffer. The city had already activated the mountain and rivers formation. It was enveloped by the majestic sword chi. Other than that, the clothing, sword, and pill workshop were in a similar situation, as there would often be great demons uprooting mountains and smashing them into the great wall of sword chi from above. Some fish that escaped the net would cross the city walls and smash into the city's mountain and rivers formation. Most of them would be destroyed by sword immortals with their swords, causing rubble to tumble down. The private residences of sword immortals outside the city that were not protected by the formation were in shambles. The entire Great Wall of Sword Chi began to be sealed. This was the third time in history. It was easy to leave but difficult to enter. The resources that were transported into the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the inverted mountain crossing were guarded by sword immortals at every checkpoint. It was only when Wei Wenlong entered the Great Wall of Sword Chi that he realized the power of the words hidden official. Miyu had only said that Wei Wenlong was a guest of Lord Hidden Official. It was a verbal statement, but both parties were unimpeded. In the past, Chun Pingon was the one who made Wei Wenlong feel the most relaxed when they were in the Spring Banner Jai's accounting room. Wei Wenlong didn't expect that after they moved to a new place and Chun Pingon wasn't by his side, Wei Wenlong began to compare Chun Pingon to the hidden official. Fata Morgana was a layered building. It occupied a large area and was extremely tall. There were more than 3,000 big huts, which were once the storefronts and private residences of the shopkeepers who set up shops here. Above Fata Morgana, there were young men and women looking at it from the railings. Wei Wenlong raised his head and coincidentally exchanged glances with the young lady. Wei Wenlong only felt that it was strange. Why did the young lady look so amiable, as if she was flipping through an account book? Du Shanin laughed softly. Miss Ji Qing, Is the person beside sword deity me someone with fortune? The young maid with bright eyes and white teeth nodded her head. In reply to young master, this person is indeed blessed with fortune. Miss Ji Qing, can you impart your aura-gazing divine art to others? This is my and elder sister Changming's natal divine art. We don't need to learn it, so we can't teach it. Please forgive us, young master. Du Shanin was a little regretful. Money could make gods and ghosts push the millstone. This logic was too simple. However, when he thought about his future cultivation path, where he would no longer be limited to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, his state of mind also opened up. Miyu let Wei Wenlong walk around, as he rode, on his sword alone. When he reached the highest point of Fata Morgana, he saw a white-robed sword deity hovering on a sword and drinking wine. His entire body was shrouded in clouds, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. The Summer Palace's flying sword message mentioned this sword deity's identity as a judicial officer. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were 3 ancient official positions. Among them, the hidden officials were similar to hereditary officials. However, it wasn't passed down from one family to another, but between master and disciple. It was only until Xiao Chu's betrayal and Chen Pinggan's ascension that this rule was broken. Otherwise, when Xiao Chu stepped down from her official position, her disciple Pang Yuanji would have the greatest chance. Other than that, there was also the judicial officer and the sacrificial officer. The sacrificial officer's lineage had long been cut off, and the previous judicial officers were all great sword deities. The current judicial officer had retired behind the scenes for a long time. He still had his position, but no one knew if he was dead or alive. As time passed, he lost his right to speak in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were different opinions. Some said that he had gone into seclusion in the wilderness, while others said that he had quietly left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miyu bowed and said, "Sword cultivator Mi, you greets the judicial officer." The judicial officer nodded in return. He didn't say anything, and just drank wine. Miyu asked, "Has the judicial officer met the hidden official?" The judicial officer said, "I have." Miyu asked, "Has the hidden official already reached the remote travel realm?" The judicial officer nodded. "Yes." Miyu asked again, "Why hasn't the hidden official returned yet? Why hasn't he returned to the Summer Palace?" The judicial officer said, "I don't know." Miyu was greatly worried. The hidden official doesn't want to miss this battle. But since it's so close, why hasn't he appeared on the city walls even once? The judicial officer couldn't take it anymore. He stopped drinking and said, "You have a lot of questions. You asked the last question. Why is the judicial officer staying out of this?" The judicial officer said indifferently, "Who is the great sword deity with outstanding military achievements that spoke to me?" Miyu was speechless. He missed the hidden official very much. A huge rock that had been smashed by a sword deity on the city walls smashed towards the city's formation. Miyu frowned slightly and flashed over. He lightly touched the surface of the Mountain River Grand Formation sky screen and bent down to draw his sword. He continued forward and slashed the sword into pieces. After that, he sheathed his sword and flashed back to Fata Morgana in a natural and smooth manner. Wei Wenlong happened to see this scene. He didn't understand why a sword deity like Miyu was looked down upon in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Then Wei Wenlong saw that outside the city walls, a true body dharma form of a great demon suddenly appeared. It hammered the city walls with both hands. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Even Wei Wenlong, who was far away in the mirage, found it difficult to breathe. In the end, it was chopped into 2 by a female sword deity. In the prison pavilion, Chen Pinggan held his saber across his knees. He had stabilized his cave-dwelling realm, and his martial arts fate had been tempered. He could try the Q-sword battle now. Chen Pinggan stood up slowly. Shuang Jiang had been waiting at the stairs for a long time. Both of them walked up the stairs. Shuang Jiang smiled and asked, casually, "Ancestor hidden official, since cultivation isn't for immortality and longevity, why do you cultivate so hard?" It was a casual question. Actually, the demon of external transformation didn't expect the young man to give an answer. Chun Pingon answered, "We want to become strong. We want to do something for this world." Shuangjiang was stunned. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Everyone." 682. A ferry from the central divine continent docked at the inverted mountain in the middle of the night. However, it did not unload its cargo. More than 100 Qi cultivators disembarked from the ferry. They were all accomplished cultivators who abided by the rules. At the Spring Banner House, Nailan Saihuan and Xiao Yunyan welcomed them personally. They walked them all the way to the gate. These cultivators were from the school of Yin Yang and the school of Moism. However, they would not enter the city to fight. They split into several groups and went to the Mirage, the Summer Palace, and the Winter Palace. There were also a few private residences of Sword Immortals. One of them was the Immortal Garden. Its foundation was the Bright Moon Flying Fairy poem tablet refined by the Sword Immortal. Next to it were several residences of sword cultivators dressed in women's clothing. Under the permission of a hidden official who was temporarily acting as a supervisor, they were able to leave the forbidden zone set by their master. The 3 Jindan sword cultivators were just about to ride their swords to the top of the city. They had been imprisoned in the residence by their master for so many years. All they did was practice their swords. They did not even care about their women's clothing, and even forgot to ask for a set of robes. They were about to go to the top of the city and kill as many demons as they could. However, they were stopped by the little girl, who had an inkstone tied to her waist and a bamboo box on her back. She said that the 3 of them could only go to the Mirage. Otherwise, they would have to return to the residence obediently and continue practicing their swords. The 5 cultivators from the school of Yin Yang and the mechanical master from the school of Moism began to crack the restrictions of the private residence one by one after receiving a map from the Summer Palace as well as a detailed annotation. The opening of the door went smoothly. Very soon, a moon-engraved mirror of flowing light appeared in the Sword Immortal's private residence, hovering above the residence. Inside the ancient mirror, for auspicious beasts dashed around the mirror's knob. After the formation was activated, the surroundings of the private residence were illuminated vividly. The group of foreign cultivators who were in charge of moving the Immortal Garden in and the mansion took a break from their work. They looked at the little girl who was confronting the 3 Oris Core sword cultivators. She spoke very quickly, as if she was pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Although the foreign cultivators had learned some of the Great Wall of Sword aura on their way to the inverted mountain, they could only roughly understand. Anyway, her aura alone had completely overwhelmed the 3 earthly immortals. No matter how the 3 Jindan sword cultivators tried to reason with the young lady, it didn't work. One of the Jindan sword cultivators who was really anxious shouted, "Guazhujiu, don't think that just because Master Hidden Official is your master, you can treat us like 3rd brother and 4th brother. In any case, we are all Golden Core cultivators. We are all your seniors on the path of cultivation. Ooh. In fact, the little girl often came here to climb over the wall, so they were very familiar with each other." Guazhujiu crossed her arms in front of her chest. "In any case, as long as you dare to go to the top of the city, my hidden official's flying sword will arrive even faster. Then you will be thrown back here by a sword immortal. You won't even be able to go to Mirage Pavilion, which has a larger territory." A Golden Core sword cultivator with a relatively stable temperament smiled bitterly. "Is there really no room for discussion?" Guazhujiu nodded and said, "Yes." The 3 Golden Core swordsmen, as well as the Qi refinement warriors who were watching the show from afar, were caught off guard. Guazhujiu said, As long as you don't go to the top of the city, you can kill all the demons that cross the city. However, you are not allowed to die in battle. If one of you dies, the other two will be grounded by a sword immortal for 100 years. Guazhuzhou pointed in the direction of Mirage Pavilion, with the punishment officer and the leader of the hidden official's lineage, sword immortal Zimi, around mere golden cores like you won't have a chance. The three swordsmen looked at each other and smiled. It was better than being a bystander in Mirage Pavilion. Guazhuzhou suddenly said, "Don't die." 3 sword gleams flashed and disappeared. Those chi refinement warriors who were not of low realms had heavy hearts and were puzzled. Why did the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi not care about their lives and the Great Tao? It was not rare to have no regrets in the world, even if they had no choice but to die. However, how could there be Tao cultivators who were willing to court death when they could avoid death? Guazhuzhou turned and looked at the 3 sword gleams that disappeared into the distance. She did not retract her gaze for a long time. She was afraid that they would go to the top of the city on impulse. She was even thinking that if they went to the top of the city, she might as well follow them. Guazhuzhou kept looking at the top of the city, secretly looking for the figures of her parents. However, she could not find them. Teachers, parents, children, partners, grandmasters, juniors, good friends. Which sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not have a good reason to kill demons? There were also many sword cultivators below the level of sword immortals who were willing to kill demons, but were not willing to die. The eldest sword immortal and the Summer Refuge Palace did not force them now. They just had to go to the top of the city and guard it. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would retreat from the top of the city. If they felt that it was more stable, they would return to the top of the city. Now that the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Sage Junzi of the Confucian School, had already resigned from his position as the battle supervisor, the hidden official lineage of the Summer Refuge Palace rarely sent flying swords to the top of the city. Guazhuzhou turned and smiled. "Seniors, it's been hard on you. When they came here, the sword Chi was too heavy, and the pressure was too much. The Chi refinement warriors, who were originally resentful, were speechless in the face of the sincere gratitude of a young lady carrying a bamboo box. After all, they were here to earn some hard-earned money. This was not the most important thing. The key was that their actions would be recorded by the Academy, and the Academy. They would gain a lot of merit. At the Winter Refuge Palace, there was a group of outsiders. There was no one to teach them martial arts. The 10-over children were now practicing their martial arts on their own. According to Jiang Yun's words, besides the walking and standing of the pillars, there would be another round of martial arts practice where they would fight each other to death. When the Chi refinement warriors passed by the martial arts practice field, all the children stopped practicing. Most of them looked indifferently at the immortals who were cultivating the Tao. Gu Jianlong, the sword cultivator, who was the temporary battle supervisor, did not explain anything to the children. He was lazy and unwilling. Moreover, if he really did say a few words of justice, the 2 groups of people with a huge age gap might fight directly. Gu Jianlong had always thought that the world was vast. Even if he had friends like the hidden official, Lin Junbai by Xianshen, and the foreign sword cultivators, the world was still vast. At the sword workshop, Luo Shini sat on a step. He closed his eyes and focused on nourishing his flying sword. A young foreign golden core cultivator, who was working with the elders of the sect, gathered his courage to talk to the lady. However, before he could speak, the lady said, "Thank you for your hard work," and then added, "Scram." There were 2 ways of saying it, one for the matter, and the other for the person. At the clothing workshop, Wang Xinshui raised his eyes and looked at the city wall. An old foreign cultivator smiled and asked, "Little brother, can you ask about my age and realm? I'm really curious." Wang Xinshui greeted him politely. He turned his head and smiled. It's not worth mentioning in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, seeing that the old man did not believe him. Wang Xinshui added, I'm not being humble. The old man smiled and said, It's already a pleasant surprise to be able to talk to you peacefully. Wei Wenlong had already returned to the Spring Banner House from the Mirage. He told him about the fierce means of the sovereign stage demon. For example, the demon named Huang Wan seemed to have lost her mind. She smashed 50 to 60% of the pavilions on the city wall. There were many earth immortal demons hidden in the small worlds that Huang Wan had carefully refined. Among them, there was the demon sword cultivator who shouted, The one who crossed the city wall first is so-and-so. After a Taoist temple was destroyed, he flew over the city wall with the help of his sword light. After being hit by a sword immortal, he was lucky enough to cross the city wall and escape to the city's great formation. In the end, he was slashed by Miyu's sword. Even his golden core and nascent soul were split into two. Nayland Saihuan looked at Wei Wenlong's admiring expression and said angrily, No matter how good Miyu is, he's still a jade. It's more than enough to deal with a severely injured nascent soul. Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, Who's that so-and-so? He was a sword immortal who was in the same realm as Miyu. In fact, his actual combat power was slightly inferior. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in the inverted hanging mountain was not small. Poor Miyu in the Great Wall of Sword Qi could only be casually ridiculed by a nascent soul sword cultivator like Nayland Saihuan. Wei Wenlong shook his head and said, I don't understand the official language of the wilderness. After that, Miyu didn't say the name of the other party. He only said, the one who crossed the city wall first. Xiao Yunyan said with emotion, Grandmaster Yun Qian of the Water Fairy Palace should be coming to visit soon. Nayland Saihuan said sarcastically, Master Hidden Official has a good eye and means. Only Qi cultivators like Yun Qian don't treat their jade as the upper 5 realms. If it were the Grand Masters of the upper 5 realms of other sects, they wouldn't be so restrained. Xiao Yunyan was a gentle man who rarely showed his sharpness. Today, he argued with Nayland Saihuan and said, Yun Qian's Taoist heart is higher than mine. In other words, I, Xiao Yunyan, was a sword immortal while you, Nayland Saihuan, were only in the nascent soul stage. Naturally, my Taoist heart is higher than yours. Nayland Saihuan raised her eyebrows and said, So what if her Taoist heart is higher than mine? If we fight to the death, can Yun Qian survive? Ooh. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said slowly, So what? Her Taoist heart is higher than yours. Wei Wenlong cheered for his master in his heart. This, so what was really wonderful. Nayland Saihuan sneered and said, Sword Immortal Xiao hasn't spent much time with Master Hidden Official, but you've learned most of the essence of speaking. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, You flatter me. It was just that other than chatting, when Wei Wenlong looked at the account book on the table, he unconsciously became speechless. The Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 private residences in Inverted Hanging Mountain, was the only one that hadn't been tainted by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It seemed like there was still an endless quarrel, and there was no conclusion. First, the Rain Dragon sect master personally came to the Water Essence Palace, but he still couldn't persuade his junior martial sister to give up on the idea of moving north. As for Yun Qian, she naturally couldn't persuade her senior martial sister. When Yun Qian publicized the matter of moving north to a small circle, the Water Essence Palace was full of contradictions. Moreover, it was obvious that most people had received the secret letter from the Ancestral Hall, which caused Ancestor Yun Qian to hit a soft nail. As an unpolished jade realm immortal, Yun Qian returned to the Rain Dragon sect. Unexpectedly, there were many objections among the direct disciples and many secondary disciples. They weren't willing to move north with Yun Qian, especially the direct disciple who had become Fu Ke's Taoist companion. She had already made up her mind and said that she wouldn't leave the Rain Dragon sect. This made Yun Qian even more haggard. Yun Qian could only hide her tracks and secretly visit Spring Banner House. She sat down in the meeting hall and met Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan and Sword Immortal Nailan Saihuan. Yun Qian was indeed not good at dealing with people. She was worried when she came, but when she sat down, she didn't know what to say. Xiao Yunyan didn't want this Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral master to be too embarrassed, so he took the initiative to say, "Does the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall feel that even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, it won't be too hasty to discuss the matter of retreating? Because the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall is still a long distance away from the inverted hanging mountain. If the situation is really dangerous, we can learn from the people of the pugilistic world and pack up some important items and valuables. We'll still be able to leave. Moreover, we can gather things that are close to us. In addition to your sect master's heaven and earthen sleeve, it'll be enough to protect the sect's vitality." Yun Qian was silent and nodded slightly. Xiao Yunyan continued, "But if we move now, it'll affect the foundation of the sect and the water flow and destroy the mountain river formation. It'll be difficult to restore it. In short, there are many difficulties, and it's not worth it. It's better to wait and see." This is the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall's decision after careful consideration. Nailan Saihuan suddenly said, "Sword Immortal Xiao, you've underestimated the Rain Dragon Sect's business acumen. Now, they've begun to secretly buy up shops on the inverted hanging mountain. Well, with this, many shops that originally wanted to give up their ancestral businesses are unwilling to do so. The Rain Dragon Sect is really doing a good deed." Xiao Yunyan glanced at Nailan Saihuan. Nailan Saihuan leaned back slightly against the chair, indicating to Sword Immortal Xiao that she would just be a mute from now on. Actually, these weren't harsh words. She didn't even say the words that really hurt. For example, there were definitely people with high status in the Rain Dragon Sect, and there were more than one or two of them. They would want to make a bigger deal when the world was turning upside down and the mountains and rivers were changing, not to mention Luhua Island, which Yun Qian shamelessly seized. There was even a chance to carve out a large piece of land in Tonya Continent as the location of a lower sect. Xiao Yunyan said, "At present, it's obvious that the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral court won't move north. The reason why there aren't many cultivators following fellow Taoist Yun Qian isn't that they're short-sighted. On the contrary, it's because they've made a shrewd plan. First, the cultivators who follow fellow Taoist Yun Qian to the north are all suspected of splitting up the Rain Dragon Sect. Once the ancestral hall is angered, your senior sister can directly issue a decree, and they'll be reduced from a sect to a group of wild cultivators. This is a real worry that's close at hand. Second, even if they take the risk of moving north, where would they go? Where would they find an immortal island like the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral court that's rich in spiritual qi? Could it be that they're renting territory? Since when would the Rain Dragon Sect's cultivators need to live under someone else's roof? If they randomly found a place with thin spiritual qi for cultivation, how many cultivators would their great Tao prospects be delayed in the next 100 or 1,000 years? Taking a step back, even if they found an overseas immortal island that was barely suitable for cultivation, where would they find such a large sum of money to build a mansion, set up a mountain and river formation, and spend the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for cultivation? Ancestral Master Yun Qian is famous for being bad at management and having a shallow family background. Moreover, Ancestral Master Yun Qian is pure and has few desires. He has never liked to make friends and has mediocre connections. It's not a good decision to follow such a great cultivator who only has cultivation but no way to make money. Yun Qian was speechless and didn't even nod. Nailan Saihuan finally said, "What should we do?" Xiao Yunyan stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, it was Yun Qian. If it were an ordinary cultivator of the upper 5 realms, they would have left in anger at this moment. Nayland Saihuan glanced at the indecisive female cultivator of the upper 5 realms and asked, Yun Qian, how many people can you take with you? Yun Qian said, 62 people, including 3 Earth Immortals. Nayland Saihuan said, so many. Yun Qian blushed. She mistakenly thought that Nayland Saihuan was mocking her again. Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, I can lend you all the immortal money I've saved. Xiao Yunyan was greatly surprised. Nayland Saihuan lending money to Yun Qian was not in the plan. Yun Qian was puzzled. Why is that? Nayland Saihuan said, the world is in chaos. The money below the mountain is worthless, but the money on the mountain is more valuable. I only have one request. Yun Qian nodded. Please say. Nayland Saihuan said, Yun Qian, if you leave the Rain Dragon sect one day and establish your own sect, I'll be the sect master. Don't worry, I'll definitely be a sword immortal by then. If not, you'll still cling to your identity as a cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect. 100 years later, you'll return the money according to the rules of the mountain. Yun Qian thought for a moment and nodded. It's a deal. She finally had some courage that an upper 5 realms cultivator should have. Xiao Yunyan knew that cultivators like Yun Qian were born to be second in command and couldn't be the sect master. Nayland Saihuan turned and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Xiao, if there's a chance, how about you be the chief consecrator? Xiao Yunyan said without hesitation. Sure. The relationship he formed with Nayland Saihuan in Spring Banner House was unusual. Xiao Yunyan was a sword immortal who had a wide range of friends. Although Nayland Saihuan was too shrewd in doing business and lacked sincerity, in the future, when they established a sect in the vast world, they really needed someone like her to take charge of the overall situation. Yun Qian made up her mind. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in Inverted Hanging Mountain was extremely good. He couldn't be simply seen as an unpolished jade sword immortal. Moreover, at a moment of life and death, one's character could be seen even more. Spring Banner House was willing to be so close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so Sword Immortal Xiao's character could be seen at a glance. Compared to Nayland Saihuan, who was good at making money, Yun Qian actually trusted Xiao Yunyan more. Nayland Saihuan said, My business is done. Brother Yunyan, please continue with the business. Xiao Yunyan didn't care about Nayland Saihuan's change of address and said to Yun Qian, Master Hidden Official came to Spring Banner House for the last time and said that if fellow Daoist Yun Qian's northward migration was obstructed, there was a compromise. Fellow Daoist Yun Qian could go to Rain Dragon Sect's Ancestral Hall again and say that you're willing to personally lead a group of disciples on a trip. It would take about 5 years, and then ask Senior Sister for a sum of immortal money to be used to lead the team. Of course, the amount doesn't need to be too large. Other than visiting Flood Dragon Ravine, there are also many immortal mystic realms. For example, you can visit Luhua Island and the Cave of Fortune to search for ancient immortal opportunities. Qi cultivators below the Earth Immortal Realm can follow if they're interested. In addition, you'll also visit places like Dragon Rest Stone. Xiao Yunyan said with a smile. Master Hidden Official thought that fellow Daoist Yun Qian could only take 30 people with him, but he didn't expect to double that. It's actually a little troublesome. If 62 people leave Rain Dragon Sect and Water Essence Palace together, fellow Daoist Yun Qian's senior sister and the entire Rain Dragon Sect's Ancestral Hall will be embarrassed. Yun Qian fell into a dilemma again. Nayland Saihuan really couldn't stand this female cultivator's ignorance of the world. Some cultivators were really only suitable for Dao seeking. She couldn't help but say, it's not difficult. You can reflect on yourself in the Ancestral Hall and say that you've given up the absurd idea of moving north. You're willing to make up for your mistakes and do your duty as an ancestral master for the disciples of the sect. Then Let the cultivators who are willing to follow you to move north find some good reasons to take the cross-continent ferries of the Hassa continent and the Aquarius continent. For example, you can say that you're traveling to meet friends. Remember, you must make them leave in batches. Moreover, these people must go first and leave at intervals. Otherwise, with your senior sister's temper, after you lead the team to travel far away, she'll secretly imprison them. She'll do this kind of thing. Yun Xian nodded slightly. After the deal of the 100-year agreement was settled, Nayland Saihuan looked at Yun Xian's weak and ignorant appearance again, and suddenly found her cute. Such a great cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs would not easily cause trouble for the sect master. There were many immortal mountains in the world that were destroyed by their own people. For example, after a cultivator rose to the top of a mountain, he would be ambitious and blinded by his desire for power, and there would be a competition between sections. Xiao Yunyan said, mobilizing so many people, tearing down houses, and moving north are actually treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The three things I mentioned earlier, Master Hidden Official has actually been worried about them for a long time. However, at that time we didn't speak openly and sincerely. He was worried that fellow Taoist Yun Xian would misunderstand our intentions, so it wasn't convenient for him to speak openly. At that time, the result he wanted was nothing more than to help fellow Taoist Yun Xian leave some cultivation seeds for the Rain Dragon sect. However, Master Hidden Official also said that there was no good plan for the migration. He could only fight for it. Fellow Taoist Yun Xian, please consider what I'm going to say next. The so-called traveling is of course fake. Giving up on moving north is real. Only then can the Rain Dragon sect be at ease and let them pass. Xiao Yunyan sighed when he said this. Yun Xian's expression was focused. Sort of mortal Xiao, please enlighten me. Xiao Yunyan said with a smile. After you travel through Luhua Island's Cave of Creation, you will head east and finally reach the shore of Tongya continent. Previously, Master Hidden Official wrote, firewood is in the mountains in the letter. It means that as long as the mountains are there is no need to worry about firewood. It also means that firewood is in the mountains and not in the water. Then, fellow Taoist Yun Xian and the disciples of your sect will have three choices. First, go to the old heavenly lord of Taiping Mountain and say that you are friends with Chinpingon. Then, head north and reach the shore of Old Dragon City. First, go to the Aquarius continent's southern mountain lord, Fan Junmao. The Song clan is currently excavating a great blasphemy canal. The Rain Dragon sect cultivators are proficient in water arts. Not only can they train their Tao, but they can also accumulate some incense offerings. After doing this, you will continue north to the Aquarius continent. From Oxhorn Mountains Ferry, you will take the Hemp Sex Ferry to Skeleton Beach. Then, you will take the Spring Dew Gardens Ferry. The destination of this trip is the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven in the middle of the North Continent. It is shared by the Water Dragon sect, Fuping Sword Lake, and the Yang clan of the Cloudy Palace. Among them, the great blasphemy water lord Li Yuan and the Southern Sun Waterhall lady Shunlin are good friends of Master Hidden Official. You can settle down on one of the islands and cultivate. You can even stay there for 100 years. As for these three places, fellow Taoist Cloud Stick, where do you want to settle down? Do you want to rely on Peace Mountain, build a residence by the Aquarius continent's Great Blasphemy Canal, or stay in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven that is rich in water fate? It will all depend on your Tao fate. Xiao Yunyan paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, Master Hidden Official once said that this journey is ultimately a journey of wandering from place to place. It will definitely not be smooth sailing. It is inevitable that you will have to act according to the mood of others. Senior Cloud Stick, please pay more attention to the changes in the mental states of your disciples and help them out. Cloud Stick glanced at the chair on the main seat of the discussion hall and asked, I only have one last question. I sincerely ask, Sword Immortal Xiao, and fellow Taoist Nalan. Why is Master Hidden Official willing to do this? Xiao Yunyan smiled knowingly and said, "To be honest, I am also curious. Master Hidden Official's impression of the Rain Dragon sect is very ordinary." Nalan Saihuan said bluntly, "I dare say that fellow is helping others, but he is also helping himself. A young man without any mortal enemies would definitely not have the achievements he has today, and the Tao heart he has today." Xiao Yunyan joked. Fortunately, Wenlong is not someone who likes to complain, and Miyu is someone who is used to being bullied by you. Otherwise, Master Hidden Official would be so narrow-minded. Hee hee. Nalan Saihuan suddenly stared at Cloud Stick. Cloud Stick was confused. Nalan Saihuan suddenly smiled. "Your Rain Dragon sect has many female cultivators." Cloud Stick did not know why she said this. Nalan Saihuan smiled and said, It's fine. Our Master Hidden Official has always kept a respectful distance from women. The more beautiful they are, the more he avoids them." Xiao Yunyan did not want Nalan Saihuan to continue speaking without thinking. He stood up and cupped his fists. "I wish fellow Taoist Cloud Stick a smooth journey." Cloud Stick stood up and returned the greeting. "Sword Immortal Xiao's kindness in planning and fellow Taoist Nalan's kindness in lending me money will be engraved in my heart." After Cloud Stick left, Nalan Saihuan and Xiao Yunyan walked to the accounting room together. She asked, "You know about Chen Pingan's situation in his hometown?" Xiao Yunyan shook his head. He was thinking about something. According to the young Hidden Official's prediction, the possibility of Cloud Stick and the Rain Dragon sect cultivators choosing the Tongyi continent seemed to be the smallest, but in fact, it was the most likely. The reason was simple. The Tongyi continent was most likely going to be fragmented. Not even a tenth of the immortal forces would survive. However, Cloud Stick would go to the other two continents first. Nalan Saihuan laughed angrily. "Chun Pingan and I are neither friends nor enemies. You won't die if you tell me. Don't forget, we might be on the same side in the future." Xiao Yunyan smiled. "Whether or not we're friends with Chin Pingan depends on our own preferences. As for being enemies, I don't think so." Xiao Yunyan really did know a lot about Chin Pingan. Because Xiao Yunyan would follow Lu Ji and Madame Huanyan to the South continent, Chin Pingan hoped that Xiao Yunyan would meet Lu Xianyang once when he arrived at the South continent. As for his direct disciple Wei Wenlong, it was certain that he would be Luo Pa Mountain's consecrator. Therefore, both sides were very frank. When Chun Pingan appeared at Spring Banner House for the last time, they talked more about the inside story of his hometown. The young, secluded official was in the Great Li dynasty that occupied a continent. If he asked about the matter of Xinjiang Mountain, it would affect the whole situation. Once he fell out with the Great Li dynasty, Luapa Mountain would be surrounded by enemies everywhere. There would be nowhere to hide. There would be no way to move the ancestral hall of Jisei Peak. However, once the chessboard was enlarged, the Aquarius continent was located between the North Continent and the Tongyi continent. The North Continent had the Skeleton Beach, the Hemp Sect, the Taihui Sword Sect, the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, the Spring Dew Garden, and so on. The Tongyi continent had the Yugui Sect that was overseen by Jiang Shamjin. Since the Song clan had been immersed in meritorious deeds and knowledge for more than 100 years, they would naturally calculate the specific gains and losses, and whether it was worth it to act as a protective talisman for Xinjiang Mountain. Lu Xianyang's method of asking the sword was certainly desirable. However, Chin Pingan hoped that one day the old bastard mountain-moving ape would be besieged and killed by the people of Xinjiang Mountain. When the time came, he would only need to sit in the ancestral hall of Xinjiang Mountain and be pinched by the nose by a group of so-called sword cultivators. He would drink tea and wine as he wished, and then watch the mountain-moving ape being abandoned by his friends. Asking the sword was in his heart. Of course, climbing the mountain with Lu Xianyang, asking the sword of Jinyang Mountain, and throwing the mountain-moving ape's head into the ancestral hall was also a happy thing. I won't lose, you can do whatever you want. When they arrived at the door of the accounting room, Nailan Saihuan suddenly said, "It depends on the arrangement of the cloud contract." "Xiao Yunyan, are you afraid?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Afraid? Of what?" Nailan Saihuan shook her head and said, "Nothing." On the city wall, Lu Ji looked down at the battlefield below, where the demons were gathered like an ant's nest. This female great sword immortal was recuperating from her injuries. Half of her face was badly mutilated. The battle was in a stalemate, and she couldn't care less. Moreover, Lu Ji never cared about her appearance. Previously, she went too far out of the city and was hit by the great demon Chongguang's natal spell and the flying sword of sword immortal Shouchen. However, at this moment, in the largest ant's nest in the world, there was another tide that was advancing towards the south. The flying sword was in front, and thousands of sword cultivators were behind. On the line, the flying sword collided with the demons first. Countless demons were instantly sent flying, with broken limbs and bones splattering everywhere. This was the sword formation led by the three great sword immortals, Nailan Xiaowei, Yu Qing, and Mi Hu. Those who were willing to go out of the city to fight were free to attack with their swords. Further away were Alliance, Chen Shi, and Qi Tingji, the three sword immortals who were engraved on the city wall. They each occupied a corner of the battlefield and formed a triangle. After Qi Tingji attacked with all his strength, every time his sword Qi spread out, the area within a radius of 1,000 feet would be emptied, and countless demons would swarm over. Other than the great demon Huang Wuan, Yang Ji Bai Ing, and the Golden Armored General who were responsible for disrupting the city wall, every once in a while they would fight Alliance and the other two. Occasionally, other sovereign stage great demons would join in as well. High in the sky, Dong Sangen and the sovereign stage great demon who had refined half of the moon's soul had been fighting for a long time with the moon as their battlefield. Looking up, there was a thin black line that could be clearly seen on the huge full moon. If one were to look at it from afar, they would definitely need to fly on their swords to see the two ends of the sword mark. That was the result of Dong Sanjing's previous sword strike. Although Old Death was a demon, he was much more straightforward than many sword immortals when it came to killing demons. He superimposed his huge true body and majestic Dharma idol with a unique secret technique and specialized in tearing off the heads and limbs of those huge demons. He would then use them as flying swords and casually throw them to the battlefield in the south. The Taoist robe that the old Taoist was wearing had an ancient picture of the true form of the 5 great mountains, which was far more than just the 5 great mountains. The old Taoist held his natal item, the immortal's mirror of many treasures, which was above the sea of clouds. It was as big as a huge lake, and wherever the light from the mirror shone on, the land would be scorched. The scholarly sage took out a scroll of the yellow flow giant saliva painting from his sleeve and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle stroke, the long scroll spread out and fell from the city wall, hanging between heaven and earth. The water of the yellow river came from the sky and knocked the demons that were attacking the city back to the ground. They were drowned in the flood, and in an instant, countless bones were piled up. The golden blood of the Buddhist sage who was bathed in blood condensed into 10 golden dragons. The monk broke his own fingers and used them as the spines of the golden dragons. He then used the blood from his broken fingers to add a finishing touch to the dragons. In the end, the monk with all 10 broken fingers gently clasped his palms together and lowered his head slightly, chanting a Buddhist chant. On the battlefield, Li Kai was all alone. She held her sword and went deep into the enemy alone. There were demons all around her, and they were all using spells. What should she do if she couldn't kill all of them? Kill again. If I die here today, Jiang Shangjin, you heartless bastard, remember to squeeze out some tears and put on a show. After thousands of sword cultivators left the city wall, they opened up a formation in a line. As the battlefield continued to advance, the line that was originally straight gradually became thinner and distorted. A young sword cultivator named Chun Li followed the line of sword aura and shuttled freely on the battlefield. He didn't linger in the battle and stabbed those demons that were injured but not dead to death. If he couldn't kill them with one strike, he wouldn't get entangled. The young Chun Li carried a sword called Yi Ming, which was his natal flying sword, Yi Ming. That sword was a sword immortal's relic. Once it overlapped with the flying sword Yi Ming, it could create the embryonic form of a small world. Although he was only in the sea-viewing realm, he was extremely shrewd in fighting on the battlefield. His attacks were calculated, and his control of the battlefield situation was almost instinctive. He also liked to crazily pick up scraps on the battlefield. Before he saw money and treasures, he would wander around. As long as he saw money, he was the kind of person who valued money more than his life. Therefore, he earned the nickname of Little Hermit. The young man also once left a bold statement on a nameplate in the wine shop. 100 years old sword immortal is at your fingertips. Chun Li chopped a burly demon to death with one strike. As he ran with his sword, he wiped the blood off his face. With a roll, he dodged the flying sword of a hidden demon sword cultivator. At the same time, he rode the flying sword, Yi Ming, straight away. The other party also dodged the flying sword. Both parties parted ways and didn't have the intention to pursue. An old Jindan, sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, was surrounded, and his arm was almost chopped off by a demon's axe. He didn't expect that it would be blocked by a green-robed swordsman with a dull expression. He casually chopped off the demon's head. The Jindan sword cultivator thanked him. Even if he was hit by the axe, he wouldn't die. However, on the battlefield, he could only temporarily retreat. He didn't expect that the sword cultivator would tear off his face and smile. The Jindan sword cultivator was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Damn, the second shopkeeper. Then he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The young hermit stabbed his heart with his sword and shattered the old man's Jindan with sword aura. The man covered his face again and disappeared in a flash to another battlefield. Wei Jin of the Temple of Wind Snow, who was recuperating and staring at the battlefield, immediately got up and left on his sword. This person must be killed. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. He was the same as Chun Pingon and Si Chun, and he was very extreme. He could protect himself and had enough killing power. Only when he had both, the so-called shrewdness and means would be meaningful. Otherwise, he might as well just strike with his sword and attack directly. In the heart of the battlefield, there was a burly armored warrior riding a fine horse. He held a long spear in his hand, and the long spear had pierced through the corpses of 3 sword cultivators. This great demon held the reins with one hand, and the war horse spun in place. The burly armored warrior, whose face was covered by a helmet, seemed to be patiently waiting for the sword immortals. A young sword cultivator had his chest pierced by the fists of a militarist demon with a human head and an ape body. After he fell to the ground, his head was smashed by a foot. Just as the demon raised his head, a sword beam from afar blasted his entire head apart. A young female sword cultivator, whose intrinsic flying sword had been destroyed, stumbled in retreat. She was grabbed by the arm by a demon that had charged at her from the side. With a punch to her neck, her entire arm was ripped off. The demon placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. The demon jerked his chin at the 2 female sword cultivators' companions far away, indicating for them to focus on saving the girl. Lying in a pool of blood, the young girl's face was covered in blood, and her vision was blurry. She tried her best to look at her childhood friends in the distance. She picked up a broken weapon nearby and stabbed it into her heart. The demon frowned and threw away the half-chewed arm in his hand. Just as he was about to attack the two young sword cultivators, his body was smashed to smithereens by a sudden punch. He did not even see the face of the female martial artist until his death. He only knew that she was an inconspicuous, thin old woman. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, the gray-robed elder looked at the battlefield with a calm expression. The bearded man, Lu Cha, stood beside the elder and asked, "Are we going to let the great wall of sword qi drag on?" Since the other party did not choose to retreat to the righteous world, Chun Xingdu clearly wants to leave behind a bunch of sword Dao seeds, even if he doesn't want the great wall of sword qi. The gray-robed elder laughed. "Retreat to the righteous world? I'm more than willing. As long as I'm left with this great wall of sword qi, these sword cultivators can go wherever they want. As long as they leave this place and head to the inverted mountain, the righteous world's qi refinement warriors will be exposed. In the South Pasua, Fu Yao, and Tongyi continents, we might not even have to do anything. Unfortunately, Chun Qingdu is not stupid. Otherwise, if the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi retreat today, the South Pasua continent tomorrow, the Tongyi continent and Fu Yao continent the day after tomorrow, the cultivators of the 8 continents might as well retreat to the Middle Earth Divine continent. I won't stop them." Lu Cha said, according to the message from the sacrificial warriors who crossed the city wall. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has mobilized a large number of Yin Yang School and Mahe School mechanical engineers. They plan to ascend with the entire city. The gray-robed elder nodded and said, "If that's the case, it's a little troublesome. Even with the mirage as the tip of the heaven-opening sword, and the help of those sword immortal resonances, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's array formation alone won't be able to hold the entire city." The elder smiled and said, "Is Chun Qingdu's actions considered desperate?" Lu Cha did not say anything. On the inverted mountain, the young manager of the Storkin sat at the door and basked in the sun. Year after year, there was nothing new, but it was better than being beaten by the wind and rain. At the old door, the little Taoist was still flipping through the book. The sword-wielding man squatted at the side and complained that the book was flipped too quickly. When the great heavenly lord came out of seclusion, he received a decree from his master. The Jingjian pavilion had long been closed. The shops that were still open at the Elk Cliff were also deserted. The Lingji pavilion was almost empty, and there were no more bustling people. Most of the cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect still felt that the sky would not collapse. The children of Luhua Island were still pestering the old man to ask about the strange people on the land. On the 5th world, an old scholar was urging the most proud scholar in the world to be more straightforward, more domineering, and more elegant. At the highest point of the Beko Keikyang building, a young Taoist who had returned from a long journey was slowly strolling on the railing. He was holding a pile of scrolls in his arms. They were all paintings of immortals that he had plundered from all over the world. Once they were spread out, there would be a spring dream of a beautiful woman in a garden. There was a picture of a small yellow cat curled up on a rock to enjoy the cool air. There was a picture of a lone fisherman fishing in the cold river with a lot of white space. There was a small boat that could be used to fish with a man in a straw hat. There was also a picture of a scholar in a green robe watching a logger on Taiping Mountain. In the ancestral hall of the Jisei Peak in the Baoping continent, ripples moved slightly and a tall woman in white appeared out of thin air. Wei Pai, who was at the top of the cloud mountain, opened and closed his eyes, pretending not to know. Old Yang, who was in the backyard of the medicine shop in the small town, was smoking. In the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chun Pingon put away the innate divine ability of the caged sparrow. He was holding the bloody head of a demon clan sword cultivator. A golden vortex appeared where the sword had pierced through the heart, but there was no trace of blood at all. Nia Xian began to prepare to sew clothes. She told him to be careful this time. This time, the mending of the real name was different from the past. It was very important. Shuang Jiang squatted at the side and asked the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his back exposed, "Since you are a scholar, do you have an innate character?" "683. Wei Jin, the sword was of the Wind Snow Temple, had found the trace of the green-robed swordsman. However, a handsome child with a sword-nourishing gourd on his waist suddenly appeared in front of the green-robed swordsman. The child stretched out his palm and blocked all the sword light of Wei Jin's sword. Then he shook his wrist. His palm, which had turned charred, recovered in an instant. This sovereign great demon, who was neither high nor low in the ancient well, was called Azure Flower. That exquisite face that could bewitch women, if one looked carefully, was pieced together from other people's faces. The blade-strengthening gourd contained countless remnant souls and broken flying swords of sword immortals. The great demon Azure Flower smiled at the young swordsman behind her. "Junior brother, have you had enough fun?" The green-robed swordsman nodded. "Be careful." The great demon blocked the sword immortal's sword from afar. Wei Jin's two swords brushed past her. Azure Flower was already hovering above a huge pit. She said with a gentle voice, "Senior brother, what are you being careful for?" "I'm careful enough. I haven't found Chun Qingdo yet." Lu Ji arrived on her sword and said to Wei Jin, "Continue chasing. Leave the sissy to me." Azure Flower smiled at the female great sword immortal with half of her face destroyed. "Is this the beautiful great sword immortal Lu from the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Lu Ji didn't say anything. She answered with a sword. At the top of the city wall, the monk covered in blood was like a golden Buddha with the Great Wall of Sword Qi as a lotus. The middle-aged Buddhist saint's kasaya fell off by itself. His fingerless palm gently lifted the kasaya into the air. It suddenly became as big as a sea of clouds. Instantly, wind and clouds surged. The kasaya grew bigger and bigger. Buddhist light illuminated the world. In the end, the cloud sea kasaya that covered the sky, and the sun fell, covering the battlefield outside the city wall. It turned into countless specks of golden light and attached to the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The monk sat cross-legged. A lotus lamp appeared in front of him. It burned for a stick of incense. Then, within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the injuries of the numerous sword cultivators on the battlefield were all transferred to the monks. There was a seal script on the Phantom Sword Immortal's seal. It was copied by the young hidden official from the Great World, the reincarnation of Dingguang Buddha, the mortal of the Saha world. When the incense stick was about to burn out, the monk put his palms together and looked into the distance with a smile on his face. However, the light in front of him was still there. Not only that, it was even brighter. The sages of the three sects, including the monks, had been fighting from the beginning to the end. For example, this Buddhist sage had sacrificed his life force to change the heavens and the earth, helping the Great Wall of Sword Qi to suppress the wildlands. Together with two other sages, they had worked together to create the Golden River 3 times. They had shaken off their body of lion bugs, cut off their fingers, turned them into golden dragons, and took off their kasaya to protect sword cultivators. There was also the tragic massacre of the siege battle, where blood flowed like a river. There was also the scholarly sage's yellow flow great saliva painting. Most importantly, there was the Buddhist divine ability that enveloped the battlefield. Having nurtured the sword for so long, Wu Qingpei felt that it had been too long. Finally, he used all his strength to conjure his intrinsic flying sword, Sweet Rain. This Sweet Rain was one of the top 3 flying swords in the summer abode. On the battlefield outside the city, thousands of demons were shrouded in a curtain of blood that rose from the ground. In an instant, Their flesh and blood were being ripped apart. Every raindrop that contained sweet rain's sword intent minced their souls. The great demon by Ying's throne was the closest to the front. However, it was still some distance away from the three battlefields of Alliance, Chenxi, and Qi Tingji. On the throne of bones that was formed by the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of bones, this great demon had no flesh or blood. Its white bones were as white as jade, and it was still stepping on the head. When she saw Wu Qingpei conjure his intrinsic flying sword, Bai Ying kicked the head away. She stood up and stared at the curtain of rain that was slowly rising into the sky with great interest. Bai Ying retracted her gaze. On the battlefield, there was a pitiful little unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. He had lost an arm. Not only was he wielding a sword with one hand, but his ankle had also been cut off. However, for some reason, he had bypassed the three sword formations that Qi Tingji and the others had set up and was heading straight for the throne. The man stopped and faced the throne of bones. He raised his sword, but he was not looking at Bai Ying. Instead, he stared at the head and said, "The sword cultivator of the illumination lineage, Gao Kui. You have to ask the ancestral master for the last sword." Bai Ying glanced at the head on the ground and laughed. "I think you should forget about it. I'll just slap you to death and let your disciples and grand-disciples keep you company." An empty gray robe with no one inside drifted over and slowly landed on the throne of bones. When it appeared, Bai Ying immediately sat back down and did not dare to say another word. The gray robe stood at the edge of the throne. In the distance was Gao Kui, who wanted to ask for the last sword of his life. A hoarse voice sounded. "Illumination. Receive the sword." The two great demon thrones were next to each other in the air. They were both women. The great demon Yangji appeared in her true form. She had a human head and a dragon body. She wore an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe. She sat high on the dragon throne with her huge dragon tail dragging on the ground. The sovereign stage great demon, named Fei Fei, did not reveal her true form. She had a young appearance and a pair of scarlet eyes. Her robe was embroidered with thousands of threads, each of which was a river or stream that she had refined. On her wrist was a bracelet refined from a dragon's natal pearl. On her feet was a pair of embroidered shoes with 2 dolly beads on the tips of the shoes. Yangji had just retreated from the battlefield and was hit by Qi Tingji's sword. At this moment, she had to show her true form to heal her injuries. In the cultivation of the demon race, it was faster to transform into human form. However, when it came to healing, it was still faster to restore the true form. Yangji's eyes were gloomy. She stared at Qi Tingji, who occupied the vast battlefield with only one sword. The old sword immortal who carved the words on the great wall of Sword Qi was a handsome young man. According to the earliest prediction of the moon-bearing mountain, Qi Tingji was a person with lofty ambitions. He would never be willing to die and leave the great wall of Sword Qi along with the hidden officer Xiaoling. At the crucial moment, he would betray the great wall of Sword Qi and attack a certain great sword celestial, just like how Xiaoling punched his left and right back. He did not expect Qi Tingji to change his mind. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. As long as Qi Tingji was willing to leave the great wall of Sword Qi, the only one who could kill him was Chun Qingdou. However, once Chun Qingdou chose to attack, the great ancestor of Moon, supporting Mountain, who had been watching from the sidelines, would also attack. The only explanation was that Chun Qingdou had given Qi Tingji a better path to the great Tao. Fei Fei floated next to the dragon throne. Compared to the human-headed dragon-bodied Yangji, Fei Fei seemed extremely insignificant. She glanced at the two youths standing on the armrest of the dragon throne and smiled at one of them. She then used her mind to speak to Yangji. "You did not supervise the battle properly and are guilty. Why don't you say something?" Look at how tactful Huang Wan is. Yangji's face turned even nastier. She lightly slammed her tail against the ground, causing the earth for 1,000 feet around to tremble and shatter. She and Huang Wan were in the worst possible situation. Yang Ji had once been the ruler of the Yelluo, so she naturally had a conflict with Fei Fei over the Great Tao. However, with Moon supporting Mountain as witness, Yang Ji had given the entire Yelluo to Fei Fei. In exchange, Fei Fei needed to help Yang Ji become the ruler of the 9 provinces of the vast realm, while the vast realm was wantonly seizing water. Yang Ji had to become the mistress of all the dynasties and sovereigns of the mortal world, the conferment of the 5 peaks, the burning of incense in the mortal world, the life and death of gods, and the flow of martial arts would all be decided by Yang Ji. And Yang Ji also needed to help Fei Fei fulfill her greatest wish. That was to have Fei Fei devour the last embryonic true dragon and make up for her great Tao. In the future, all the water in the vast realm and the vast realm would be under Fei Fei's control. Thus, the 2 sides went from an endless struggle for the great Tao in the vast realm to an alliance of mutual assistance. On the armrest of the dragon throne stood the 2 embryonic sword immortals of the first divine tent. You see, and the youth, Shol, you see, had only learned of this after the battle. Shol was actually Yang Ji's direct disciple, and Shol had only just learned that Yu Si had been addressed as young master by Fei Fei. After that, the atmosphere in the first divine tent became rather strange. Except for Wooden Clog, the rest of the colleagues found it difficult to get along with them calmly. Everyone looked at them with a few more uncontrollable and difficult to hide fear. So today, the 2 sword cultivators agreed to come here to relax. Shol said, "It seems that there has been no trace of Chinpingan." Yu Si nodded and said, "Then it will be difficult to avenge Lu Bai." Yu Si wore a black robe, but his hair was tied up with a white satin. The black and white were distinct, and he looked very handsome. Shol looked gloomy. Sister Lu Bai changed her physique, but her sword heart is a little unstable. Yu Si knelt on one knee and looked at the battlefield in the distance. If it was me, it would also be difficult to maintain the previous clear sword heart. Shol gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill Chinpingan." Yu Si smiled and said, "Count me in." He turned his head to look at Fei Fei. She smiled and said, "Once we destroy that rotten fence, I will find that young hidden official for young master." Yang Ji hesitated for a long time and glanced at the top of the city wall. The scholarly sage had taken out the yellow stream, great saliva painting, causing a steady stream of water to pour onto the battlefield from the top of the city wall, preventing the monster race from besieging the city. She took out a painting scroll from her sleeve, reluctant to part with it. As the former ruler of the Yelluo, before handing over the Yelluo, she had first refined 3 10,000-li-long rivers, one of which was the Wooding River, filled with white bones and ghosts. Yang Ji threw the scroll at the great wall of sword chi, dodging the flying swords of the sword cultivators and rolling to the ground. The surging Wooding River collided with the yellow stream, great saliva, creating 1,000 ripples. In the previous battle, the great Yao Jia, who had not taken action even once, looked up at the old Taoist from the blue heaven world. It was said that he was the city lord of the 12 cities on the 5th floor of the Beko Keikyung building. The inverted mountain beneath the great Yao Jia's feet was as smooth as a mirror, dazzling and dazzling. This shattered inverted mountain was not any smaller than the mountain seal that the second Taoist brother had left behind in the righteous world. It was known as the Golden Throne of the World. It was refined from the fragments of countless mountains and rivers in the history of the world. As a result, it needed to be forged from the bones of the great Yao to connect the golden stones of various sizes. The mirror surface of the platform was like the largest golden coin in the world. The great Yao Jia was wearing a golden robe. Even though he was not using a concealment technique, he was still enveloped in the light of the sun, hiding his true appearance. The great demon obsidian armor was located at the center of the mirror. It controlled the mountain under its feet and rushed to the sky above the battlefield. It used the entire golden throne to block the burning power of the grand sun that was reflected by the myriad treasures mirror. Previously, the old Taoist had used the myriad treasures mirror to connect with the sun of the world and aimed it at a pure jade realm demon military cultivator. Not only did he burn the demon's tough body to death, he also used the immobilization technique. In the end, Yu Qing, one of the 10 Great Peak Sword Immortal candidates, chopped off the demon's head with his sword, mighty, suppressing the 5 mountains. Then he used his 2 natal flying swords, 100 Feet Spring and Skylark in the Sky, to kill the demon's immortal soul that was trying to escape. Yu Qing won some time to catch his breath. He looked around and saw that there were no demons involved in the battle. He stepped on the demon's head and shook his wrist lightly, scattering the blood on his sword. Delightful! Yu Qing headed south with his sword. This great sword immortal with great killing power had also publicly sneered at the sage of literature's lineage. He had also taken the initiative to find the young, secluded official to express his gratitude and apology. Open and above board, the old Taoist nodded slightly. Great sword immortal, you was too courteous. Then he frowned. He changed the angle of the myriad treasures mirror a few times, but the treasure light was still pulled towards the golden throne. The old Taoist sighed in his heart. His cultivation was no longer at the peak. There was nothing he could do. The golden throne beneath the great demon Yao Jia's feet was boiling with lava from the myriad treasures mirror. Golden liquid constantly flowed out of the mirror and sputtered wildly. It was as fast as flying swords. Be it sword immortals or demons, they all died on the spot upon contact. Yao Jia laughed and asked, "Old Taoist, you still have a long life ahead of you, but you're going to die here. Is it fun?" This old Taoist, who was highly respected in the green underworld, had 2 of his most important natal items. The myriad treasures mirror in his hand had many cracks on its surface like a spider web. Every time a tiny crack appeared, a black thread would appear on the old Taoist's golden immortal physique, which could be said to be immaculate. His cultivation base and life were drained away at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the horsetail whisk, more than half of it was destroyed, leaving only the handle. The old Taoist held the mirror high with one hand and stroked his beard with the other. He laughed and said, "Fun my ass." He said the most vulgar words with the most aged Taoist immortal's manner. It was hard to imagine that this was an elegant Taoist immortal who once said, "When the peach blossoms bloom, if there are orioles on the flowers, it's especially moving. I don't dare to move my eyes, but my soul is moved." It was even harder to imagine that when the old Taoist preached in his own city in the Beko Keikyang building, many Taoist immortals who came from other cities sat on the praying mats and shared his thoughts. Yao Jia didn't mind and didn't say anything else. Both sides were just wasting the fragments of the mountain and water's deity's golden body, while the old Taoist was rapidly depleting his Tao life. I, Yao Jia, will gladly accept this great merit of killing one of the 3 sages of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. According to the contract, Tuua Mountain promised to take out a continent of the vast world. On the territory, all of the vast world's Confucian academies, orthodox mountain and river deities conferred by the dynasty, as well as the large and small deity statues, would be smelted by this mountain. None would survive. In particular, it was said that many ancient deities reincarnated in the vast world, which was the key to Yao Jia's Tao. If it smelted all of them, it would be able to hover in the sky like the grand sun and look down on all living beings like a supreme deity. It would truly become immortal. No matter how the Tao flowed, The so-called heaven's net was wide, but nothing could escape it. Plus, the River of Time also had to take a detour to avoid it. The Taoist immortal reached out and slowly raised his hand. A series of golden inscriptions appeared on the outermost edge of the mirror. The words were huge, and each of them turned into a golden body deity that was more than 100 feet tall. Among them, the words sun, moon, metal, wood, water, fire, earth were like the eye of the array. The deities that appeared were especially majestic and were more than 100 feet tall, especially the deities that were born from the words sun and moon. Behind them, there was a halo formed from the sun's halo and the moon's essence. Streams of golden lava floated endlessly, like the ribbons of the celestial beings in the murals on land and water. The old Taoist immortal suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. In the future, if there are sword cultivators who travel the vast world, remember to visit my city. The scenery is great, and the fairies are even more beautiful. I've been with all of you for so many years. I'm so happy. After saying that, the old Taoist immortal's body melted into his soul. In the end, he turned into a dazzling rainbow light and went into the myriad treasure mirror that was hovering in the sky. Then he surged out and crashed into the golden essence throne. Even the Taoist Jia couldn't control the throne to avoid the rainbow light. It could only watch as the old Taoist immortal's soul and spirit melted into the golden essence thrown like snow. Then a crack that the old Taoist immortal's soul forcefully tore appeared on the surface of the mirror. His last words were only 3 words. Please drop your sword. Great sword immortal me, who slashed with all his strength along the crack and sliced the golden essence thrown into 2. After this battle, the Taoist Jia, whose natal item was damaged, could only retreat from the battlefield and try his best to repair the damaged golden essence mountain. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, the bearded man and the gray-clothed old man stood side by side. Lu Cha said, Chen Shi and Nalan Xiaowei are both a little off. They shouldn't have fought so hard. They shouldn't have risked their lives like this. The gray-clothed old man nodded. On the other hand, Qi Tingji and Old Deaf were very normal. They looked fierce, but they still left a way out on the battlefield. At most, they would drop by 1 realm. As for Chen Shi and Nalan Xiaowei, the 2 patriarchs of Taixiang Street, they were rushing to their deaths. As for Dong Sengeng, the old man raised his head and looked at the round moon that was far away from the sky and not close to the ground. Looking at his posture, Dong Sengeng didn't plan to return to the city. Not only that, when this person completely fell, there would be a great scene. Although they couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, the gray-clothed old man still felt pity for Dong Sengeng. He was such a hero. The gray-clothed old man didn't care about the life and death of the Lotus Nunnery's abbess. She went behind the moon-bearing mountain and refined half of the moon without permission. It was an act that deserved death. Now that she was going against Dong Sengeng, she had the advantage of time and place. However, it was also a cage. Lu Cha asked, according to the latest deduction of the Jiazi tent, the Confucian Temple is going to give half of the world to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gray-clothed old man nodded. That's a big deal. The young hidden official used a utilitarian way of arranging troops and formations to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the same time, he had his hands tied and fought for several years, which made the sword cultivators frustrated. That fellow who descended from the sky went to the Qing Ming Tian and ran back, dispelling some of the frustration in the hearts of sword cultivators. The Sage of Rites had a saint overseeing this place. The secondary saint had Alliance and mellow scholar Chen Chunan. The Sage of Literature had the great sword immortal by his side, and the hidden official Chen Pingan. These scholars who traveled from afar were using their own methods to reason with the Confucian temple of Howrah in heaven. On the battlefield, Li Kai stopped. A sovereign stage great demon with ethereal immortal chi appeared 1,000 feet away. It was Huang Wan. This great demon passed through the demon race army and found Li Kai, who was digging deep into the formation alone. Huang Wan smiled and said, "You're Li Kai? I heard you bought the frozen cloud in. What a coincidence. It's mine now. Put away your sword and kneel. Be my servant, and I'll spare your life." Huang Wan was silent for a moment. Then she narrowed her eyes and said, "What I'm saying doesn't sound good for a female sword immortal. Just call me a sword attendant." Together with Li Kai's cloud stopping in, which was carved entirely out of jade, the Thousand Ravine Inn, the Elm Immortal Inn, the Armor Warehouse, and so on, all the private residences left behind by sword immortals should be his spoils of war. Li Kai's body was riddled with wounds, but most of them were concealed by the Taoist robes she was wearing. Her cheekbones had been smashed apart by a demonic cultivator from the school of the military. Her skin was mangled, and her bones were exposed. Li Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. She smiled and said, "You even know that I bought the frozen cloud in?" Huang Wan nodded and said, "There are still some sword cultivators who are afraid of death." Rong Kai sheathed her sword. Her movements were swift and violent. Her sword was surged, and a ripple as tall as her, and the others spread out. In an instant, countless heads of the demon army that surged forward from both sides of her, and the great demon Huang Wan rolled down. Huang Wan put 2 fingers together and stretched out her hand. She shook it lightly and dispersed the invisible sword intent. "Since you're already at the end of your rope, don't show off," Li Kai asked. "Then do you know that even if you go to the Tongya continent, you'll be stabbed to death?" Huang Wan laughed and reminded her, "I'm actually not in a good mood right now." Huang Wan was originally the sovereign great demon abbot of the Wilderness Sword Cultivator Formation. She was obviously in existence that the gray-robed elder of Moon-Bearing Mountain placed high hopes on. Firstly, Huang Wan's status in the Wilderness Sword Cultivator was very high. She had never argued with other great demons. Secondly, the item that Huang Wan was looking for in the eyes of the other sovereign great demons was useless. Furthermore, Huang Wan was not very ambitious. In the words of a certain great demon, Huang Wan was just a trash collector in the Wilderness Sword Cultivator Formation. That was why Yu Tuoshan handed the battle that was in the limelight to Huang Wan. However, that exchange of swords, which was likely to be unprecedented in history, should have been an earth-shattering battle. 2 groups of sword cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands, had used flying swords against flying swords and a torrent of sword chi against a waterfall of sword chi. Not only had the wilderness of sword chi failed to suppress the great wall of sword chi, it had even suffered greater losses than expected. In the end, Huang Wan and the great demon could only go to the Wilderness Sword Cultivator Formation at the back of the battlefield to kill those sword cultivators who were trying to reinforce the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Not only that, Huang Wan had to throw half of the jade palaces and pavilions that she had painstakingly refined and collected at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was obvious that the gray-robed elder was not very satisfied with Huang Wan's performance. Li Kai looked back. Unknowingly, she was a little far away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It could be seen that her swordsmanship was very good. Huang Wan said, "I'll give you one last chance to live." Li Kai thrust out her sword. Huang Wan reached out to grab the sword light and broke it. The sword light splashed out from her palm, but it did not hurt Huang Wan at all. Li Kai bent down and dashed forward, instantly unsheathing her sword. Huang Wan's robe spread out. The small world was snow-white. Li Kai's spiritual chi was forcefully raised to the peak, but it only broke Huang Wan's small world. Huang Wan said that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. It was absolutely true. Li Kai, who could not attack a second time, retreated and vomited blood. Huang Wan did not look at the woman's pitiful state. She lifted a sleeve that had been torn to shreds and looked at it. She felt a little sorry for her. She raised her head and smiled. Your sword will is really not bad. You are indeed a sword cultivator from the North Continent. I'm definitely going to take you as my female sword servant. After I take you down, I'll have Bai Ying refine your soul into a new one. When we get to the Tong Yi continent in the future, you'll be able to see if anyone can kill me with a single stab of their sword. Ooh. As she spoke, Huang Wan pressed down with one hand. In a flash, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. A mountain-sized pavilion came crashing down on Li Kai's head. Li Kai was about to attack with her sword when she realized that an elder had come to her side. He said that he had offended her and pulled Li Kai to the back. At the same time, the elder threw the long sword in his hand towards the pavilion. The long sword, and the sword light went straight up and stopped the pavilion, as if a single tree was supporting a dangerous building. Yao Chongdao's name was Lianyan. Perhaps it was because the Yao family head liked the word Lianyan so much that his sword and natal flying sword were named Lianyan. Immortal Realm. Before coming here, the elder had exchanged swords with the attendant. The demon sword Immortal had already retreated from the battlefield. Huang Wan said helplessly, I'm really not interested in battle achievements. Why come to me when you are seriously injured? But I can't reject a head that is given to me for free. Above the pavilion, another huge building came crashing down. The sword Lianyan, which was overlaid with sword light, was instantly pressed into a slight arc. Huang Wan was using the wear and tear of an intermediate refinement item in exchange for the wear and tear of Yao Chongdao's great refinement item. There was no need to hesitate. Huang Wan's mind moved slightly, and the immortal abodes came crashing down. The tip of the sword Lianyan had already cracked. It was just that the elder's natal flying sword had yet to appear. Huang Wan wanted to see if Yao Chongdao, who was seriously injured, could use the trump card that made her eyes light up. Li Kai was about to return to the battlefield when the elder shouted angrily, Li Kai, it's not that I look down on women, it's that I look down on your unpolished jade realm. Retreat. Li Kai could only curse and decisively gave up the idea of charging forward. Huang Wan looked up at the dazzling sword light that had already pierced through the entire pavilion. She smiled and said, I originally thought that sacrificing a long sword was a smokescreen to save someone and yourself. All right, since you've made up your mind to waste your life with me, I'll let you have your wish. Killing an immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can make up for your mistake. The elder was wearing a robe of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His sleeves fluttered as he suddenly asked, You know my grandson-in-law? Li Kai didn't want to be superfluous and distract Yao Chongdao, but she also didn't want to retreat. She put some distance between them and nurtured her flying sword. After hearing this, she nodded and said, I know him. We're quite close. Yao Chongdao hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll have to trouble sword immortally to tell that kid that he doesn't need to come and ask for my hand in marriage. I don't care about his empty head. Li Kai was speechless. It wasn't that this great sword immortal Yao didn't care, but he couldn't drag that guy by the collar to the Yao family to ask for their hand in marriage. Li Kai wanted to say that she had a direct disciple and was obsessed with that guy. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she decided not to say it. Li Kai said, Senior Yao, I can exchange places with you. If there's a chance, we can retreat together. Yao Chongdao was too lazy to expose the true intentions of this North Continent girl. Why would she die here at such a young age? However, the elder smiled and said, Don't underestimate the trump card of a sovereign stage great demon. You're just a little girl. If you die together with an old man, it'll be like committing suicide for love. What would that be? The elder leaped up lightly and sat down cross-legged. Clouds appeared under his feet. He placed his hands on his abdomen. Clouds rose from his palms, and a snow-white pocket-sized flying sword slowly rose. Huang Wan's expression was calm. Yao Chengdao's natal flying sword was suitable for large-scale battles. It was very similar to Wu Qingpei's sweet rain and Yu Qing's skylark in the sky. Its strength was not in close combat. Huang Wan exhaled a mouthful of colorful fog. It disappeared in a flash. There was not much of a scene. However, it made Li Kai, who was far away from the battlefield, feel terrified. Any sovereign stage great demon was a monster who had lived for a long time. In the long years, Huang Wan had refined hundreds of natal items of the 5 elements. She kept eliminating and replacing them. In the end, she had 2 immortal weapons and 3 half-immortal weapons. As for those magnificent jade palaces, except for 3 of them, the rest were all external objects. She had collected a large number of ancient ruins and immortal caves. It was nothing more than a hobby to relieve her boredom. Yao Chengdao said to himself, "Little Ning, from now on, I'll leave her to you to protect. Don't not protect her just because she's strong enough. There's no good man in the world who won't protect the woman he loves. It's good that you can stop Little Ning and go out of the city to fight with Li Zhen. It's good that you can still live after defeating Li Zhen. So there's nothing to worry about. I'm very relieved." In an instant, the old man's forehead, temple, neck, chest, and abdomen seemed to have been pierced by 5 colorful flying swords. After being pierced, the old man's bones, blood, flesh, soul, and sword intent were all madly absorbed by the 5 inconspicuous holes. Huang Wan was obviously not too willing to let Yao Chengdao's sword light destroy too many buildings, except for Li Kai, who was clearly determined to deliver the next sword, even at the cost of her own life. In the distance, a young woman had already rushed over on a flying sword. Her momentum was like a rainbow. It was Ning Yao. The old man shattered his natal flying sword without warning. He closed his eyes and smiled. "Although I didn't use my sword, I died a worthy death." The mountain was covered in clouds and mist. Yao Chengdao used his soul, sword, and intrinsic flying sword to create a world of his own. In the next moment, Huang Wan found herself in a vast white mist. An immortal stage sword immortal, whose flying sword was not a natal ability to create a small world, actually had the means to detain a sovereign stage great demon. What was the point? As a matter of fact, Yao Chengdao was already deader than dead. Who can kill me? Li Kai? Or Ning Yao, who was ultimately only at the nascent soul stage? Far away, a certain B** starred who was ganging up on 2 sovereign stage great demons disappeared into thin air. Moreover, he directly broke through 2 small worlds that had a strict atmosphere. One of them was a burly giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Wherever he stood, there would always be a golden futon following him. He had once taken the lead to ascend the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, he was slashed down by Chun Qingdu's sword. After that, he purposely left a deep sword mark that was as deep as a ravine. There was also a short old man who rode on a flying sword. His brows and hair were white, and he carried a long staff on his shoulder. He came to the giant's shoulder and asked in confusion, "Why is it so strange?" A moment later, on a battlefield, the clouds and mist dispersed, revealing the truth. A man used Yao Chengdao's Lianyan sword to stab the head of a great demon. He raised it high into the air and said indifferently, "The one who killed Huang Wan is Yao Chengdao and Alliance." The large moon that served as the battlefield was already on the verge of collapse. A tall old sword immortal stood on a huge corpse of a great demon. He laughed loudly and said, "Alliance, what do you think? Dong Sangan was the only one who killed the Lotus Nunnery Master. Although his natal flying sword was destroyed, the old man could still return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He exploded his sword intent and enveloped the entire large moon. Then he transformed into a huge Dharma form and dragged the large moon to the ground. He smashed it towards the place where the great demon army of the desolate land was gathered. The bright moon began to shatter, and the old sword immortal's figure gradually dissipated. The large moon crashed to the ground with such great momentum that the 6 great demons, including Yangji and Fei Fei, had no choice but to face the bright moon and the old sword immortal with the surname Dong. Alliance raised his arm high and gave a thumbs up. "684. Twisting Heart was furious. Chimpingon, what's wrong with you? Squatting on the side, Shuang Jiang sighed softly. He couldn't blame the little girl for being hot-tempered. She was used to the hidden official patriarch's tenacity. She had been through all the previous sewing sessions, so she was used to accidents big and small. No matter how dangerous the process was, she always seemed to succeed. Therefore, this accident was very unexpected. In this cage, after killing another nascent soul realm demon sword cultivator, Twisting Heart needed to inscribe the real name of an ancient ferocious demon and use her natal item, the embroidery needle, to pierce through Chun Pingan's back. She also needed to connect his spine. With only 2 strokes left, she failed. If Twisting Heart didn't withdraw her knife in time, Chun Pingan's spine would have been broken into 2 pieces. The surging aura of the real name of the demon surged crazily into Chun Pingan's heart. If Chun Pingan didn't have a few words left in his heart that Twisting Heart was familiar with, Chun Pingan's body and soul would have exploded like a string of firecrackers. He would end up like the Earth Immortals who self-destructed their Jindan and nascent soul. The young hidden official patriarch fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Most of his skin was peeled off, and his spine was exposed. The young man curled up on the ground and twitched. The ground was covered in blood, and the remaining aura of the real name of the demon lingered in the blood. Vaguely, the aura of the real name of the demon gathered into a Jindan. It wanted to use the blood as a cultivation ground, hoping to become a nether spirit. If it was left alone in the vast world, a Jindan stage ghost might be born in the blink of an eye. Then it could find an ancient battlefield site with enough aura of evil to gather nether soldiers, build a nether house, and build a tree king banner. It would become a ghost king who could bring chaos to thousands of miles. Nien Xian also ended up in a miserable state. She spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. This time, she did not forcefully swallow it back into her stomach. Instead, she turned her head and spat it out on the ground. The air-green snake turned into an otherworldly demon. With a wave of his sleeve, the real name nether spirit, which was rapidly growing into a mustard seed, was separated from the blood on the ground and suspended in front of him. Frost Descent stretched out 2 fingers and gently crushed it. The filthy evil chi, which was enough to turn a cultivator in the lower 5 states directly into a puppet of the nether spirit, completely disappeared. After a while, Chun Pingan sat up. His soul was trembling, and his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were trembling slightly. It was as if there was a fish flipping its back under the ground. The blood in his body was boiling like a flood. Fortunately, the 5 elements' natal items began to operate on their own, helping to calm the phenomenon. Fortunately, Chun Pingan was able to maintain his physical body. He said apologetically, "I really can't take it anymore." Frost Descent winked at Nien Xian, hinting that the little girl should not add salt to the wound. Although Nien Xian was no longer scolding, she still looked displeased. She said in a low voice, "We're about to attack Yunqing and Qingqiu. If you're still so useless, I advise you to stop here. After all, this real name garment is barely usable now." Chun Pingan nodded. Nian Xian helped Chun Pingon roughly so his skin and disappeared in a flash. Her accidentally superfluous actions. Nian Xian pretended to be careless. Chun Pingon pretended not to exist, and Frost Descent pretended not to see. The three of them had a tacit understanding. After Nian Xian left, Frost Descent advised, carefully, Elder Ingguan, it's already not easy for your body to be on the verge of collapse every time you use the method of exchanging life for life. If you want to sew the clothes immediately after killing the demons, it's not appropriate. Once the clothes were not sewn, Chun Pingon's body and mind recovered very quickly. He was like a sick person who had just recovered from a serious illness. He was also like a person who had been blind for a long time and finally saw the light. He was immersed in a relaxed and comfortable small world. Chun Pingon could already stagger up and walk slowly with his body hunched. After Frost Descent cleaned up the real named demon, the large pool of blood on the ground had already been kept by Nian Xian into her embroidered bag. Frost Descent praised her inwardly. What a thrifty sewing girl. She said nice things in return. Chun Pingon said, the matter of sewing clothes now is too painful. Every time I kill a demon, my heart trembles when I think about it. I want to finish it in one go. Moreover, Nian Xian said that the more painful it is, the deeper the memory, and the better the effect. Frost Descent said slowly, relying on the suppression of heaven and earth of the caged sparrow, every time you decide to change your life, you secretly create a place of no return. You use all your means, and you can kill the nascent soul realm sword cultivator's time and time again, just like that cockroach sword cultivator. So what if he was suppressed by you by more than half of his realm? Didn't he still destroy your heart with one sword strike? If it were someone else, they would have died after being hit by that dripping sword. How should I kill the rest of the upper 5 realms? Meng Po and Qing Xiu are slightly better. Meng Po's natal supernatural power is proficient in illusion techniques, so it won't affect you much. You can just show her a flaw. Qing Xiu is naturally suppressed by Nian Xian. Zhu Jie's natal scroll is in the small world of the caged sparrow, so it's difficult for Zhu Jie to fully display his supernatural power. If Zhu Jie spreads out the scroll, you can fold mountains and rivers. It's easy to say that there will always be a chance. As for Yun Qing, it's hard to say. These 4 are just talking about whether you have the slightest chance. As for the immortal realm Ho Changjun, you have no chance of winning. Once you open the prison door, you will be courting death. Ooh. Frost Descent said finally, unless you reach the peak of Wufu Mountain, and at the same time break through the Sea Watcher and Dragon Gate realms and enter the Jindan realm. The premise is that you don't go and fight with that Ho Changjun. The gap between the realms is too big, so it's useless even if you use all your tricks. Chun Pingon walked out of the prison and said, Peak of Wufu Mountain, forming the Jindan? You make it sound so easy. Don't you know my current situation and plan? The extraterrestrial demon followed beside him and clenched his fist again and again. His arm rose and fell above his head, and he shouted again and again, Old ancestor, you don't care about big or small things. Thousands of caddies are like goose feathers. Thousands of years of worries are like drizzling rain. Old ancestor can turn clouds and rain with one palm. In the end, he received a punch from Chun Pingon, who was in a bad mood. The extraterrestrial demon's body broke into pieces, and after it reassembled on the spot, it looked sick and tired and no longer annoyed others. If he was a loyal official who remonstrated with death, he would not be trusted. If he was a treacherous and flattering official, he would be beaten. It was really hard to predict the heaven's will. Being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Chun Pingon walked all the way to the pavilion below the prison. Qsword Huang, he, and the other 5 nascent soul stage sword cultivators of the demon clan had a rough idea of what Shuang Jun had pointed out. Their only goal was to fight for the right time and place to surpass the nascent soul stage sword cultivators. In this way, of course, it was not a pure Q sword between sword cultivators, but it was not an unfair victory either. As sword cultivators, Huang He and the others also had their own secret techniques. Chun Pingan's biggest reliance was the small heaven and earth of the flying sword caged sparrow. Both of them were in the realm of Qi cultivator, and they were in the realm of Qi cultivator. Then there was the deity drum beating style of the remote traveling martial artist. According to Frost Descent, as long as Chun Pingan reached the Jade Pure realm in the future, the sparrow in the cage sparrow would be well nourished. By then, they would both be in the same realm, and each of them would be in the same realm. Only then would they be in the same realm. Breaking through the realm and killing enemies would be as easy as picking up money from the ground. However, these were all things that were out of reach. For now, he could only think about it and have some fun. When he arrived at the pavilion, Chun Pingan sat with his legs crossed. He placed the narrow saber horizontally on his knees and began to breathe to temper the remaining martial arts fate. At the same time, he was thinking about the deal with Frost Descent. He was doing 3 things at the same time, cultivating 2 things at the same time. After reaching the cave-dwelling realm, Chun Pingan was used to being a cultivator in the lower 5 realms. Regardless of how Frost Descent, an ascendant realm cultivator, treated it as a lower 5 realms cultivator. This was the first time he cultivated as an immortal in the middle 5 realms. When he was breathing leisurely, the aperture acupoints on Chun Pingan's face were filled with white fog. Reiki was pure, like slender but eye-catching snow-white serpents hanging upside down on the cliff. Especially in the middle of Chun Pingan's eyebrows, there was a spot of divine light that flickered, and in the eyelids there was a faint golden light. His eyes were like 2 caves, with 2 bright lights shining through the bamboo curtain at the door. This was the bland immortal appearance of Daob that Qi trainers below the earth immortal dreamed of. After fighting with 5 nascent soul realm cultivators for 5 rounds, regardless of whether it was practicing martial arts, forcefully tempering the martial arts fate into the root of the mountain, or checking the flaws through the injuries, or refining the flaws of the natal item, it could be said that he had gained a lot. Frost Descent abided by the rules and did not step into the pavilion. He was like a lonely ghost floating outside. Chun Pingan's deal with the extraterrestrial demon with 1 grain of grain rain money was almost coming to an end. 1 grain of grain rain money was divided into 10 grains of small heat money, all of which were used to buy Frost Descent's life. Frost Descent received the first grain of small heat money as a gift of the ancient dragon-slaying platform's execution item, the narrow saber Jankan. The string of inscriptions in the crystal heart could help Chun Pingan to forget himself faster and immerse his mind more deeply when he was meditating. Its effect was similar to that of a cultivator sitting on a cushion in a fairy's house and lighting up the mountain and water incense in the cave. Although it was a method of dripping water to penetrate a stone, it could not be underestimated. Cultivators in the lower 5 states absorbed the aura of heaven and earth like holding water with both hands. It was very difficult. After entering the middle 5 states, it was like having a bucket to draw water into an ancient well. Of course, it would be faster. Chun Pingan not only received a treasured saber that could defeat the flood dragon, but it could also benefit his cultivation in the future. It was very profitable. For the 2nd grain of small heat money, Chun Pingan asked Frost Descent to explain in detail the cultivation tips of the Cave Realm, Sea Watching Realm, and Dragon Gate Realm, as well as the combination of all the major and middle refining natal items. Chun Pingan decided to enter the Cave Realm in the prison. At that time, the aura of heaven and earth was flowing backward. Frost Descent said with certainty that this was a matter of chance. He took the opportunity to wander around and helped to find the 6 mountains of the Crown Prince who had opened 10 natal acupoints. He successfully obtained the 3rd grain of small heat money, Apart from Frost Descent's imparting of Taoism, dispelling doubts, and earning money, Frost Descent also made an additional deal with Qin Pingan. Frost Descent only said that the sword fairy banner that was refined by Zhong needed to be erected at the top of the mountain temple with a secret technique. He did not mention the details at that time. Therefore, Qin Pingan obediently took the bait and made money by transforming the extraterrestrial demon. The Grand Master Yinguan, a Qi cultivator of the cave realm, had an additional cultivation technique to add to the brocade. In addition, the imitation of the Baek Ok Kyung building pagoda could be used as an important supplementary natal item after opening a new acupoint in the sea-watching realm. The natal item of the 5 elements could absorb the aura of heaven and earth, and the aura of the 5 elements naturally produced in the small world of the human body could be refined by the Baek Ok Kyung building. It could be used to nourish 5 natal items with half the effort. This was Frost Descent's timely help. In addition, how to add the finishing touch to the murals in the Water Mansion, 3 kinds of celestial secret methods that Frost Descent imparted to the ancestor of the hidden official only cost Qin Pingan 1 grain of small heat money. Frost Descent had already obtained 4 grains of small heat money. The 2 short swords that Frost Descent seemed to be casual, and only said carving the boat in the past. Frost Descent deliberately said it vaguely, because he didn't want to reveal the real origin. The 2 short swords were respectively inscribed with the words desecration and lake. The former one was already in Qin Pingan's blade-nourishing gourd, and was not in the category of business. However, the short sword with the word lake inscribed with the word ancestor of the hidden official, Frost Descent offered 1 grain of small heat money, and Qin Pingan also agreed. Unknowingly, the otherworldly demon had already earned 5 grains of small heat money. After Qin Pingan entered the Dragon Gate realm, he could start refining the 2 ancient swords into 2 flood dragons in the Dragon Xiao pond of the Water Mansion. As for the flood dragon of water that was originally condensed from the water core, he could refine it into a pearl of water. In the future, on the path of cultivation, the stronger the water fate, the higher the grade of the pearl. First, he gave away the short sword with the word desecration for free. Then, he talked about the benefits of refining the short sword with the word lake, the sword immortal banner, and the imitation Baek Ok Kyung building. In fact, the otherworldly demon was fishing. He gave half of the bait and kept the other half. Qin Pingan didn't mind Frost Descent's business methods. After all, it was a fair trade. It couldn't be considered a forced trade. Other than that, Frost Descent continuously used the celestial cave robe that was both real and fake, the 2 green snakes beside his ears, and all the golden sand and golden body fragments that he obtained from the longevity fellow to make a deal with Qin Pingan for 4 grains of small heat money. Only 1 grain of small heat money was left after pooling 1 grain of grain rain money. According to the agreement, the otherworldly demon Frost Descent could immediately leave the prison and obtain unfettered freedom. Moreover, once it left the prison, Qin Pingan and Qin Qingdu could no longer target it. As long as it didn't follow the demon race into the vast world and didn't harm any sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it could go to the wasteland to be an overlord or go to the vast world to hide its tracks, support puppets, and establish a sect. It was all up to it. During this period, Frost Descent was once willing to buy a small story of a contract with Qin Pingan with a piece of snow money on credit. In the end, Qin Pingan quickly used a piece of snow money to exchange with Frost Descent for the real material of the 5 Thunder Seal. Frost Descent suddenly said, "I originally thought that the inconspicuous piece of snow money would become the winner of our deal. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to eliminate the doubts in my heart so quickly." Once Frost Descent had 9 grains of small heat money and some scattered snow money, but even if it was only 1 grain of grain rain money and only 1 grain of snow money, the deal still couldn't be completed. In this deal, The awkward part of the otherworldly demon frost descent was that it was only 1 grain of small heat money, and it would die. Even if it was only 1 grain of snow money, it would still die. Chun Pingon still had his eyes closed, and said frankly, "At first, I thought of tampering with this snow money, but I changed my mind later." Frost Descent stopped and asked worriedly, "You haven't made up your mind not to give me the last grain of small heat money, have you?" "Ancestor Ingwan, please don't do business like this. It's too damaging to your moral standing." Chun Pingon opened his eyes and shook his head. "Of course not. I'll do the first grain of small heat money with you, and you can live." Frost Descent nodded gently and said doubtfully, "I know about this, but I've never dared to believe it." Chun Pingon said, "Do you want to see Frost Descent so much? For a otherworldly demon who has obtained pure freedom, do you still need to be so obsessed?" The two of them were silent. Chun Pingon continued, "You are no longer an immortal couple. Moreover, with your cultivation and state of mind, aren't you always together with the great cultivator, Frost Descent, inseparable? Because the inner demon of Frost Descent was his beloved woman. It should be a Tao fate after Frost Descent reached the upper 5 states. It was not until Frost Descent reached the Ascendant Realm, or even when he was trying to reach the Lost Realm, that this otherworldly demon really appeared. However, Frost Descent had never been able to completely eliminate this inner demon. In the end, they were separated from each other. It was estimated that Frost Descent used some mysterious Taoist magic to only expel the inner demon, but he couldn't really subdue, refine, or kill this inner demon. However, these were all baseless speculations. Only God knew the truth, unless Chun Pingon went to the Qing Ming world in the future and could see the real Frost Descent. The otherworldly demon squinted and asked, "How did you guess it? Was it the embroidered handkerchief of the woman's boudoir that revealed my origin? Or was it my instinct to avoid you when you touched my head?" Chun Pingon asked back, "Guess what? Didn't you deliberately want me to know the truth?" The otherworldly demon, who had the appearance of a white-haired boy, smiled sweetly. She floated in the air and clapped her hands lightly. She praised from the bottom of her heart, "What a great patriarch, hidden official. Chun Pingon has never disappointed anyone." Chun Pingon said, "The last small sum of money, let's make a promise of 100 years. Before you and I meet again, you help me secretly protect a person." The white-haired boy gently flicked the green snake beside his ear and said, "The fifth world only allows Qi cultivators below the upper 5 states to enter. I don't dare to violate the rules of Confucianism. I want to, but I can't. This deal is difficult for me." Chun Pingon, are you being unkind? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Ew. Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "My master is there. I believe that the scholarly sage who guards the pass will turn a blind eye to you in the end. However, you only have one chance to act. After that, you will be expelled by the scholarly sage at most. At that time, you will have to listen to my master's arrangements. Whether it is returning to the vast world, settling down in Loapa Mountain, or being imprisoned in the Forest of Merits, I will find you. No matter what price I have to pay, I will keep my promise and restore your freedom. If you don't act, you and I will meet in the fifth world." The white-haired boy asked, "What if?" Chun Pingon said in a deep voice, "What if I can't keep my promise to find you? After 100 years, no matter what, you will still be free." The white-haired boy began to wander around the pavilion, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. He began to discuss the details with the young hidden official. "Scholars care about their reputation the most. It's not much of a secret for me to hide in a sword cultivator's soul. Even if that teacher of yours helps me, it's still inappropriate, isn't it? If Twisting Heart can go to the fifth world, her soul is deep enough. However, she is in the unpolished Jade realm and can't go. You can't blame me for this. First, that great demon who caught the pavilion, has its own specialization. Second, it can hide in the depths of the soul of a Jindan sword cultivator and successfully hide from the sword cultivators. Obviously, it can't be done in a day. If you give me 3 to 5 years of time, I am confident that I can find a Jindan cultivator and take over the nest of a magpie. Chun Pingon said, I will help you find a place to hide. The white-haired boy said with emotion, the hidden official's plan is flawless. There are thousands of words in my heart, but when they reach my mouth, they become speechless. Chun Pingon stood up and hung the saber on his waist again. If you agree to this, please don't do anything unnecessary in that brand new world in the future. Don't try it again. Otherwise, you will have to burn incense every day and beg me to die in this great wall of sword chi. Chun Pingon smiled and squinted. Before every fight, I never like to say harsh words to people. Today, I will make an exception for you. Please cherish it. The white-haired boy no longer had a mischievous expression. He bowed respectfully. I will follow the ancestors' decree. From now on, the deal of 1 grain of grain rain money is considered complete. Chun Pingon leaned back and fell to the ground. He put his hands behind his head and said, I will go back and test the depth of Meng Po and Qing Qiu's cultivation. If I can't even deal with them, I will have to trouble you to use the dove fairy technique to fight for me. Chun Pingon closed his eyes and said, Maybe you purposely let me know the identity of the woman and mistakenly thought that you were the inner demon of the woman Shuangjiang admired. In fact, it was all a trick. It doesn't matter. You have won. I didn't lose anything anyway. The white-haired boy said with a sad expression, the hero is not free. The ancestor's heroic look is really distressing. Chun Pingon unsheathed his blade. He didn't even look at the otherworldly demon. He quickly slashed his blade. The otherworldly demon quickly condensed and jumped towards the pavilion. It gave a thumbs up and clapped its hands again and again. You are not a hero who can turn the world upside down. You are also a hero who can destroy mountains and rivers. Ancestor, oh, what a good blade technique. Twisting Heart sat on the steps in the distance. She looked at the otherworldly demon and the green-robed man in the pavilion. They were about to leave. It was very likely that they would go to different places. She suddenly felt reluctant to part with them. As a sewing person, she had never been so lively in her life of cultivation. Yet it was stable. She didn't have to worry about the unpredictable schemes on the mountain. No one looked at her as if she was a ghost. A group of 3 people walked on a lonely street. Li Kai was dressed in a snow-white robe, a slender snow-white sword. Shuangjiao was tied to her waist. The sword in the scabbard had already been broken into 2. Other than the female leader of the Fuping sword sect, there was also a young man, Chen Li, and a young girl, Gao Yuqing. They would follow Li Kai to the North Continent and become her direct disciples. Li Kai admitted that she wasn't as heroic as Lu Ji. Her appearance had already recovered. The scar on her cheek wasn't obvious, but her face was pale. It was obvious that she hadn't fully recovered. The real hidden danger was that Li Kai's natal flying sword, Snowflake, was severely damaged. She probably wouldn't be able to reach the immortal realm for the rest of her life. Li Kai didn't care. When a woman's realm was high, it was easy for her to not get married. It didn't matter how good her temper was. This female sword deity had been fighting nonstop since she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She led the charge every time. A few years ago, there were many rules in the Summer Palace. The hidden officials' messenger flying swords were the most annoying and restricted sword deities. Among the sword deities, the one who scolded the young hidden officials the most was definitely Li Kai. She was far better than the local sword deities. After Li Kai retreated from the city with serious injuries, she gave up all her battle achievements. She only asked for a sword and a robe from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She had a close friend, Taixia progenitor Liu. They had agreed to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi together to kill demons. When they arrived at the wine shop, Li Kai looked at the uninvolved plaque. In the end, she only pulled one off the wall and held it in her hand. She wasn't in a hurry to return to the North Continent. She wanted to travel to the South Saw Continent. For example, she wanted to visit the mountain where the sword deity Yuan Qingshu lived. Li Kai had a broken blade strengthening gourd with her. It was Yuan Qingshu's relic and should be returned to his sect. In the past, Yuan Qingshu had joked with the local sword deity, Gao Kui, about using the blade strengthening gourd to store wine and the name of a great demon to accompany the wine. In the end, both of them died. Li Kai turned to look at the two small heads at the door of the shop. She smiled and said, "Tell the second shopkeeper that this uninvolved plaque has been taken away." Feng Kengel said, "It doesn't matter. Just take it away." The second shopkeeper wouldn't even dare to fart when he sees such a beautiful girl. Not only did she go to another shop to spend money to drink, but she also made a big fuss and embarrassed her own shop. The peach board had a good memory. She remembered all the customers who came to the wine shop to buy and drink. She asked Sister Zhao, "Why hasn't our second shopkeeper shown himself yet? Is he wearing a woman's skin again and making himself look pretty? Is he secretly killing demons?" Li Kai laughed. "Sister Zhao, did the second shopkeeper teach you that?" The peach board nodded. Feng Kengel complained, "Why are you nodding like an idiot? You're not sincere at all." Li Kai stopped smiling and said, "Give me a pot of each type of wine. I want to bring them to the South Saw Continent." Gao Yuqing was carving words on the uninvolved plaque with his flying sword. Chun Li rolled his eyes and said, "What's so good about that Pang Yuanji?" Gao Yuqing turned around and hid the uninvolved plaque. She said angrily, "It's none of your business." Li Kai stood at the door of the shop and looked at the top of the city. She came here to fight to her heart's content. She didn't think that her swordsmanship was far from enough. In the end, she owed sword deity Yao a huge favor. The problem was, how was she going to repay him in the future? How was she going to repay him? The youth looked lonely. "Master, am I going to be a disciple of the Fuping sword sect from now on?" Li Kai said, "Then learn from the second shopkeeper. Vast world, hidden official Qin Pingan. Great wall of sword Qi, Chun Li of Fuping sword lake. Don't delay each other. Home comes first, cultivation comes second. Don't forget your roots." The youth nodded. That was a good idea. Li Kai finally left the Great Wall of Sword Qi with the youth. There were no cross-continent ferries from the North Continent to the inverted hanging mountain for the time being. They found an immortal inn to stay in. Li Kai drank alone. Li Tumi, Tao Wen, Zhou Cheng, Nailan Yeshing, Gao Kui, Yao Chongdao, Dong Sangeng, Zhang Jiao, and Li Ding of the White Mountain Continent, Yuan Qingshu of the South Saw Continent, Han Huizi of the Taihui Sword Sect, Xia Shi of the Fuyao Continent. There were so many young sword cultivators. Many of them were around the same age as Chun Li and Gao Yuqing. There would only be more and more of them. Li Kai's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. She leaned against the window. "Let's just drink to death in this *T unpolished jade realm." Gao Yuqing stayed next door. The girl was still adapting to the environment of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The difference between Spirit Qi and Sword Qi was like heaven and earth. Chun Li was a careless person. While practicing his sword, he was at a shop in the inn that specialized in selling treasures on the mountain. He was weighing his money bag. Because the entire Lingjizhai had already moved away, the various factions familiar with the inverted hanging mountain had previously cleared out their inventory and sold many low-grade spirit artifacts at a low price. This inn was one of them, so there weren't many transcendent artifacts. At first glance, there was a dazzling array of dazzling artifacts. Li Kai, who had been paying attention to Chun Li's sword intent, in the distance, frowned. Her murderous aura surged as she rushed over. Li Kai reached out and grabbed the youth's natal flying sword. Blood flowed from her palm and dripped to the ground. She was unaware of it. She said to Chun-Li, "So many sword cultivators died. I didn't ask you to come to the vast world to die. If you really want to die, you can wait until you become a sword immortal. If a sword cultivator in the sea-viewing realm dies, who will remember who you are? If you can't hold it in any longer, you might as well become a mountain cultivator. You will die quickly. Otherwise, when you cultivate in the future, you will be killed first, and I will be angered to death by you. I won't know how to avenge you." The person targeted by Chun-Li's flying sword was a flustered shopkeeper. When he saw Li Kai, he bowed and apologized to the female sword immortal. Anyway, there were many reasons, such as being blind and not worthy of death. Of course, there was no need to kill. In the end, Chun-Li's sword heart was unstable. His murderous intent was too strong. He had already left the battlefield, but his sword heart was still reverberating there. This was a good thing. However, if Li Kai didn't do anything, even if Chun-Li reached the North Continent, he would die as soon as he left the mountain. Li Kai opened her hand, and the youth immediately kept his flying sword. Chun-Li said guiltily, "I don't have any complaints towards Master, nor towards the North Continent." Li Kai smiled. "Master doesn't care about this. I only care if you practice your sword well, and if there is a sword immortal in Fuping Sword Lake." Chun-Li said honestly, "It is still a little difficult to become a sword immortal within 60 years. Li Kai patted the youth's shoulder and wiped the blood from her palm. "You are a man. Show some courage. You are my direct disciple. Even if you are only a sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms, when you talk to others, especially when you yell about killing, you have to have the tone of a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. Upon hearing the words century-old sword immortal and sword immortal of 60 years, the shopkeeper in charge of the inn's shop felt his eyelids twitch. He regretted it and quickly thought of a way to remedy the situation. Li Kai and the youth spoke telepathically, and the youth reluctantly bought the spirit artifact that he liked at a high price. When they returned to their residence, Li Kai asked telepathically, "Do you remember that guy? Get back at him yourself in the future." "Oh." Chun-Li beamed from ear to ear and nodded vigorously. Li Kai knocked on Gao Youqing's door and grabbed the girl's cheek, pinching it hard. Chun-Li needs to control his temper. "Gao Youqing, what's wrong with you? Was he too timid and afraid of trouble? If Chun-Li attacks, Master will stop him, but she will be happy. You, on the other hand, are just watching from afar. You don't have the slightest intention to attack. Master is very unhappy." Gao Youqing, whose cheek was pinched, said timidly, "Master, my brother wants me to endure when I reach the vast world. I must not cause trouble." Li Kai spat. "No wonder Marquis Gao Yi is still a rotten nascent soul." Gao Youqing's eyes immediately turned red. Not only did he miss his brother, who he had depended on since childhood, he was also worried that the separation between them was not as simple as life. He was worried that it was actually a silent farewell. Li Kai immediately let go and said softly, all right. If you want to endure, then endure. However, Master can teach the two of you a trick. If you are bullied, then endure. But if your fellow disciples are bullied, then chop them to death. Mother ****, kill those who should be killed. Don't chop those who shouldn't be killed. Just chop them until they are half dead. Our floating duckweed sword lake still has some money. We can afford the medical fees. This way, you and Chun-Li will endure what you need to endure and vent your anger. If you really can't beat them, you can go back home and call Master to help you." At the beginning, the young man and woman were quite happy when they heard it, but when they heard "go back home," they became silent and sad. Li Kai sighed softly and waved her hand. She went to drink and left a sentence for her disciples. "Go practice your swords Old Death finally returned to the prison. Yu Yu and Chongming followed him to the pavilion for the first time. Dream Granny's prison was already empty. Old Death came to the stairs and glanced at the pavilion. There was a young hidden official who was wearing an unfamiliar robe. The robe was huge, and the sleeves dragged on the ground. Chun Pingon seemed to be in meditation. He did not notice Old Death's arrival. Old Death stretched out his hand and grabbed the jasper hairpin that Chun Pingon had pinned in his hair bun. He pulled it in front of him and said solemnly, "Boss Sword Immortal wants to borrow this item. I'll return it to you soon." Chun Pingon remained indifferent. Old Death glanced at Twisted Heart, who was sitting at the bottom of the stairs, and carefully kept the jasper hairpin in his sleeve. The old man did not trust that otherworldly demon, but this one-track-minded young lady was more reliable. Twisted Heart sensed Old Death's scrutinizing gaze and said, "It's fine. He asked for it. It has nothing to do with Wu Shuangjiang." The woman who appeared from the gold essence copper coin frowned slightly. Shuangjiang chuckled. "Dao friend Chongming, there's no such thing as taking all the advantages in the world. Getting 9 for 1 is the right thing to do. You should learn more from my ancestor." The woman nodded gently. Yu did not know why, but when she looked at the young hidden official's figure, she felt a little apprehensive. Old Death rushed over and disappeared in a flash, leaving the prison. The young man and woman walked up the stairs together. Shuangjiang followed behind. "Dao friend Chongming, shall we continue to plunder the land?" The woman smiled. "I've been waiting for a long time." Gao Kui's final sword was to ask Ancestor Dragon Sovereign. After Dragon Sovereign received the sword, he personally killed the last sword immortal of his lineage. Not far away from the gray-robed man, Withered Bones Bai Ying was sitting on the throne. Seeing this scene, she felt that the minds of these sword cultivators were really strange. Fortunately, in the future, there would no longer be such an existence in the vast world. Other than Chun Chunan from the South Saw continent, who was more troublesome to deal with, the rest of the cultivators from the Fuyao continent and the Tongye continent, especially the group of cultivators who were said to have achieved the Tao at the peak of the mountain, as well as most of the cultivators from the Immortal Mountains, were well aware of their moral conduct. They knew who was on the genealogy records, how they were passed down in an orderly manner, what the ancestors and earth immortal cultivators had done for thousands of years, what their temperaments were like, and what their disciples sought. The most elegant sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword, Qi used to drink wine from a wine cup. He liked to lean against a smoking cage in the corridor and watch beauties perform swords. He made dozens of scented sachets, all of which were popular in the boudoirs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sun Jiyuan's hair was disheveled, and he was barefoot. With the sword immortal as the center of the battlefield, there were broken limbs and broken bones of the demon army. He held a broken long sword in his hand, and his robe was covered in blood. The sword immortal's vision was blurry as he looked around. Was this a dream? Life was a great drunkard. A sword immortal from the Central Plains who was born with a bitter face finally got the best of both worlds on the battlefield. There was also a young demon cultivator who cut off the head of an old sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. With tears in his eyes, he raised it high and shouted, "I have avenged my master." Then he threw away the head in his hand and rushed forward to meet his death. Since he was on the battlefield and had to die, he could only try his best to win more merits for his sect and tribe. In the wasteland, those big demons and earth immortals were all fighting for territory in the vast world. The big demons of the upper 5 realms all had their own ways to go. The earth immortals might want to enter the upper 5 realms or seize more feng shui treasures and natural treasures. However, the demon race, which was the largest in number, was only driven to this place. The whole wasteland was divided into 20 parts by the moon-bearing mountain. On the 20 routes to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and constantly gathering. There were piles of bones of those who died before reaching the battlefield. The big demon Zhongguang twisted off the head of a sword immortal who seemed to be surnamed Zhao. He didn't care. Anyway, there would be a military tent to record this merit. The reason why this Ascendant Realm big demon in a bright red robe was willing to take the initiative to return to the battlefield was different from the pitiful Huang, one who needed to make up for her mistakes. Zhongguang saw the complete reversal of the situation on the battlefield. After the scholar, the last sage of the three sects, shattered his natal word and died. The wasteland had completely suppressed the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword cultivators who went out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had no choice but to retreat to the top of the city. Just like the military tent predicted, as the battle continued, more and more sword cultivators died faster and faster. Alliance was besieged by 3 sovereign realm big demons in a world. He disappeared from the sight of the top of the city, and no one knew where he went for a long time. Lu Cha defeated Qi Tingji. In the center of the battlefield, only 2 sword immortals, Qin Shi and Nalan Xiaowei, were left. Then there were Lu Ji, Yu Qing, Mihu Guojia Yanming, and the sword immortal Chou Miao from the hidden official's lineage. They defended the front line to win a chance for the sword cultivators behind them to retreat to the top of the city. Apart from the sword immortals, there was also a short old woman. She had already punched through the heads and bodies of countless demon cultivators with her fists. The enemy facing the old woman at the moment was a burly demon cultivator from the military school in golden armor. His armor shone brightly, and golden light drifted around him. He held a blade with both hands, and there was another blade at his waist that had never been unsheathed. The demon had obviously been eyeing that female warrior for a long time. Far away from the battlefield, he used the power of shrinking mountains and rivers. After a sudden slash, the old woman's entire back was slashed open. The short old woman took a few steps to the side and forcibly raised her fists again. If I was still at the 10th level at my peak, I, by Lianshuang, would be able to crush a mere nascent soul cultivator with one punch. A ray of white sword light that had been searching for the old woman's figure surged over. The sword split the military cultivator apart with his body and armor. The young woman flew to the old woman's side and said, "Let's go back together." In the distance, several big demons began to show themselves. "Young lady, that's it. Just let me take a break from now on." The old woman said softly, "Young lady, please go back quickly. If you don't agree, how can I fight with peace of mind? In the Yao family and the Ning family, I've never slacked off. Today, young lady, let me be selfish for once." The old woman stepped in front of Ning Yao and faced the battlefield in the south. Her back was to her hometown. She smiled and said, "Young lady, take care of yourself in the future, and take good care of young master. Young master is such a good man. If you meet him, don't let him go. Even old dog Nalan and I won't agree, let alone master and madam." The old woman said angrily, "Ning Yao, don't wait for me. Wait for Qin Pingan. 100 years, 1,000 years. It's worth it." By Lianshuang, the 9th level martial cultivator, used his fists to open a path. Just like that, he and his fists went far away. On this trip, the old woman felt guilty, reluctant, and relieved. Chun Shi, who was at the forefront of the battlefield, slashed open the small world of a sovereign realm big demon. He turned the tip of his sword and directly found the big demon Zhongguang on the battlefield. In the Battle of the 13 and the Siege of the City, this Ascendant Realm big demon was the leader of the demons in the savage land. The big demon Zhongguang was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was wrong with Qin Shi. He was willing to sacrifice his life and cultivation just to kill Zhongguang. If Qin Shi only chased after him, Zhongguang wouldn't be afraid. He had countless methods to avoid Qin Shi's attack. At most, he would have to sacrifice his 100 years of cultivation and 1 or 2 defensive treasures. The sovereign realm big demon, who fought with Chen Shi threw the lightning spear in his hand toward old sword immortal Chen Shi's back. Elsewhere, Nayland Xiaowei blocked the spear for his old friend Chen Shi at all costs. He allowed himself to be surrounded by 2 sovereign realm big demons and watched Chen Shi leave with his sword. The old man who carved the word Chen on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Energy had his life and sword intent in this sword. Zhongguang, the big demon, was an ascendant realm big demon. How could he not die? Nayland Xiaowei laughed loudly. Why don't we have another sovereign realm beast? The group of yin-yang cultivators and Mahist mechanical engineers had left. Chen Sanqiu and Stack Zhang walked together. It was the first time they came to the Great Wall of Sword Energy. They took a cross-continent ferry called Coral Jade in the Central Divine Continent. After crossing the gate, Chen Sanqiu looked back. Stack Zhang said, "When we reach the Central Divine Continent, we can wait for the door to open once every 100 years. The two found the stork inn. In the narrow alley of the inn, the young innkeeper sat at the door and basked in the sun. When he saw the white-robed man and the one-armed woman, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Esteemed guests, please come in." After crossing the threshold, Chen Sanqiu said, "Chen Pingon once said that if you were still in the inverted hanging mountain, I should ask you if you were a cultivator." Chen Sanqiu smiled. Chen Pingon also said that he didn't have any other intentions. He was just curious. The young innkeeper leaned on the counter and laughed. "I'm just a small businessman. I can barely protect my ancestral property. How can I be considered a cultivator?" Chen Sanqiu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The young innkeeper looked up and glanced at the table of lazy people in the hall. He was angry. They were open for business, but each of them was more arrogant than him. The stork inn had little business, so the servants had nothing to do. An old man was in charge of closing the door and opening the door, a middle-aged chef who wasn't good at cooking, a strong woman who cleaned the courtyard in the house, and a young girl who didn't treat people well. The 4 of them had the surname Nian: Nian Hong, Nian Doufang, Nian Chunqiao, and Nian Fenghua. They were gathered at a table. The man and woman sat on a bench. The old man and the young girl sat opposite each other. The young girl was lying on the table and yawning. An old man with a brandy nose stood on the bench. He was drinking wine. Every time he took a sip, he would close his eyes and shiver. A pot of wine could last half a day. The man seemed to be in a trance, but his hand under the table reached for the woman's leg. The woman slapped his hand away. After a while, he tried again. His perseverance was commendable. The woman was busy gossiping with the young girl. She told the young girl that the rumors around Inverted Hanging Mountain were all lewd. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything to talk about. The reason why Immortal Master Cloud Sign of the Water Essence Palace wanted to leave the Inverted Hanging Mountain was because a handsome junior of hers in the Water Essence Palace didn't care about seniority and was infatuated with her. Immortal Master Cloud Sign couldn't scold or scold him, let alone agree to it. Thus, she could only leave in embarrassment. Also, at Elk Cliff, a female cultivator who was a tourist was ruthlessly pinched in the buttocks again. It was really strange. Every time she went there for a stroll, she didn't encounter such a vicious attack. The woman even asked the young girl if she had heard about the Lingjijai that moved away not long ago. Although there were many immortals in their inn, it was actually very messy. TSK, there were quite a few foxes who were really shameless. How did the returning customers come? Wasn't it because of the Immortal Masters Banquet? All of them exposing their white breasts and calling out brother and sister in bed? The young shopkeeper brought 2 dishes to go with the wine. He walked around the counter and sat on the only empty bench. He placed the 2 dishes of soybeans and vinegar peanuts on the table. Then he scolded the talkative woman with a smile. "Can you please stop?" I don't know who pretended to be a fox immortal and knocked on the door earlier. She was even called ugly. The young girl pressed her cheek against the table and asked softly, "Shopkeeper, are you talking about Chin Sancho and Stack Shong?" The young shopkeeper nodded. He picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. They're both very powerful young people. It's just that the killing intent in their hearts is a bit heavy. The old man took another sip of wine. The wine in his cup was not even a bit shallow. He drank until his whole body curled up. "Chun Sancho, you seem to have quite a lot of sword and literary luck. You're a talent. As for that young girl, it doesn't matter if she's missing an arm. I can tell at a glance that she's going to bring good fortune to her husband. Oh, shopkeeper, our wine and soybeans are really amazing." The man muttered, "You're the only one who can make wine that smells of horse urine taste like the best immortal wine." The young shopkeeper said helplessly, "In any case, it's wine brewed in our own shop. Please say something nice and be a bit more polite." The young girl took out a small and exquisite rattle drum from her sleeve. The drum surface was painted and sewn with dragon skin. It had a peachwood handle and a colored glass bead hanging from it. The old man frowned and said, "Put away the window flower." The young shopkeeper said with a smile, "It doesn't matter." Looking at the four people in front of him, the young shopkeeper said, "It's been so many years. You've worked hard." The woman sighed sadly. She took out a bamboo hairpin from her sleeve and placed it on the table. She fiddled with it gently. The man took advantage of the woman's distraction and slapped her buttocks. The sound was crisp and pleasing to the ear. The trembling sound was pleasing to the eye. "It's not hard. It's not hard. There are no rules here. It's very comfortable. I don't even want to go back." The woman fiercely slapped the man's face, causing him to spin in a circle before falling to the ground. The man covered his face and sat back down on the bench. The woman raised her leg and kicked him to the farthest corner of the bench. The young girl named Nian Guanhua asked softly, "Shopkeeper, why did Madame Gui go back on her words? If she goes to our place, won't she really have peace? When the time comes, we'll introduce her to Baek Ok Kyung building." The young shopkeeper waved his hand, signaling the young girl to stop talking. The young shopkeeper looked out of the door and sighed. Traveling against the wind alone without sleep, when did the guest's heart turn mournful? Holding a candle to check the hair on the temples, white snow gradually accumulates in another year. The man slapped the table and cheered loudly. The old man quickly took a sip of wine. "Amazing, amazing, I'm drunk." The young girl who had her face on the table was furious. She grabbed the edge of the table with both hands and only revealed her head above the table. She kicked the man with all her strength. The young shopkeeper smiled brightly and raised his hand to thank her. The woman looked at the shopkeeper opposite her and smiled knowingly. The shopkeeper in front of her was much cuter and more amiable than the deputy palace master in her hometown. The young shopkeeper picked up an old vinegar peanut and gently threw it back to the plate. He said slowly, "The little grass before the lamp writes the peach talisman." The other four people at the table stopped fooling around and sat upright. The young shopkeeper said, "If there's no other way, I can only go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even if there's suspicion of taking advantage of others. As for the rest of you, you don't have to follow me. If I want to go back to my hometown, it's not difficult." The four of them had no objections. Under the heavens, it was the same as Xuandu Temple. The palace master's words were the most effective, but he had been in seclusion for too many years. Therefore, the best fighter was the young shopkeeper, the guardian of the Lunar New Year. Nian Hong, Taoist name Dragon in Cave, real name Zhang Yuanhua. Nian Dofang, Taoist name Mountain Lord Yu Chou, the woman who changed her name to Nian Chuantiao, and Yu Chou were actually Taoist companions. The young girl called Nian Chuanhua, Taoist name Deng Zhu, was the daughter of the palace master of Sui Chu Palace. Every year on New Year's Eve, Sui Chu Palace had the custom of burning lanterns and candles, as well as the tradition of beating drums to chase away the plague ghosts. It was all done by the young girl. Of course, it wasn't because of her identity, but because of her cultivation. In terms of seniority and realm, not counting the number of people, half of Sui Chu Palace was in this small stork sparrow inn. However, apart from the young shopkeeper, the other 4 people traveled far away. They didn't have complete souls, and their true bodies and yang spirits were still in Sui Chu Palace. Their Yin deity's journey could be said to be extremely far. The ferry docked at the inverted mountain. Chun Sancho and Stack Zhang left the inn and boarded the ferry. The name of the ferry, Shanhu Jade, made Chun Sancho grab onto the railing tightly. He had read too many books, his realm was too low, and his swordsmanship was too weak. Since the courier had arrived, Bao Jue had just arrived. He knelt down with the box in his hands. His internal organs were shocked. Chun Sancho smiled miserably. He subconsciously reached for the wine pot at his waist, only to remember that he had already quit drinking. He didn't bring any wine with him when he left his hometown. Stack Zhang didn't know how to comfort Chun Sancho. In the past, she was a single-armed young woman who had no relatives or friends, so she was completely carefree. Actually, she occasionally envied the bustling Chun clan estate on Elephant Street. But now, she didn't know who should be envious. Chun Sancho thought of Sister Ning, Fatty Yen Dong Haiten, and the little girl Guizhujiu. Each of them hung a nameplate on the wall of his wine shop. The girl who didn't cry even when her arm was chopped off immediately raised her remaining arm to cover her eyes. The nascent soul sword cultivator Chung Quan led the group. He carried a sword box wrapped in cotton cloth. The old man brought a dozen young people to the inverted mountain. Among them were Yan Ming and Dong Huafu, who were at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. They met the old perfected one who was holding a horsetail whisk with dragon whiskers. Chung Quan handed the old perfected one a personal letter from the Taoist saint and a family letter with many restrictions. He hoped that the great heavenly lord would bring it back to the Qingming world in the future. The old perfected one caught a glimpse of a young sword cultivator. The young man took out a wooden handle with the tail of a sword. The old perfected one sighed. Keep it for yourself. It should be an immortal opportunity for you. Under the lead of the old perfected one, the group climbed up the lonely mountain in the middle of the inverted mountain. They were personally arranged in a mansion halfway up the mountain by the old perfected one. Chung Quan found Yen Zhua and gave him an item that had been set up by the Taoist saint. He said that the young recluse had asked Alliance to hand it to the Taoist saint, and then asked the Taoist saint to pass it to him. In the future, when he reached the Qingming world, he could bring this item and travel to the great mystic temple. Chung Quan said, Chun Pingon must have his reasons for going through so much trouble. Yen Zhua nodded and put away the item. Yen Zhua's expression was dull. Dong Huafu only sat quietly by the side. Chung Quan looked at the 2 young people and could only say that no matter how difficult the days were, they had to pass them. Outside the small courtyard, the ancient pine trees on the mountain were like snow. Wei Jin and Miyu, 2 sword immortals at the bottleneck of the Jade Pure realm, and a golden core cultivator, Wei Wenlong, who was easily ashamed of his inferiority. They took the cross-continent ferry from Old Dragon City to Osmanthus Island and left the inverted mountain. The entire spring banner house disappeared overnight. Of the 4 private mansions on the inverted mountain, Yuan's mansion had been demolished into an empty frame. The Plum Blossom Garden and Spring Banner House were no longer there. Only the lonely Water Essence Palace was left. Furthermore, Ancestral Master Cloud's sign, who was originally in charge of this immortal mansion, had already brought a large group of young disciples to visit immortals. Wei Wenlong's senior and junior brothers would follow sword immortal Xiao Yunyan to the south swirling continent. Previously, Wei Wenlong had followed Miyu to the Great Wall of Sword Chi for the first time. This time, he followed Miyu to leave the inverted mountain. Yan Ming had gone to the battlefield. Naylan Saihuan took the Nanji Ferry from the Shanshui Cavern to the Fuyao continent. She might not take root there. She might head further north to the Golden Armor continent or even the Drifting Dawn continent. The Haoyang Blade Strengthening Gourd was secretly handed to Xiao Yunyan by the young secluded official and handed to Miyu. Miyu planned to give it to the charcoal lass named Pei Qian in the name of the young secluded official. In fact, his brother's blade strengthening gourd had originally belonged to Qin Pingan. The three of them stayed in the small courtyard of the Gui lineage that belonged to the young secluded official. When the ferry passed by the Rain Dragon sect, Miyu took a few glances from afar. The corner of his mouth twitched. On Osmanthus Island, whether it was the few returning passengers or the many ferry members, other than the graceful Madame Gouet, everyone was in a state of panic. Wei Jin discussed with the two of them. When returning to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, they would disembark from Old Dragon City. They would first go to the Snow Wind Temple's immortal plateau. He needed to offer wine at his master's grave. Then they would head straight for Luo Mountain. After that, Wei Wenlong would stay at Luo Mountain while Miyu would head to the North Continent's Tai Hui Sword sect. Wei Wenlong had no objections. However, Miyu said that it would be best if the Tai Hui Sword sect was willing to take him in as a registered consecrator. They were giving him face. If they were not willing, then so be it. He had already decided to eat and drink at Luo Mountain. The peak of Osmanthus Island was suitable for viewing the scenery. The sunset was brilliant. The jade, unpolished realm sword immortal with his intrinsic flying sword, Rosy Skies, was sitting alone on the railing. He had the Haoyang blade-nurturing calabash hanging by his waist. He held a flask of Osmanthus wine in his hand, its fragrance assailing his nostrils. For some reason, Guozhujiu did not follow him to the Aquarius continent. She was also a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. Guozhujiu was also an official disciple of the hidden official. Furthermore, Miyu wished to have someone from the same hometown as him. He had heard the young hidden official mention that the manager of the Osmanthus Island ferry, the Jindan stage, sword cultivator Ma Ji, was a senior worth befriending. As for Madame Gouet's only disciple, Osmanthus lady, Jin Su, Miyu had heard of her before, but now Miyu only wanted to drink. He was too lazy to think about anything else. Because the business of the ferry had become more and more pure, the number of visitors to the inverted, suspended mountain decreased year by year. This caused the business of the painters on Osmanthus Island to deteriorate. Over time, there was only one painting stall left under the Osmanthus tree. Many painters of the Fan clan had already left Osmanthus Island. They had gone to Old Dragon City to find a way out. The one who stayed behind was a middle-aged painter. His cultivation talent was not good. He was a chi cultivator of the lower 5 realms. If he was in the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, it would not be difficult to be a court painter. But he was living under someone else's roof and did not earn much. One painting was sold for a few hundred to few thousand silvers. In the painting circle of the secular dynasties, it was considered a sky-high price. But compared to the money of the gods, it was nothing. Seeing the man sitting at the railing in a daze, the painter took a bottle of wine from Old Dragon City. He could not afford to drink Osmanthus wine and walked towards the unknown man. Drinking with friends, who knows, he might be able to get some extra business. The painting stall was not open for business. It had been a long time, and it was unbearable. Miyu turned his head and looked at the painter of the Fan clan who stood beside him for a long time. He did not know what to say. He asked, "I heard that to paint here, one painting costs 30 snow coins. If you want 3 paintings, it will be cheaper. Only 25 snow coins?" The painter nodded his head. In the past, when business was good, we could get 5 snow coins for the 25 snow coins. Now, that business is hard to do. The Fan clan is generous and gave it all to the painter. The guest did not speak the language of the Aquarius continent fluently, but he heard that this handsome young man was the friend of the Wind Snow Temple's Sword Immortal Wei Jin. Then he should be at least an Earth Immortal? Miyu laughed. Don't tell me you are called Su Yu Ting. The painter was surprised. How do you know my name? Su Yu Ting knew that his painting skills, in the eyes of the immortal masters on the mountain, even if it was not unsightly, it was definitely not a painting expert. Miyu laughed. Does the 10% discount still count? If it does, I will ask Master Su to paint 3 paintings for me. Master Su. Adding the word sure to the surname, just like adding the word Z to the surname, was a very commendatory way of saying things on the mountain, and at the foot of a mountain, Su Yu Ting was startled at first, then suddenly realized. He extended a finger and shook it lightly. He racked his brains as though he remembered who it was, but he could not remember clearly. Miyu reminded, it's a young man with a sword sheath and straw sandals. Su Yu Ting hit his palm with his fist and laughed. I remember. That Mr. was a little restrained at first, but after drinking wine, he became very spirited. Su Yu Ting blushed with shame. I did not expect that Mr. to still remember me. Miyu nodded and said, he mentioned you to me before, and praised you a lot. He said that Mr. Su's paintings are lively and colorful, subtle and meticulous, just right. So he told me that if I have the chance to go to Osmanthus Island in the future, I must ask you to paint. It will definitely not be a loss. Su Yu Ting blushed and whispered, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Miyu jumped down the railing and went to the ancestor Osmanthus tree. Dusk gradually passed. Dusk gradually arrived. Miyu looked up. Under the tree, he waited for the moon. Lu Ji. Beside her was Madame Wu Yan, who wore a hedgerow to cover her face. Walking out of the great wall of Sword Chi from the new door, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan was followed by a few Spring Banner House direct disciples. They left Inverted Hanging Mountain together. At the old door, the little Taoist boy glanced at the lonely mountain, kept the book and praying mat, and said, Let's go. The sword-wielding man squatted on the spot and nodded. Yes. The little Taoist boy asked, Are you really not going to follow me to the green netherworld? Zhang Lu shook his head. I want to open my eyes wide and look at the vast world. I want to see if I can still treat the Great Wall of Sword Chi as a joke in the future. The little Taoist boy flashed and came to the foot of the Water Fairy Palace mountain. He used his divine power, bent, and straightened his back, and flipped the entire Water Fairy Palace from Inverted Hanging Mountain into the sea. On this day, the great heavenly lord threw out his master's decree at the mountain peak. He turned into a rainbow light and went straight to the sky screen. Then he activated the array. This world's largest mountain seal broke open the sky screen. Then, a few Baek Ok Kyung building Taoist immortals pulled Inverted Hanging Mountain into the green netherworld from the vortex of the sky screen at the border between the two worlds. At the original location of Inverted Hanging Mountain, only the old door of the savage world and the vast world and the great sword immortal who betrayed the great wall of Sword Chi, Zhonglu, were left. Chun Qing revealed his Dharma form and split open the sky with a sword. The entire city ascended. The demon army had already rushed to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, which was no longer guarded by anyone. All the demon sword cultivators in the savage world, regardless of whether they were sword immortals or sword immortals, attacked with their swords to stop the city. Most of the sovereign stage demons in the savage world, as well as many of the upper 5 realms, chose to attack the Dharma form of the sword immortal. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, the gray-robed elder, sneered, How pitiful! This is your last sword. In this war, When it comes to killing demons, Qin can't even compare to a sword immortal of the lower 5 realms. The gray-robed elder took a step forward. His Dharma form was majestic, and his figure was even taller than the great wall of sword Qi. He clenched his fists and borrowed the power of the great Tao of the entire savage world to punch at the center of the great wall of sword Qi. He directly punched a huge hole in the great wall of sword Qi, which even Qin couldn't block with his sword and protect with all his might. The gray-robed elder's Dharma form stood in the middle of the hole and smashed its fists on both sides of the wall. With every punch, Qin's Dharma form, which was still indestructible despite being hit by the sovereign stage demon's natural mystique, became a little more blurry. The sword immortal's Dharma form only stood where the city was. After breaking through the sky with his sword, he stood upright and used his hands to tear apart the whirlpool, not allowing it to close. Since the great wall of sword Qi was built, this was the first time it had suffered such a huge damage. Furthermore, the city wall was directly split into 2. At the prison, a person walked out with his head lowered and his back bent. Swaying as he walked, the silhouette of that person could be vaguely seen. Only a pair of golden eyes were shining brightly. The rest of the silhouette was blurred, as if the person's entire body was made up of thousands of fine black lines. That figure rose from the ground and landed heavily on the top of the city wall, causing countless demons to be shaken off. Some of the demons with sufficient cultivation base also instinctively chose to avoid that strange existence. The black figure that landed on the top of the city wall raised his head and looked up. He raised his arm high and bid farewell to her. It was as if his sweetheart was Tianyu, and they were completely different from now on. The black figure turned around and turned his back to the city that was slowly ascending. He turned his back to the sword immortal, Qin. Qin's Dharma form said loudly, "Kid, remember the agreement. I can break the contract, but you can't defend half of the great wall of sword Qi. If the wilderness wreaked havoc in the vast world for 10 years or 100 years, then he would defend it for 10 years or 100 years. If it was 10,000 years, then Qinpingan would have to sit here for 10,000 years. Qin's remnant soul came to the side of that figure and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The black figure shook his head gently and then nodded. The sword immortal smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. The black figure took a step back and bowed to bid farewell to the sword immortal. As they spoke, the sword immortal's soul had already dissipated. He had truly merged into the half of the great wall of sword Qi beneath their feet. Qin no longer existed in this world. The ethereal black figure still did not say a word. He stepped onto the top of the southern city wall, put 2 fingers together, and suddenly swiped. On the top of the city wall, the sword immortal true spirits that walked out of the venerating sword pavilions painting appeared one after another. The sword immortals in the painting did not have intelligence. They only knew that apart from the black figure, anyone who ascended to the top of the city wall would be killed. As long as half of the great wall of sword Qi remained, these sword immortals would not die. After doing this, the black figure instantly came to the gap in the city wall. The demons that tried to intercept him midway, whether it was the cultivator's true body or the offensive magic treasure, were instantly turned into dust. The black figure stood on a cliff, facing the gray-robed elder, who was standing on the other side of the city wall. The black figure's golden eyes stared at the other party. The gray-robed elder shook his head and said, "Why bother?" Under the feet of both parties, the gap between the 2 sections of the city wall was like a wide road. Countless demon armies swarmed through it. The black figure disappeared into thin air. After appearing in the distance, he pulled down a jade, unpolished realm demon that had crossed the city wall. He grabbed its head with one hand, and the demon's forehead was instantly mangled. Just like that, the black figure lifted it into the air. Remember this. Chun Pingon is still guarding the city walls in this world. "685. Lu Cha carried a sword, and a saber on his back like a bearded ranger. He came to the side of the gray-robed elder and asked, 'Are we going to touch the words on the city wall?' Half of the great wall of sword, aura, had fallen into the wilderness. It would soon be completely refined by the great ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain. The gray-robed elder smiled. 'Keep it. The immortals of the vast world don't know how to respect the strong. Let us do it.' Sword Immortal Shou-Chen arrived on his sword and said respectfully, 'The 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain have been arranged.' There were some sword cultivators whose names weren't on the register. They weren't satisfied because they had some minor military exploits. I killed 3 of them before I stopped. Li Shun and several other potential sword immortals also came to join in the fun. Li Shun smiled. 'Bad habits can't be spoiled. Good job, sword immortal Shou-Chen.' Other than Li Shun, Zhu Jing, you see, Tan, and the female sword cultivator who changed into a new skin, Lu Bai, were all gathered here, on the city wall that belonged to the wilderness. This group of talented sword cultivators found a place to nurture their flying swords. They tried their best to obtain the essence of the ancient sword immortals to increase their sword luck. The untraceable sword immortals Will and Qi were the purest. Later generations of sword cultivators would get lucky if they were compatible with their swordsmanship. For tens of thousands of years, foreign sword cultivators who came here could get it. The demon sword cultivators in the wilderness could also get it on the battlefield. In order to help the 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain, the great demon had begun to clean up the battlefield to prevent it from being contaminated with sword luck and hindering the future of the great Tao of the group of geniuses. What's more, the ruins of the battlefield under the city wall were still useful. They could be moved to the old site of the inverted mountain to change the time of the vast world. Li Shun suggested if anyone kills an ascendant realm in the vast world, he can carve a word on the north side of the city wall. What do you think? The gray-robed elder nodded. Okay. Lu Cha smiled. It will be ugly. Li Shun gently stomped his feet. Even the ancestor can only refine it, but he can't keep it in his pocket. It was rumored that back then, the Tao ancestor had even ridden an ox to pass through this pass and traveled all over the world. The gray-robed elder shook his head with a smile. If Chen Qing can't do it, I can't do it either. The great wall of sword Qi can be broken, but it can't be kept in one's sleeve. It's just like sword immortals can die, but they can't be humiliated. Of course, there were many old stories. In any case, if it weren't for the fact that Chen Qingdo wanted to use his sword to split the heavens and send the sword cultivators away, even if I went all out against Chen Qingdo and the great wall of sword energy, I would have crippled many of the mountains, rivers, and destiny of the wildlands. That wouldn't be worth it. It's not what I want. Li Shun held the back of his head with both hands and looked at the opposite city wall. It was just that guy was already far away. Otherwise, he would have greeted the hidden official properly and tried to establish a friendship. It's all right. We'll practice our swordsmanship here and break through one by one. Then we'll go to the vast world to ask for swords. Si Chen said, that inverted mountain has also ascended and left. It's just that the second brother's decree opened the way, and the 3 city lords of the Beko Keikyung building personally came to receive it. The Confucian temple also didn't stop it, so it went very smoothly. Lu Cha said in a low voice, Chen Qingdo's sword also didn't land on the battlefield. Otherwise, even if the grand ancestor came out, our losses would still be huge. Li Jun sighed. Senior, you're just boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. Lu Cha couldn't be bothered to talk to such trash. Lu Bai came to senior brother Si Chen's side and asked softly, "What's wrong with that person?" Si Chen shook his head and said, "You'll have to ask the grand ancestor." The gray-robed elder looked at Lu Bai and smiled. "Hidden official, the great wall of sword energy has merged with the Tao. He also used the art of sewing and carried many of the true names at the front of the mountain search painting. Therefore, he was able to suppress the wildlands. His current situation is quite pitiful. After that, he didn't have any Yin spirit traveling out of his body or Yang spirit outside his body. The three had been completely merged into one. In short, he had spent half of his life as the last disciple of the sage of literature. The Confucian natal character had also become an extravagant hope. As for why he looked like this now, it was because Chun Qingdao wanted him to forcefully merge with the Tao. His physique couldn't withstand it, but it wasn't a big problem. After reaching the peak of the mountain, there was hope for him to recover his original appearance. In addition, Chun Pingan himself should have received some kind of recognition from the Great Wall of Sword Energy. It wasn't as simple as carrying the true names. Ordinary sword immortals only have the realm and can't merge with the Tao. Si Chen calmed down slightly. This grand ancestor was clearly in a good mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much today. Tan was speechless for a moment. Such a pitiful guy. Why didn't it seem like they didn't need to take revenge? The youth carefully glanced at Sister Lu Bai. Lu Bai's expression was complicated. She asked softly, "Can we kill him?" Lu Cha shook his head. "We can't kill him. We can't kill him. Because the enemy is no longer Chun Pingan, but half of the Great Wall of Sword Energy." Si Chen glanced at the scene of the black shadow dragging down the pure jade realm demon. He was puzzled. Immortal realm? Lu Cha shook his head. After merging with the Tao, it's a fake pure jade realm. He took half of the Great Wall of Sword Energy by himself, taking advantage of the right time, place, and people. A gray robe came to the edge of the cliff. It was the dragon god. He, Chun Qingdao, and Guan Zhao once asked about the moon supporting Sword Mountain. The dragon god said hoarsely, "As long as we finish plundering the sword fate here, that half of the Great Wall of Sword Energy will have a chance to be destroyed." The gray-robed elder nodded. "It's like a fishbone stuck in the throat, and it's an eyesore." A little girl with a ponytail jumped from the ground to the top of the city and came to the side of the dragon god. The little girl dragged an extremely long rope in her hand. It tied two big demon heads with strong evil aura. So in the process of climbing the city, the heads kept knocking on the city wall, like the beating of a drum. The two sword immortals of the old hidden officials, Luo Shan and Zhu An, followed behind on their swords and landed. Li Jun grinned and said, "Are we watching a monkey show? That Qin Pingan is not here." Just as the young man finished speaking, the black shadow flashed. Xiao Chua punched out, shattering the black shadow on the spot. The next moment, the black shadow condensed on the spot. Although its face could not be seen clearly, it vaguely revealed a mocking intent. The power of each of Xiao Chua's punches was far greater than the full power of an ordinary sword immortal's flying sword. Even the sword immortal embryo of Shendeng's sword immortal had to retreat, away from the famous lunatic with an astonishing aura. Especially Lu Bai, whose physique was still weak, needed to be protected by his senior brother, Shi Chun. The gray-robed elder smiled. "Stop fighting. If you continue fighting, you'll be helping him temper his physique for nothing. If he reaches the peak of the mountain, there might be some trouble. This guy is deliberately baiting you to punch." Xiao Chua just kept punching, ignoring the words of the master of the wasteland world. In the end, it was really boring. Xiao Chua stopped punching and asked, "Why didn't you stop me?" The gray-robed elder said, "I'm not Qin Qingdao. I don't have so many rules to restrain the strong. Moon-supporting mountain cherishes strong people like you very much. Xiao Chua shook the rope in her hand. Two heads jumped high and smashed heavily on the city wall. I used the bodies of two Ascendant Realm demons in the rat hole to create a throne. The position is a bit high. The gray-robed elder smiled. Very good. As long as Zhou and Lu Cha don't mind, it doesn't matter. Lu Cha said, I don't mind. The gray-robed elder said, don't bother about that alliance. The entire moon supporting mountain is used to suppress one person. It's not that easy to break. Lu Cha nodded. When I'm free in the future, I'll find him for a drink. The gray-robed elder smiled. You swordsman's elegance can't be envied by others. Xiao Chua said, boring, I'll play by myself. She jumped off the city wall, but did not continue to drag the heads of the two Ascendant Realm demons. She found it annoying, so she left them on the city wall. Anyway, no one dared to move. Along the way, the city had been uprooted, and many Sword Immortal residences had been reduced to ruins. Everything was gone. Wherever Xiao Chua passed, the surging waves of the demon race army automatically retreated. Otherwise, they would die. The old gate at the old site of the inverted mountain was torn bigger and bigger by the two sovereign realm demons, the dazzling armor and the golden armor divine general. As for Yang Ji and Fei Fei, who were the first to enter the vast world, they began to pave the way as a gathering place for the demon army. Then they needed to build 3 roads to go to the nearest Hassa continent, the southwest Fuyao continent, and the southeast Tongya continent. There were also a large number of moving mountains monsters assisting the 2 sovereign-level monsters. They smashed the refined, pocket-sized mountains into the sea. Then, the monster cultivators laid down the roots of the mountains, causing them to suddenly become towering mountains. They were extremely stable places to stand on. The other sovereign realm demons also went to the sky screen one after another to find trouble with the scholarly sage. The sword-hugging man was still sitting on the hitching post, but the hitching post was moved to the place where the little Taoist child used to sit. A Yao cultivator spat on the ground and grinned. What bullshit, great sword immortal. He had seen those who died in battle and those who were beaten back by the great demons on the battlefield, but he had never seen someone who would obediently guard the door without drawing a single sword. Great sword immortal Zhang, Lu turned a blind eye to this. In the end, this demon was casually punched in the head by Xiao Chua, who was striding through the gate. His golden core and nascent soul exploded at the same time, implicating a large number of demons at the gate. What an unexpected disaster. After a military commander in the distance caught a glimpse of the culprit, he pretended that nothing had happened. Xiao Chua came to the hitching post and threw out a jar of good wine from a secular dynasty in the vast world. Zhang Lu took the jar, opened the mud seal, and sniffed it. Good wine. Xiao Chua asked, Zhang Lu, why don't you come with me to take a look? South Hassa continent, Tongye continent, Fuyao continent, you can choose. Let's find wine to drink together. There are many immortal wines there. Zhang Lu smiled and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just watch from here. I'm a lazy person by nature, so I can't raise my spirits no matter what I do. In the past, I worked hard to cultivate and break through to the next realm just to increase my lifespan. Master Hidden Official, remember to send some wine back for me every time you destroy a sect. Xiao Chua complained, you don't do anything and still want me to send you wine. You're so arrogant. Zhang Lu smiled and said, lazy people have good fortune. Xiao Chua frowned and asked, where did my disciple go? Zhang Lu joked, I really don't know about that. You can ask Hidden Official. Xiao Chua said in annoyance, seeing him annoys me. I gave him a few punches when I saw him. That kid is very vengeful, so I probably won't be able to get anything out of him. Zhang Lu rubbed his chin. Back then, the youth with the sword case and straw sandals left inverted hanging mountain and came back. Then he became a hidden official. After that, Chun Pingon did not travel between the Great Wall of Sword Chi and inverted Hanging Mountain's Spring Banner House through his old gate. He was not stupid, and neither was Zhang Lu. He hoped that Zhang Lu would change his mind, so he deliberately used this method to remind Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu pretending to know nothing was also a kind of reminder. This gate was the same with or without Zhang Lu. The Great Wall of Sword Chi and Savage World were the same with or without Zhang Lu, the Great Sword Immortal. In the end, the Sword Immortal of Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, came and had a drink with him. After confirming Zhang Lu's thoughts, he left with Lu Ji. Xiao Yunyan and Lu Ji did not ask Zhang Lu. Back then, Zhang Lu lost the Battle of the 13. His skills were inferior, but Zhang Lu did not have any grievances. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Zhang Lu did not care about life and death. In the end, Zhang Lu was put in charge of guarding the gate. As a criminal, he did have some grievances against Vast World. From the moment he volunteered to guard the gate, Zhang Lu had already foreseen today's situation. Xiao Chua asked, "Is the sect closest to here the Rain Dragon sect?" Zhang Lu smiled. "It's too late. A sovereign great demon has beaten us to it." Xiao Chua frowned. "That sissy who likes to skin people." Zhang Lu nodded. "There are more female cultivators in the Rain Dragon sect." Xiao Chua said, "Forget it. When Chun Chunan leaves the south swirling continent to seek death, I'll send him on his way." Zhang Lu drank a mouthful of wine and said regretfully, "The one who killed Chun Chunan is the world's wrath." A handsome man with a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist landed on top of a statue of the Rain Dragon sect. He twirled a strand of hair on his temples with 2 fingers and smiled. "I'm going to be dazzled." 10,000 years later, the gray-robed old man revisited the old place and came to Vast World again. He floated in the sky and laughed loudly. In Vast World, all ascendant realms, immortal realms, and all cultivators who have attained the Tao, listen up, you walk too slowly and have never had great freedom. Since you're already at the peak of the mountain, you should be unrestrained by heaven and earth. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge joke to cultivate to the peak? What Tao is there to cultivate? What truth is there to seek? What immortality is there? For example, that strong young man is bound by rules. Day after day, year after year, he staggers through the world like old men and women. In the future, there will only be one world. Regardless of whether it's human or demon cultivators, they will have freedom of speech, freedom of cultivation, freedom of killing, freedom of life and death, freedom of the great Tao. Zhang Lu sighed. Chaotic times have really come. Xiao Chua sneered. The world of the strong and free has come about 2 years ago. Vast World was still the same vast world that had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. The 3 of them left the territory of the old Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent. They were already thousands of miles away from the Middle Earth continent. They were Gu, Kanlu, Chicheng, and that brother Longbo, who was addicted to falling in cultivation. Chai Bofu, the pitiful nascent soul, was only a sea-viewing cultivator now. Actually, when they first arrived at the Huaihuang County town of the old site of the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, Chai Bofu was still a Qi refinement warrior who was slapped to the Dragon Gate realm by Lu Chicheng. Later, he was glanced at by that person, and for some reason, he inexplicably fell to the cave-dwelling realm. During this long journey, Chai Bofu gritted his teeth and cultivated bitterly. It was not easy for him to climb back to the sea-viewing realm. After breaking through, Chai Bofu did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, if he was not careful, he would return it. No one was willing to give him a slightly better reason. If they did not take the immortal ferry and just relied on cultivators to travel across continents, not to mention the consumption of spiritual qi, the key was that it was too risky. There were many ferocious creatures in the sea. If they were not careful, they would die without even having the chance to collect their corpses. The treasure-swallowing whale could even swallow islands and fairies. Moreover, it was born with the ability to refine. Eating a few cultivators was nothing. Once they entered its stomach, it was like being in a small world cage. How could they escape? Moreover, in the vast expanse of the ocean, killing and robbing people of their wealth and treasures would be done stealthily. It was far more stable than on land. This kind of business was a classic example of not opening for 3 years, but opening for 3 years. Therefore, even golden core and nascent soul cultivators, the so-called immortals of the land in the eyes of ordinary teachers, were not willing to do such a strenuous and thankless job. Of course, it was a different story if they wanted to make money. In the vast world, the sea area was vast, even larger than the land area of the 9 continents. In addition to the immortal islands, there were also many ways to make money. Therefore, cultivators had to take risks. For example, the pearl divers on Luhua Island collected clam pearls, which were particularly precious. Moreover, the emperors, generals, ministers, dukes, and marquises on the land had a great demand for dragon saliva. It was always a priceless commodity. The dragons and their descendants were all considered dragon saliva, which could be refined into incense. However, they were divided into different grades and prices. In addition to dragon saliva, there were many precious pearls in the abdomens of dragonfish. This kind of pearl was born to absorb the moonlight, so it was often as bright as the moon. It could be used in a candlelight room or in a place full of evil spirits. It could also be refined into immortal treasures such as water-repelling pearl, dust-repelling pearl, and so on. It was an excellent auxiliary item for cultivators when they were in closed-door training. It could be used to purify the Reiki of the world and help them to concentrate and clear the mind. The real opportunities were the relics of the many secret pavilions in the overseas immortal mountains. Once they were obtained by chi trainers, they would be as rich as gold and silver. Moreover, compared with the immortal mansions on land, there were fewer fights and not too many forces entangled in them. If the immortal mansions were difficult to open and there were many restrictions, at most 2 or 3 forces who knew each other well would form an alliance and quietly take the treasures in them. Gu Kan, who had been silent all the way, suddenly said, "Master hasn't shown up for a long time." Compared with Gu Kan, who was exhausted after flying in the wind, Lu Chicheng, who was wearing a dazzling pink Taoist robe, looked very elegant and relaxed. However, the one who suffered the most was Brother Longbow. It was just that Lu Chicheng did not care, and Gu Kan did not care, so no one pitied him. Chai Bofu was also happy that the 2 of them ignored him. One was heartless, and the other was ruthless. If they were willing to pretend that he did not exist, he would be grateful. Lu Chicheng smiled and said, "That senior of mine is from heaven. It is normal that you don't see him. In the White Emperor's city, it is not strange that your senior brothers and sisters do not see their master for 100 years. If they see him several times in 100 years, they will be worried. They will be worried that they are no longer themselves." When Chai Bofa thought of that person, he felt that this little bit of hardship on the path of cultivation was nothing. As long as he could become a registered disciple of the White Emperor's city, even if he had to be the personal disciple of Gu Kan, he would accept it. The issue of Gu Kan's seniority in the White Emperor's city had always been a mystery. Gu Kan had always greeted that person as a disciple. However, that person and Lu Chicheng seemed to treat Gu Kan as their junior brother and did not give a clear explanation. Lu Chicheng also often called him junior brother and junior nephew. Gu Kan's expression was indifferent as he asked casually, "Is Master visiting friends at sea?" Lu Chicheng sneered and said, "What a joke! Who is worthy of senior brother visiting?" Visiting immortals at sea? Visiting immortals, my ass. Senior brother is the person with the most immortal aura in the world. The number of immortals who visit the White Emperor City are as many as carps crossing the river every year. They can only obediently stand by the river and look up at the sky. How many of them can go to the colored clouds and stay for a while? Not to mention the White Emperor City, where senior brother lives alone. Guken asked doubtfully, martial uncles and senior brothers and sisters are not cultivating in the White Emperor City? Lu Qiqing suddenly realized that he had forgotten to tell Ken about the situation in the White Emperor City. Therefore, he slapped Brother Longbow's forehead, causing the latter to fall into the water. Lu Qiqing explained with a smile, in such a big White Emperor City, other than senior brother, there are only some puppets who serve as attendants. They are neither immortals, nor humans, nor ghosts. As for us junior brothers and sisters, as well as the other direct disciples, they all have their own cultivation abodes above the colored clouds. For example, I have the world-famous colored glass pavilion. Therefore, in the real White Emperor City, there has always been only one person who cultivates, and that is your master, my senior brother. Everyone else is a burden to senior brother. Guken nodded and said, impressive. Lu Qiqing laughed loudly and said, not at all. Senior brother is recognized as a person of the demonic path. How can a White Emperor City stand tall in the central divine continent? A drenched chicken flew back into the sky, not daring to be angry or say anything. Lu Qiqing lightly slapped the forehead of Chai Bofu, who had a youthful appearance, and praised, such a big forehead. It can be used as a sunning ground. Lu Qiqing suddenly made a sound of surprise and said with a concerned expression, Brother Longbow, why are your ears and nose bleeding? Chai Bofu wiped away the bloodstains and forced a smile to the culprit who was playing dumb. He said, it's fine. The three of them settled down in a sea area that was dotted with islands. The spiritual energy here was thin, and the mountains and rivers were dry. It was not suitable to build a mountain and cultivate. Guken floated to the ground and let out a breath of turbid air. He asked if the islands are big enough, will there be a local god overseeing them? Lu Qiqing shook his two big sleeves and rolled his eyes. No, even if there is, they will starve to death. Once the gods of mountains and rivers lose the incense offerings of good men and women, the so-called immortal golden body will be a joke. Guken looked around and asked, in this sea, will there be existences like the river gods that are close to water? Of course, it will be the gods of the obscene temples who can dominate the sea. For example, the Flood Dragon Ravine near the inverted mountain has many flood dragons gathered there. It is better than a sect. It was said that if one could look down at the Flood Dragon Ravine, the water was clear, and the flood dragons were like silk threads floating in the air. Lu Qiqing shook his head and said, Guken, since you have become a direct disciple of White Emperor City, you don't have to worry about these boring things. If you can beat them, you can kill them. If you can't, you can just tell them your name. Guken said, it is a habit. Before Guken left home, Julien found the Gu mansion in the capital. He was holding a charcoal cage and said that he was returning it to its owner. Guken hesitated for a moment, but still took the charcoal cage. At that time, the ghost Ma Duyi, who was a talisman in foxskin, and Tseng Yi, who cultivated the secret arts of the ghost Tao, were guests at Guken's home. At that time, Julien smiled and said something strange. He said that he would be happy to go down the mountain, but there were many trivial matters in the mountain, so he would not disturb young Master Gu. Because the mountain master said that when Gu can return to his hometown, he would return it to him. The premise was that Gu can had Tseng Yi and Ma Duyi with him. If he did not, the charcoal cage would be left at Luapa Mountain. In the future, he would pretend that it never happened. Gu can carry the charcoal cage and accompanied the stooped old man for a while until he reached the corner of the street. Later, when Gu-kan returned to the study at home, his master appeared and pulled out a small loach that seemed to have not gained sentience from the charcoal cage. He sneered and threw it back into the charcoal cage. Gu-kan was expressionless at that time. Later, when Gu-kan left his hometown, he did not take the charcoal cage with him. He only asked Ma Duyi and Tsengyi to send it to a mountain god residence located north of Dali's capital. His mother persuaded Gu-kan to go to the north personally, saying that his father was now a very high-ranking mountain god prefect. That mountain god temple used to be the immortal residence of the old Dali's mountain god lord, and had just been promoted to the crown prince of northern mountains, Mount Biyun. It was equivalent to a promotion in the officialdom. In the Dali imperial court, he should be an assistant minister. How could a governor or a supervisor compare to him? You can't blame your father for not going home to see you. He has a lot of responsibilities and cannot leave his post without permission. Moreover, there are many rules on the mountain, and there are too many strange taboos. Therefore, as a son, you should visit your family and congratulate them. Gu-kan was silent, but he refused to nod. The woman secretly wept and did not want to persuade him anymore. As she wiped her tears with an embroidered handkerchief, she secretly glanced at her son's face. The woman really did not dare to persuade him anymore. That person appeared on the shore of the sea. Chai Bofa's heart tightened, and he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lu Qicheng also did not want to go over. Senior brother was a deity, and it was better to watch from afar. Gu-kan rode the wind and went there alone. He found the city lord of White Emperor city squatting by the sea and scooping up a handful of water. Gu-kan was puzzled. "This is," the man said, "a bucket of seawater." Gu-kan asked again, "What's the meaning?" The man smiled. Must it be meaningful? He let go of his hand and stood up. After a short moment, Gu-kan vaguely saw a white horse suddenly appear on the surface of the boundless sea. The horse rode on the waves at lightning speed, and it left behind an extremely long, colorful, and lustrous trail behind it. There was a red armor on the horse's back, which was undulating with the horse's back. There was no person in the armor. When the horse came to the island, it suddenly stopped. When the horse stopped moving, it seemed as if the sea had frozen. Lu Qicheng could not wait. He came to senior brother and Gu-kan and said with a smile, "We are lucky to meet a lone rider of the southern sea in the vast sea. This is no different from finding a needle in the sea." Gu-kan had never heard of a lone rider of the southern sea, but he saw that the rider had a golden spear, and the tip of the spear was pointed at the island, as if he was asking about its origin. Then, in an instant, the lone rider of the southern sea put away his spear, turned his horse around, and galloped away. Gu-kan found that the man beside him had disappeared. Lu Qicheng smiled and said, "The big demon of the Lushui pit is going to be miserable. Senior brother can't break the restriction that Fire Dragon Immortal can't break by force." Gu-kan asked, "Does Master have a grudge against the big demon of the Lushui pit? Or did he kill the big demon just to accumulate merits?" Lu Qicheng said, "Don't make wild guesses. Senior brother does as he pleases." Gu-kan frowned and did not say anything. Lu Qicheng gloated, "Your state of mind is too suppressed by Chunpingan's principles. Be careful not to annoy my senior brother." Gu-kan turned a deaf ear to him. The three of them rested on the island for a while. Chai Bofu accumulated some spiritual qi with great difficulty and began to follow the two of them on their journey. When he was in the nascent soul realm, the cave and acupoints were like the mansion of a wealthy family. The spiritual qi was like a hall full of gold and jade. It was inexhaustible and could be squandered wantonly. Now that he was in a small family, he could not afford to be extravagant. The waterway was endless. When they passed by a place, Lu Qicheng was overjoyed. Gu-kan, You are really lucky. Following you around, I will have many adventures. First, I met the lone rider of the Southern Sea, and now I see this place. Chai Bofu was like falling clouds. As far as the eye could see, the sea was vast, and there was nothing mysterious. After Lu Chicheng waved his hand to break the barrier, an island appeared in Gu Ken's vision. It was barren and rugged. Lu Chicheng smiled and said, "This is a dragon rest stone. It will migrate with the water and not take root." During the ancient era, there were 4 of them. One was destroyed, and another was refined. Outside of the Sparrow Stork Tower in the Cyan underworld, there was another one in the middle of a large river. It was stabilized with a secret technique, and now this was the only one left in the vast world. It was too big and heavy. Even the immortals could not move it. However, they could order the mountain-moving stone to move it bit by bit. However, no one dared to do so. After all, it had an owner. This place was the exclusive property of the person in the Lushui pit. That person was not easy to deal with. He could fight with Venerable Fire Dragon, who was proficient in water and fire. However, he was slightly inferior. That was why he retreated to his lair at the bottom of the sea. If it was me, I could only wait to be killed if I were to fight against Venerable Fire Dragon. However, there were some immortal cultivators who would follow behind the dragon rest stone. If they were lucky, they could pick up some rare dragon saliva that rolled down the cliff into the sea. It was a huge windfall. There was an ancient saying, "Dragon hides in the Lushui pit. Fire helps the Sun Palace." The Lushui pit, which used to be one of the summer palaces of the ancient water god, was still there. However, the Sun Palace was missing. It was said that it was completely destroyed. Guken looked at the dragon rest stone with rapt attention. There was not a single tired flood dragon entrenched on the mountain. However, when the restriction was lifted, a scene appeared. At the intersection of the mountains and rivers, there seemed to be a thick foreign substance flowing from the shore into the sea. The fragrance spread far and wide. Occasionally, there would be a bit of spiritual light blooming on the mountain. It was fleeting, as if there were pearls falling between the cracks of the rocks. Lu Chicheng smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? Go closer and take a look. My senior martial brother has already killed his way into the Lushui pit. I am also protecting him. What are you afraid of? You should be thinking about how to take this object into your pocket. Don't forget that in our White Emperor City, there is the yellow river flowing from the sky. There is also the magnificent scene of carps leaping over the Dragon Gate. If you move this object over there as a resting place, how many people in the water will remember your kindness?" Guken said, "It's fine to look at it from afar. It's just an external object. If I covet the so-called kindness, it will only delay my cultivation." Lu Chicheng said helplessly, "Look at the path of cultivation. How many people who have achieved the Tao will still choose 1 or 2 things, whether it's wine or beauties or the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting to pass the time?" Guken said, "Then let's wait until I achieve the Tao." Chai Bofa said cautiously, "It seems that no one is looking after this dragon rest stone. There are so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Why won't the heavens take them?" As a mountain cultivator, if he didn't open his eyes when he saw money, he would be blind. Moreover, Chai Bofu cultivated the great Tao of water. The white jade belt with dragon patterns on it, as well as the long string of jade pendants and jars hanging from it, were all substitutes for the Dragon King basket that he did not have the opportunity to obtain. Lu Chicheng gave Chai Bofu a push and said with a smile, "Brother Longbow, you go. I open the door with all my strength, and you can easily pick up the treasures. Guken has the final say on how to split the loot. We are all old friends. I think Guken won't treat you unfairly." Chai Bofu was resentful. He was very courageous when the three of them were together. After all, he had White Emperor City as his backer. However, if he was alone, he wouldn't dare to climb the dragon rest stone of the ancient ruins. Guken said, "Go." Chai Bofu's knees went soft. As a result, Lu Qicheng grabbed his neck and threw him to the top of the dragon rest stone. Chai Bofu shook off the dust on his body. He felt a headache coming on. Even when he was a nascent soul cultivator, he only dared to try to catch a small dragon or dragon. Now, he directly fell into a dragon's nest. What was going on? That being said, Brother Longbow, who had a youthful face and figure, followed the trace of a treasure light that flickered for a moment. He jumped more than 10 feet like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep and dug out a pearl the size of a date pit from a crack in the rock. Chai Bofu was stunned. He rubbed his hands hard to get rid of some dirt and dust on the pearl. Then he gently exhaled and used the water Tao to guide the spiritual light of the pearl. Immediately, it bloomed with light, and water vapor filled the air, refreshing the mind. Chai Bofu carefully examined the strange treasure in his hand. With an excited expression, he murmured, "It's really a dragon pearl. Its quality is extremely high. If it was sold to an emperor as a crown, it would be worth at least 1 grain rein. If it was used as the finishing touch for the dragon fairy dress and water lake skirt, female cultivators would most likely be willing to pay 2 grains rein. If there were more than 10 grains, it would be used to make the water Tao treasure Pearl of the Palm bracelet. I heard that it is most favored by female immortals in the upper 5 realms." Ooh. In the distance, Lu Qicheng clicked his tongue and said, "What a good move. It's just that it's a bit disgusting." Chai Bofu began to wantonly plunder the treasures in the mountain. He even knocked on the stone texture of the different parts of the cliff, one by one, to confirm it carefully. Guken said, "The path of cultivation is not easy to walk. It's full of hardships and difficulties. It's not worth telling outsiders." Lu Qicheng said with a smile, "You're in the same boat." Guken shook his head and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Lu Qicheng asked, "When we're done, will we give more to Brother Longbow?" Guken still shook his head. "Not a bit." Lu Qicheng laughed loudly. Guken asked, "Since there are immortal masters on the sea who can use the secret technique on the mountain to find the dragon rest stone for a windfall, now that the restriction has been lifted, will there be people coming soon?" Lu Qicheng said with a smile, "Most likely." After hearing this, Guken rode the wind and went to the dragon rest stone. Lu Qicheng swam side by side with him. More than 3,000 years ago, the flood dragons were illustrious existences who were in charge of controlling the wind and rain. They would go to the mainland and spread the clouds and rain. When they returned, they would be exhausted and would often rest halfway to get rid of the heat and recuperate their spirit. There would be thousands of weary dragons coiling up on it. Anyway, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Senior Marshall Brother has seen it before. Guken said, "The Taoist school has a book called the Taishang Donyuan Sutra. It once recorded the names of 116 dragon kings in detail, as well as their respective duties and magical powers." Lu Qicheng nodded and said, "On the 6th day of the 6th month, the common people in the market and the dragon palace will also dry their dragon robes. The dragon ladies in the various underwater residences in the world will often choose to go ashore on this day to choose their lovers. Most of them are short-lived marriages. The lucky men can even marry into the dragon palace. It's a pity that the world doesn't have such luck anymore." Guken asked, "Will the dragon rest stone open and allow outsiders to take what they want?" Lu Qicheng shook his head and said, "Of course not. The Lu Shui pit will specially send a fishing immortal to guard this place. His cultivation is in the Jade Raw realm, and he is close to the water. His combat power is not bad. However, with me here, the other party won't dare to act rashly. Moreover, the Lushue pit really doesn't care about these pearls and dragon saliva. Maybe they are not as good as some of the spiritual items on the shore. Every 100 years, the Lushue pit will hold a summer banquet. These things in the water have probably been piled up like a mountain. After a long time, they will be discarded again. Oh, the two landed on the top of a cliff at the Dragon Rest Stone. Guken squatted down and touched the rock to familiarize himself with the terrain. Lu Qiqing said with emotion, "You think too simply of the world. The human heart and human nature are as thin as a piece of white paper. But if you think too much, you are asking for trouble. Knowledge is endless, and there is a limit to the limit. You can learn from anyone, but you just have to learn from Chinpingan." Guken said, "In this world, 1 Lu Qiqing, 10 Lu Qiqing, and 100 Lu Qiqing are all the same. But with or without him, the world is different. At least, it is so for me." Lu Qiqing didn't want to talk too much about Chinpingan with Guken. It would be easy for him to bear a grudge. Lu Qiqing suddenly laughed and said, "We have a group of immortals coming. Oh, there are also 2 beautiful sisters." Guken glanced at Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing sneered and said, "If there is any chance, I will work like an ox for Brother Longbow every day." And that Brother Longbow is still looking for treasures in the mountain diligently, but he is destined to not be able to get a single snow. Sun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen, the old and new sect masters of the Jade Gui sect, left the mountain together and came to the border of the Great Quan dynasty in the center of the Tongyi continent. Both parties concealed their auras. After descending, they walked towards the Anir Hu'er town. Sun Yuan said, "They are willing to go alone." "How strange." Jiang Shangzhen said with annoyance, "I didn't expect Madame Huanqi to be right under my nose, but I didn't even see her. I deserve to die." Sun Yuan said, "The 9-tailed celestial fox is best at hiding her aura. I didn't notice it before, but the Great Fu Academy found some clues long ago. That's why the gentleman, Zhong Kui, came here to stay." Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the small inn in the distance and said with a smile, "There are 3 good things in a wine shop in the wild: beautiful women, few drinkers, and local wine." Sun Yuan also looked a little nostalgic. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Beautiful widow, knockout drug, long bench, and small sharp knife." These 2 old and new sect masters naturally had their own stories. An ascendant realm cultivator and an immortal realm cultivator came to the Great Quan dynasty at the same time to confirm the true thoughts of Madame Huanqi. It would be best if she could be used by the Jade Gui sect. That was why Sun Yuan took Jiang Shangzhen with him. Dealing with women was Jiang Shangzhen's innate ability since he was in his mother's womb. Sun Yuan suddenly changed his mind. "I'll go to the capital of the Great Quan dynasty first." Jiang Shangzhen didn't care. After the old sect master shrank the mountains and rivers, he took out an oil paper umbrella from a nearby object. After a few steps, dark clouds covered the sky, and it started to drizzle. He walked with the umbrella. As he walked, the magic robe on his body shone and changed into a green robe. Scholars had many encounters with women, so it was true. A shabby poster hung outside the shop. Jiang Shangzhen missed the lotus flower blessed land. He wondered if his good friend, Lu Fang, had resolved the knot in his heart. An old hunchback sitting at the door of the kitchen was smoking a pipe and smacking his lips. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the customer who entered the house and put away the umbrella. A limping young man was wiping the table. He was a little surprised that the dog outside was taking a nap. He muttered that the customer had arrived, but it didn't inform him. He could really kill it and stew it. He only caught a glimpse of the oil paper umbrella in the customer's hand, and then looked at the hazy rain outside. He cursed the changing weather. Facing the customer, The young man immediately put on a smiling face. "Dear customer, do you want a meal or a place to stay? Our green plum wine and roasted whole lamb are the best. The price is fair, but the wine is divided into 3 types. After drinking for half a year, you won't lose out. After drinking for 3 years, you won't want to leave. After drinking for 5 years, there will be no more wine in the world." Jiang Shangjin directly asked for a jar of 5 years' wine and a roasted whole lamb. If there were side dishes to accompany the wine, he would bring a plate of each. The young man beamed with joy. The old hunchback opened the curtain and went to the kitchen. When the waiter brought the wine to the table, Jiang Shangjin asked with a smile, "I heard that it's not peaceful here. There are evil things in the town." The waiter was stunned and remembered the time many years ago. He smiled and said, "Dear customer, you're talking about here town. There are no evil things, and it's very peaceful now. Besides, there's Guijayajin town next to it. It's a place full of yang qi. So no one died when Here Town was haunted. Dear customer, why do you ask?" Jiang Shangjin pointed at himself and said, "Can't you tell?" The young man asked tentatively, "You're not short of money?" Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "I'm a cultivator on the mountain. I go wherever there are demons." The young man's eyes lit up. "A cultivator? You know the magic of immortals? Do you know how to pass through walls? Why don't you try it now?" Jiang Shangjin touched his forehead and said, "The magic of immortals shouldn't be revealed. It's not easy to pass it on." The young man immediately lost interest. A bunch of bullsh *T, which was equivalent to saying nothing. Besides, the young man had never seen an immortal who would flatter himself. This guy could talk nonsense, but if he dared not pay, he would kill him. Jiang Shangjin asked, "Where's the innkeeper?" The more the young man looked at this guy, the more he looked like a swindler. He had already begun to calculate how much he could pawn off his clothes. He said, "The lady boss went to Here Town this morning and hasn't returned yet. There's a temple fair there, and it's very lively. But in this terrible weather, I think the lady boss will return early today. If you stay here, you'll definitely see her." After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Jiang Shangjin burped and patted his stomach lightly. He turned his head to look. There was a beautiful woman at the door. She had borrowed an oil paper umbrella from Here Town and was running back. She wore a yellow button-down shirt and a pair of embroidered shoes. She was scraping the mud off the bottom of her shoes on the door sill. Jiang Shangjin waved and said, Junyang, sit here." The woman was puzzled. "Do we know each other? I remember all the customers who have drunk wine and are as good-looking as you." Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "You don't know me, but I know you, Junyang. I'm good friends with Qin Pingan. My name is Zhou Fei." The woman's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Her pair of watery eyes were bewitching as she called out to Big Brother Zhou. She quickly stepped over the threshold and tossed the oil paper umbrella to the waiter in the distance. She sat at the table and poured herself a bowl of wine. She drank it all in one gulp. "Big Brother Zhou, you're treating me like an outsider. If there was nothing, one could talk about it casually. If there was something, it was often hidden in one's heart, and one was unwilling to touch it." Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "In the end, I'm not as polite as Junyang." The woman was puzzled. Jiang Shangjin sighed. "My alias is Jiang Shangjin. Junyang has a broken tail. So even though she's in Here Town, she can't detect traces of me. An immortal." Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "Madam Huan Sha, why don't you call me Junyang intimately?" In an instant, the world was silent. The woman's 8 tails swayed behind her, and her eyes were cold. She no longer looked drunk and seductive. I wonder if Sect Master Jiang has come from afar to kill or catch a demon. Jiang Shangjin picked up his wine bowl and gently knocked it against Junyang's. He took a sip of wine. "If old Sun came alone, Junyang, you're right to ask. The woman frowned and said, "Sect Master Jiang, please speak your mind." Jiang Shangjin put down his wine bowl and said, "Old Sun wants you to agree to be my Jade Gui sect's consecrator before he stops. I think it's better to forget about it. I shouldn't be so rude to a beauty. Junyang can be my Jade Gui sect's guest. When the world is truly peaceful and suitable for the host to sell wine and the guest to drink, Junyang might as well return here to do business. I can guarantee that when Junyang leaves Jade Gui's sect, no one will stop her. It's even better if she's willing to stay, cultivate, and return to the Heavenly Fox." The nine-tailed Heavenly Fox, or Madame Huan Sha, sneered and said, "And if I don't agree?" Jiang Shangjin said, "You'll die." Her face blurred and then became clear again, but it was no longer Junyang's face. Jiang Shangjin didn't shift his gaze and just stared at her face. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Your fox charm is useless against me, and Pingan." She slowly returned to her Junyang appearance and said, "Jiang Shangjin, I can go to Jade Gui's sect with you, but you have to promise me 3 things. First, hide my identity. Other than you and Sun Yuan, no one in Jade Gui's sect is allowed to know my background. Of course." Second, Third Master and Little Cripple must be settled, but not in Jade Gui's sect. Okay, Jade Gui's sect's lower sect, Zhanjing sect, is in Aquarius Continent. You can go sightseeing. As for Great Springs Capital, don't go. Finally, I want to go to Great Springs Capital. I'm more than happy to. I have an old acquaintance there. The sharpener, Lu Zong. She asked, "How can I trust you?" Jiang Shangjin said confidently, "I'm Qin Pingan's friend." On this day, Junyang closed the inn and went to Great Springs Capital with Jiang Shangjin. In the Great Spring Dynasty, in the imperial palace of the capital, a woman leaned against a pillar and cried. She did not seduce others, nor did she seduce others. It was just that the entire literary circle of the Great Spring Dynasty was unwilling to let her go. Despite repeated prohibitions, the private engravings of erotic books on the streets were even more unsightly. Did these well-read men only know how to bully a woman? It was around the time when the young hidden official was thrown into prison and met the tailor for the first time. Pei Qian was going to travel, and it was the kind where his master was not by his side. He would be thousands of miles away from home. Early in the morning, Chen Wanshu and Zhou Mili began to help Pei Qian pack up his belongings. Zhou Mili carried a small golden pole and asked if they wanted to take it together. When they were in urgent need of silver, they could mortgage it to the pawn shop and redeem it when they had the money. However, the black-clothed girl did not forget to remind Pei Qian that there was a premium for exchanging gold for silver. He could not be fooled by the pawn shop owner. Pei Qian praised her verbally and pinched little Mili's cheeks. However, Pei Qian did not agree. He said that he had enough money on him. It was not appropriate to carry a golden pole in the pugilistic world. It would be easy to attract jealousy. This time, Pei Qian was going to travel with Li Huai to the North Continent. They agreed to meet at the Yang family shop in the small town. Then they would go to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and take the cross-continent ferry of the Hemp Sect. It was a pity that their dragon boat, the Tumbling Ink Ferry, could not go as far as the North Continent. Old Chef took out a small piece of summer money from the treasury of the ancestral hall and gave it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian was shocked and only accepted a few pieces of snow money. After all, it was the property of his master and Luo Pamountain. It was not good to borrow too much. Old Chef said that it was not a loan, but a gift. Every time a disciple of Luo Pamountain went on a long journey, they would have a sum of divine money in their pocket. According to the young master, it could attract fortune. Pei Qian said that she was the first disciple of Luo Pamountain. How could it be the same? She was really worried that she would lose more money if she took more. Old Chef went against his conscience and gave her the nickname of a money loser. Did she know how many times he had called her that over the years? 72 times. Moreover, she had been living a good life with her master all these years. In addition, she received gifts everywhere. She was diligent and thrifty and was famous for being stingy. In fact, she had saved a lot of money. For example, for this long journey, she had specially prepared a small bag of gold leaves and a bag of broken silver. The mountain walking staff that her master gave her now had the ball of golden silk that sword deity Zhou Cheng's sister gave her. Old Chef specially invited Wei Shanjun to take a look and said that there was no problem. It was a good thing, and there was no need to refine it. She just needed to practice a few more sets of the crazy demon sword technique. There was also a small bamboo box made by the big white goose, as well as a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword. However, Pei Qian did not dare to hang them on her waist. After all, she was not on her own mountain, and her master and little senior brother were not by her side. She was not brave enough and was worried that she would be mistaken as a real Jianghu person. If there was an unnecessary conflict, other people might see that she was young and forget about it. However, if they saw her bamboo blade and bamboo sword, they would definitely want to fight with her. What was she going to do? What was she going to do about it? Pei Qian went to the mountain deity temple at the peak of the mountain and said goodbye to the mountain deity. Chen Wanshu and Zhou Mili were her attendants. Now that Pei Qian had grown so fast, it made them look more like little girls. The mountain deity's name was Song Yuzhang. It was written in the county records of Huang County. However, it was not long and only recorded that Song Yuzhang had been a kiln supervisor for many years. Strictly speaking, when her master was a kiln worker's apprentice at the Dragon Kiln, Supervisor Song had been in charge of her master for many years. Pei Qian knew that mountain deity Song had always been on bad terms with Luo Mountain. Moreover, his relationship with Old Chef and Wei Shanjun was very strained. However, her master had once told her that mountain deity Song was a loyal Confucian minister when he was alive. After he died, he became a god and a heroic spirit that protected a region. In the world, not everyone who did not get along with Luo Mountain was a bad person. Pei Qian returned to the bamboo building and stood at the door of the second floor for a while. At first, Xiaomi wanted to follow Pei Qian to the second floor, but was stopped by Wanshu. She was pulled to the stone table by the cliff to eat melon seeds. Pei Qian walked down to the second floor. Between the bamboo building and the stone table, there were 2 additional small paths on the ground. The path was not long. Back then, her master had traveled to the North Continent and obtained a total of 36 green bricks. Before she went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she had paved 6 small paths. Each path was embedded with 6 floor tiles of varying distances to help pure martial artists practice the 6-step stance. Her master's original intention was for her master, her first disciple, Old Chef Zheng Dafeng, Lu Baixiang, and Sun Yuanji to each have one path. Later, the big white goose felt wronged, so her master gave his path to it. Pei Qian's path was next to the path shared by her master and her little senior brother, so they were neighbors. Old Chef gave it to Chao Qingleng. He said that although she was not a pure martial artist, she could occasionally practice martial arts to calm her mind. Zheng Dafeng did not accept the green brick and gave it to the youth Yuan Lai, who was also serious in practicing martial arts but liked to read more. Lu Baixiang gave it to his first disciple, Yuan Bao. Although Sun Yuanji had paved a green brick path in the courtyard, he still liked to go up and down the mountain to practice the 6-step stance. To the north was the territory of Luo Mountain, Huimeng Mountain. It was not as tall as Luo Mountain, but it was bigger than Luo Mountain. There were only 3 people there. One of them could not speak the small town's dialect, and only spoke the Dali official language. His surname was Dugu. His real name was unknown. He used the name Xiao Poxian. He was accompanied by a servant girl called Meng Long, who was always by his side. She was very arrogant. There was also a sister called Shiqiao. She was gentle and had a soft heart. Pei Qian naturally preferred the latter. At the westernmost sword reverence terrace, a man called Cui Wei practiced his sword. He did not like to talk and never went down the mountain. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu would occasionally go to the Dragon Rider Alley to help. Cui Wei was a golden core bottleneck sword cultivator. He came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and was brought back by the big white goose. Pei Qian was very clear of the importance of a golden core earthly immortal sword cultivator in Aquarius continent. Sister Xiu's Dragon Spring Sword sect was an immortal sect. Master Wan had taken in 2 batches of disciples. Currently, there was only one golden core that held the opening ceremony, and that Donggu was not a sword cultivator. Of course, this was because Sister Xiu did not like to be in the limelight, but Cui Wei was always courteous to old chef. He was courteous to the point of respect and even fear. It was a strange thing. Did old chef put arsenic or laxatives in Cui Wei's rice bowl or wine jar? Although old chef had indeed taught the embroidered river deity a lesson, but Cui Wei was a golden core sword cultivator. He did not need to be so reserved. Lu Zhongruan brought the direct disciples of the Patriarch Hall from Book Lake and Pearl Hairpin Island. They rented the crayfish back from Luopa Mountain. Both parties had a harmonious relationship. Pei Qian admired this Aunt Lu a lot. According to old chef, she was the princess royal in name and in reality. Pei Qian had read about this kind of things in books before, but now she had really done it. A few years ago, Lu Zhongruan had personally become the manager of the Dragon Boat Ferry. She sold immortal goods from Spring Dew Garden to Oxhorn Mountain. This Aunt Lu was loyal and professional. She earned a lot of money. According to Muanshu, Luopa Mountain's money vault would receive a large sum of immortal money every season. The money earned was second only to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and Weishan Jun compared to the 2 shops in Riding Dragon Alley. The money earned was much more. Sometimes Pei Qian would go to Riding Dragon Alley and see Shiro. She could not help but sigh. She was embarrassed for Shiro. How could she be the manager of a shop? Moreover, during every festival, Nuanshu would go to the Dragon Spring Sword section, Xiu Mountain, Mount Gray, the Sword Reverence Platform, and of course Crayfish Back. He would visit and give gifts. They were all specialties of Luopa Mountain. The gifts were light, but the feelings were heavy. The sisters of Crayfish Back would also return the gifts. Pei Qian would always follow Nuanshu. In the past, Xiaomi would also join in the fun, but now her guts were smaller than the eye of a needle. She loved to stay on Luopa Mountain and refused to leave. Every time, she would find excuses, such as spraining her ankle or having a toothache. Later on, her little brain, which did not like to think, was probably really hurting, so she secretly went to look for old chef. In the end, she got a big piece of paper filled with a long list of excuses, such as checking the almanac. It was not suitable for a water-type great demon to travel far up the mountain today. This made Xiaomi overjoyed. Every day, she would ask Muanshu why she was not coming down the mountain to visit them. Pei Qian secretly hid that piece of paper one day. The little girl, who would take a look at it every day before she went to bed, was dumbfounded. She was so anxious that she even searched the square near the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, the entire Luopa Mountain's main path, as well as all the secluded paths of various sizes. In the middle of the night, the black-clothed little girl opened her eyes wide and stared hard at the path under her feet. Pei Qian kindly helped her, but Xiaomi did not dare to say what she had lost. In any case, Pei Qian followed Zhou Mili and strolled around. Although Xiaomi had 2 short legs, she ran very fast. In the end, Zhou Mili teared up and said to Pei Qian, "Let's search again." However, Xiaomi quickly changed her mind and said, "If Branch Master is tired, you can sleep first. I'll look for it myself. I'm very familiar with the path." Pei Qian made a gesture with one hand and stomped his foot on the ground. He spoke a bunch of nonsense and then whispered the word imperial. With a twist of his wrist, the piece of paper appeared in his hand. Xiaomi, who was stunned and opened her mouth wide, first clapped vigorously, then jumped up, grabbed the piece of paper, and hid it in her sleeve. On the way home, she chattered around Pei Qian and asked him what kind of immortal magic this was. Why was it so effective? Did she ask him to come to her house as a guest? If it was possible, she asked the branch master to use his magical power and send the mountain master home together with the imperial edict. There was a big snake in Yellow Lake Mountain. Chen Lingjun used to go there to play. Sister Zhou Er's master, the old Taoist Jia Cheng, originally left the straw shop and went to Yellow Lake Mountain to cultivate. It was said that he inexplicably broke through the realm. According to Chen Lingjun, the old Taoist was so happy that he roared by the lake, making countless birds leave their branches and fish dive to the bottom. When Taoist Jia Cheng came to Luopa Mountain, the old chef gave him a sum of congratulatory money. The old Taoist declined several times, saying that he couldn't accept it. After all, it was not a gold formation pill. They were all family, so there was no need to spend so much money. Pei Qian's eyes were sharp. When he saw that the old chef was about to go with the flow and not give the red packet, the blind old Taoist seemed to have opened his eyes. He took the first step and accepted the red packet with 2 small coins. He stroked his beard and smiled, muttering that it was difficult to refuse such kindness. Pei Qian took a deep breath and said to his 2 good friends, "You don't have to send me off." Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick in one hand and the rope of the bamboo box in the other. He ran all the way, jumped high, and jumped off the cliff. The mountain wind whistled in his ears. During the falling process, Pei Qian thought about when he could cross from Luopa Mountain to Mount Gray in the north. The girl yawned. She bent her knees slightly and landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. The girl squatted on the ground and gently pressed her 5 fingers against the ground. The dust that had just been shaken up immediately returned to the ground. Practice makes perfect. It was not worth mentioning. Zhu Lian came to the stone table. Wei Pai appeared after him. Little Mealy waved her hand vigorously at the cliff. She did not care if Pei Qian at the foot of the mountain could see her farewell. Chun Wanshu was worried about whether the bags of dried fish, melon seeds, and pastries in the box would be enough for Pei Qian to eat on the way. Zhu Lian rubbed his chin and said, "It's really hard to be at ease when you're only a 6th realm martial artist. Your route is also different from Chen Lingjuan's." Wei Pai said helplessly, "Only?" Zhu Lian laughed. Chen Wanshu and Zhou Mealy bowed to Wei Shanjun. Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Zhou Mealy lowered her head and dug into her sleeves for a long time. She could only give Wei Shanjun a small handful of melon seeds. She was a little embarrassed. She did not treat her guest well. She did not treat her guest well. She was the right protector of Luopa Mountain, the deputy chief, the Mute Lake Monster, the protector of Dragon Rider Alley in the past, and the self-proclaimed 5th shopkeeper of the New Year shop. Zhou Mealy was. Wei Pai held back his laughter. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it." Chen Wanshu took his leave and continued to busy himself. There were still many trivial matters on Luopa Mountain. Zhou Mealy carried the little golden shoulder pole and 8 melon seeds along the way. Although she was worried about the chief's journey, as the deputy chief, there was nothing she could do. After the 2 little girls walked away, Wei Pai continued the previous topic. With Li Huai around, it's not a big problem. Besides, Pei Qian might reach the golden body realm as he walks. Let's worry about those blind martial artists and demons of the Jianghu, right? Anyway, I don't understand Pei Qian's martial arts training. It's completely unreasonable. Zhu Lian said, when the younger generation of the family travels far away, the elders always have to worry about not having enough food to eat and clothes to wear. However, you don't know how difficult it is until you've experienced it. It's time for Pei Qian to walk the Jianghu by himself. Wei Pai said, if you're so worried, why don't you follow him? I'll help you take care of Luo Pa Mountain. Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and said, forget it. Brother Wei, you should focus on organizing the night banquet. It's not easy to find a mountain for the crown prince. There's no reason not to hold one. Look at Jin Qing, the lord of Zhongyue. Isn't he doing very well? Wei Pai felt tired at the thought of this. He asked, other than the gods of the mountains and rivers in Beiwei, which Qi refinement warrior is willing to come? Now, on the mountains of the Dali dynasty, there was a widely spread saying that the Beiwei region was full of the sounds of selling iron pots and pans. Wei Pai suddenly said, that immortal Xiaope, who has both the country's fate and the destiny of swordsmanship. If you're willing, I can help to pull some strings. Don't worry, Jin Qing is also someone who can hide things. Moreover, he is nostalgic for the Zhuang dynasty. Who knows, Jin Qing might help Luo Pa Mountain at the critical moment. Moreover, he might help regardless of the cost, and without asking for anything in return. Zhu Lian shook his head and said, for some things, in order to achieve one's goal, one cannot be particular about the means. However, for some things, one has to be more honest. Wei Pai nodded and said, Brother Zhu, you're indeed transparent. Zhu Lian spat and scolded, transparent my ass. It's easy for me to say that now. That little bastard dares to scheme against Luo Pa Mountain. I'm only tolerating that pair of master and servant on account of young master and Miss Shirchio's friendship. However, if something really happens, I'll make a mortal Xiao sell his ass for the sake of Luo Pa Mountain. Ooh. Wei Pai pretended that he did not hear anything. Zhu Lian stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed the sides of his mouth. If there was really a careless person who dashed out. After all, distant water could not quench the present thirst. It was not that the sword worship platform's golden core bottleneck, sword, cultivator Chui Wei, could not be used at the critical moment. However, before Chui Wei reached the nascent soul realm, it was better for him to be quiet and not move. As for the remnant of the Zhuang dynasty, the sword cultivator, who changed his name to Immortal Xiaope, it was even more unsuitable for him to appear in public. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to Luo Pa Mountain slapping the Song clan in the face. Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, and Wei Xian, these 3 pure martial artists, each had their own path to walk. The Feng Feng brothers were no longer on the mountain. Cin Yuanji, Yuan Bao, and Yuan Lai, these 3 martial artists were too young. They still had a long way to go. Moreover, compared to Lu Sui and Wei, who were a generation older, the gap between them in terms of aptitude and temperament was not small. Zhu Lian scratched his head and sighed. Our Luo Pa Mountain's foundation is still not thick enough. For the sake of this lotus root-blessed land, we're even more stretched. When I think of Nuanshu secretly returning the money for the 3 red packets for the new year to me, the 3 of them only left a red packet envelope. My heart aches, my heart aches. You don't know, but even that stingy Pei Qian has started to quietly bring Nuanshu and Xiaomi back to the family, those that can be moved to Luo Pa Mountain's warehouse, and those that can be moved later have all been sorted out. Zhu Lian stomped his feet and said, I've let young master down. I don't have the face to go to Ji-Se Peak's ancestral hall to offer incense. Wei Pai put his hand to his forehead and said, all right, I'll hold another F** King night banquet. All right? I, the mountain lord, am determined to be shameless. All right? Zhu Lian grabbed Wei Pai's arm. Brother Wei is righteous. Wei Pai said helplessly, "It's easy to get on a pirate ship, but it's not easy to get off." Wei Pai suddenly frowned and said, "Clear Wind City's spy. Little slug. Mountain quaking fist?" Zhu Lian asked, "Did someone burn incense and pray with you, the mountain lord?" Wei Pai nodded and said, 3 incense sticks. The first 2 incense sticks were ordinary things, so I ignored them. The last incense stick was top-grade mountain incense, and there were these 3 sayings, so I took it seriously. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's most likely a chess piece that Gu Kan buried for many years." He felt that the time was right, so he came to pay his respects. What a coincidence! I was just about to go to Clear Wind City's Su family to try my luck. It's not good to be disgusted by people all the time. It's my turn to disgust others. Wei Pai said, "No hurry, I'll go meet this person first." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Thank you, thank you. I'll help you ask Muanshu for melon seeds later." Wei Pai turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lian looked at the sky, at the scene of snow, and muttered, "Shirsi hasn't recited a poem in a long time on the back of a donkey in the wind and snow. Shirsi has always been there, wind and snow often, but there's no donkey. Even if there is, it should be Pei Qian leading it to the pugilistic world." Zhu Lian smiled knowingly. The next time the young master returned home, he would probably be even more unwilling to feed Pei Qian. Li Huai packed up his belongings. It was very simple. He carried a large bamboo box, bottles, dry food, and salted vegetables. He did not bring any of his treasures. In the pugilistic world, crooks were mixed in with the honest folk. It was better to keep a low profile. He went to the medicine shop to say goodbye to the old man. Old Yang gave Li Huai a set of clothes. It was a long green robe, something like bamboo gauze, a jade tablet without inscriptions, and a pair of boots. Li Huai did not want to accept it at first. The shop's business was a little too quiet. It was not easy for the old man to make some money. He guessed that after so many years he had not accumulated much. His father was not in the shop, and Uncle Zheng had also traveled far away. The 2 new disciples of Su Jian and Shiling Mountain had also left. Li Huai was really worried. He was too embarrassed to accept the old man's things. However, the old man said that if Li Huai did not want it, it was fine. Please give it to the guy behind the counter in the front room. Li Huai almost lost his temper. If not for the fact that he was a Confucian disciple who had to act like a scholar and be more refined, Li Huai really wanted to put a gunny sack over his head and give him a good beating. This was the first time Pei Qian came to the Yang family shop. This was the first time he met old Yang. The young girl sat on the bench opposite him, respectfully. Her posture had already started to become slender. She was slightly thin, and her skin was slightly dark. She was indeed not a very good-looking girl. When Pei Qian entered the backyard, he saw the old man sitting on the steps. Li Huai squatted beside him and stretched out his hand to strangle the old man's neck. He did not know what Li Huai was muttering. Pei Qian remembered his master's teachings. If it was not necessary, he was not allowed to peek into other people's minds. Old Yang looked at the young girl and said slowly, "Qi Jingchun sat on this bench before. Your master also sat on it before." Pei Qian, who was sitting upright, nodded slightly. However, Li Huai slapped the old man's head and imitated Zhou Mili's words. "Hey, hey, hey," acting all mysterious. "So what if you're older? You're scaring my friend." "Ha!" Pei Qian glared at Li Huai. Li Huai immediately touched the old man's head and smoothed his hair. The old man was already used to it and did not take it seriously. Of course, Li Huai was the only exception. What if it was Heavenly Lord Xie Shi or Sword Immortal Chao Shi? The old man said, "You can go now." Li Huai and Pei Qian walked to the bamboo curtain together. Li Huai turned around and said, "Old man, I bought a big bag of high-quality charcoal and put it in the side room. It's winter. Don't be so reluctant. It's not your money." The old man nodded. Pei Qian bowed slightly and cupped his fists. The old man nodded again. "This year, this month, this day." In the night, on the top half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the black shadow's body gradually became clearer. Its golden eyes were still the most eye-catching. It was wearing a bright red robe and had a narrow saber hanging from its waist. There were no more demons who wanted to die trying to climb on this half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. So, those sword immortals in the paintings had temporarily hidden. The black shadow had been wandering on the top of the city wall, coming and going suddenly without leaving a trace. At this moment, the black shadow took off his saber and came to the cliff of the city wall. He stood with his saber and looked down at the ground. There were still countless demons under his feet, rushing north. He looked away and looked up. There are only 2 moons left in the savage wilderness. I'm fine, but I don't know if those wanderers are safe. If you like swords, please collect them. Swords update the fastest. "686. Osmanthus Island finally returned to Old Dragon City. They slowly docked at the island outside the city. The journey back was considered smooth sailing, which made them feel relieved. The 3 of them left the Gui lineage courtyard. Wei Jin carried his sword on his back, Miyu carried his sword, and a wine gourd was tied around his waist. Wei Wenlong, on the other hand, was empty-handed. There was a sea road between the island and Old Dragon City. Osmanthus, Maiden Jean Su sent the 3 of them off under the instructions of her master, Madame Gui. She brought them to another ferry port in Old Dragon City. They would change boats there and follow the dragon path to the center of the Aquarius continent. Between the sea and land crossings in Old Dragon City, there was a long street that belonged to the Sun family's ancestral land. The Fan family's chief consecrator, Ma Ji, who was originally in charge of Osmanthus Island, wanted to call for a carriage but was rejected by Wei Jin. Jin Su admired the young sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple's immortal platform from the bottom of her heart. She first asked for his help before rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to kill demons. Sword Immortal Wei was the youngest immortal of the upper 5 realms in the history of the Aquarius continent. Jin Su was certain that once Wei Jin returned to the Wind Snow Temple from his trip to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the Wind Snow Temple would definitely gain a great reputation. According to some rumors that had spread in the early years, no one knew if they were true or false, but the rumors were very exaggerated. It was said that Wei Jin was able to cultivate at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He was able to focus on nurturing his sword, and he received unique treatment. He was neighbors with the strongest swordsman at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, an old immortal. They had 2 thatched cottages, big and small. It was said that Wei Jin would often be taught swordsmanship by the old immortal. This had won a lot of gossip for the Chi cultivators of the Aquarius continent. Every time they talked about it, they would feel honored. Nowadays, whenever the continent's cultivators talked about sword cultivators, they would inevitably talk about Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin. Our Aquarius continent is the smallest among the 9 continents, but isn't our fellow countryman Wei Jin an outstanding existence in the Great Wall of Sword Chi filled with sword immortals? Some immortal masters even began to think that once Qi Zhen, the heavenly lord of the Divine Bulletin sect, ascended or went into seclusion for a long time and stopped caring about worldly affairs, then the next leader of the immortal families would most likely be Wei Jin. Once Wei Jin became an immortal, he would become the first great sword immortal in the history of Aquarius continent. By then, the power of the heavens and earth would be on his side, and his attainments in the great Tao would be immeasurable. As for the two unknown friends of Wei and Jean Su could only treat them with courtesy. It was said that they were both Taoists who were only one step away from becoming Earth Immortals of Gold Core Realm. In the courtyard of the Gui lineage, Jean Su would occasionally accompany Lady Gui and the three of them to brew tea and discuss the Tao and notice some slight differences. The guest with the surname Wei was more reserved and was not good with words, but was extremely interested in the local conditions and customs of the Aquarius continent, and rarely took the initiative to ask. All of them asked about the business direction of the few big families in Old Dragon City and how to earn money, as though they were disciples of the Shang family. On the other hand, young Master Mi, who looked like an immortal in a book, did not seem to care about anything. On both sides of the road, the cultivators on the mountain had created a lotus-like landscape. Therefore, the road was bustling with people and tourists. Miyu walked among them, as though he was an immortal who walked from the heavens to the mortal world. Even though Jean Su's heart already belonged to someone else, and was even more infatuated with Sun Jiashu, she had to admit that in terms of looks, this young Master Mi was really an immortal among immortals. There were many women on the road, and they could not help but take a few more glances at Miyu. Unknowingly, they looked less at the lotus-like landscape and more at the elegant young master. Where are the immortals? Burn the elixir beside the well. Test the ink in the pool. 10 miles of lotuses, the cool breeze discerning the water, the bright moon in the sky. Miyu muttered these two sentences that he read from a book on the fan of the Yen family's shop. The scholars in the vast world were indeed talented in literature. And in this vast world, if one did not talk about the people and only talked about the scenery, it was indeed much better than the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had not even reached Old Dragon City, and there was already such a scene. At this moment, as they walked, Wei Wenlong sighed in his heart. This is the hometown of hidden official and sword immortal Wei. There was no need for Wei Jin to remind him. The two words hidden official were taboo and should not be mentioned constantly. Even if Wei Wenlong could not help but mention it, he could only say it in his heart. Wei Jin laughed. If not for traveling to other continents, it would be hard to talk about hometown in such a big continent. And not only did Wei Jin not care about the Aquarius continent, he did not even have a sense of belonging to the Wind Snow Temple. Jean Su pointed to the sky above Old Dragon City and introduced it to the two foreigners. In the past, our Old Dragon City had a sea of clouds, and it was rumored that it was at least a half-immortal weapon, a relic left behind by the ancient immortals. Riding on the clouds, one could see it from a bird's-eye view, but in the city, one could not see it. But for some reason, the sea of clouds suddenly disappeared a few years ago, and now it has become a legend on the mountain. Many Qi cultivators on the mountain specially came to verify the authenticity of the news. Wei Wenlong subconsciously started to calculate the value of a half-immortal weapon in the Aquarius continent. Miyu's expression was calm, and said to Wei Jin telepathically, "Does your Aquarius continent have so many people who have nothing better to do?" Wei Jin's impression of Miyu was not bad, and he was good friends with great sword immortal Mihu and Yu Qing. Hence Wei Jin did not treat Miyu as an outsider, and replied, "This kind of words any sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Chi can say, but only you Miyu have no right to be eccentric, to lie drunk in the clouds, to pretend to be an immortal, to fool foreign female cultivators, and to have a lot of love debts." Miyu laughed. "You have to mention it. You deserve to be a bachelor, sword immortal Wei. How many sword immortals are there in the Aquarius continent? As a sword immortal, you are still so young, yet you don't have many female friends. I really don't know if the fairies in the Aquarius continent have bad eyesight, or you, Wei Jin, are not enlightened. Don't tell me that every time you walk up and down the mountain, you will stick a note on your forehead with the words, 'I don't love women' written on it. Come, come, come. Sword Immortal Wei. Don't be shy. We are all family. Quickly take out that note and let me and Brother Wei broaden our horizons. Wei Jin laughed. I really don't have such a note. Sorry to disappoint Sword Immortal Me Jin. Su only knew that the three of them were conversing telepathically, but she did not know what they were talking about that made them so happy. A carriage stopped in the middle of the road, and after it stopped at the shore of Osmanthus Island, a young laurel man walked down with a jade pendant that said Old Dragon Brings Rain hanging on his waist. It was the young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua. After seeing Wei Jin and the rest, he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Junior Fu Nanhua greets Sword Immortal Wei. Wei Jin nodded. I won't be visiting the city. I have to hurry. If not for Osmanthus Island's Jin Su standing beside him, Wei Jin might not have spoken a word. In the pugilistic world, Wei Jin could chat happily with the boors of the pugilistic world, but he could not be bothered to get close to the people on the mountain. Fu Nanhua stepped to the side and gave way, and smiled. I dare not disturb Sword Immortal Wei. This junior has come because of your reputation. It is actually very rude of me. After walking out of the sea road, the group of them rode the wind and headed to the next ferry. Miyu clicked his tongue. Wei Jin, you have so much face in Aquarius continent. Wei Jin laughed, scolding people. At the ferry, someone recognized Wind Snow Temple's Sword Immortal, and there was an uproar. When Wei Jin landed, the passers-by gave way to this Sword Immortal. In Aquarius continent, where there were not many sword cultivators, an Earth Immortal sword cultivator was enough to be hailed as so, and so Sword Immortal, let alone Wei Jin, who was a true Upper Five Realms Sword Immortal. So the passers-by in the distance were pointing and whispering. Those who were closer to Wei Jin took the initiative to bow. Miyu said again, there are quite a lot of people scolding you. Wei Jin said helplessly, Miyu, calm down. Why don't we board the ferry and find a secluded place midway and leave the boat and have a spar? Miyu laughed. I am not stupid. We are both in the unpolished Jade realm, but I can only defeat Spring Bannerhouse's Sword Immortal Shao, and I cannot defeat Wind Snow Temple's Sword Immortal Wei. Wei Wenlong was even more helpless. You two Sword Immortal seniors can spar. Why do you have to involve my master? The three of them bade farewell to Jin Su and boarded a ferry. Unlike Wei Jin, who lived in seclusion, Miyu still treated it as if he was traveling on Osmanthus Island and was not willing to stay in his house. He liked to look at the mountains and rivers from the bow of the ferry and laughed to Wei Wenlong. So in this vast world, other than islands, there are so many mountains. During the heavy snowfall, the ferry passed by a sect on the mountain. High cliffs, high buildings, immortal pavilions row upon row. If one leaned on the railing and looked into the distance, there were strange pine trees and cypresses, and a few patches of green in the snow. It was very eye-catching. How many private houses could have such an immortal scenery? On the opposite cliff, there was a long-bearded guest in green. Standing by the cliff, there were 8 or 9 immortals playing chess and watching. It was unknown who was the host and who was the guest. Looking down at the beautiful scenery that was unique to this foreign land, Sword Immortal Me, you seemed to be crying and laughing. Wei Jin rarely walked out of his house and came to Miyu's side and said, You said it yourself. In this Aquarius continent, there are not many Sword Immortals. You can travel around, drink some good wine, and then board the ferry. Miyu had already returned to normal. Forget it. There are no female immortals. There is no point in going. Wei Jin nodded. Dusk, Cloud Mountain, Su family's Fox Country in Clear Wind City, Dolly's Eternal Spring Palace in the north. There are more female immortals. Miyu laughed and scolded. I am a romantic, not a pervert. After interacting with the young hidden official for a long time, Wei Wenlong, who had been influenced by him, suddenly said softly, This is doubtful. Wei Jin smiled knowingly. Miyu gave him a thumbs up. He was in a good mood. These words have some of our hidden official style. Miyu suddenly asked, "Go plant oranges, what is that? Is there a story to tell?" Wei Jin was confused. He shook his head. "I don't know." Miyu shook his head. "Brother Wei, your knowledge is lacking." Wei Jin did not mind, and returned to his house to continue nurturing his sword intent. Wei Wenlong went to the ferry to buy the Landscape Gazette. Miyu leaned on the railing alone, thinking that he would soon be able to go to Luopa Mountain to eat and wait for death, and that he would be able to see the legendary Mirror's flower, Mirror's moon. Miyu's mood became better. But he did not know why the hidden official repeatedly mentioned the Mirror's flower, Mirror's moon, and every time he mentioned it, his smile was especially sincere. This was Li Huai's first cross-continent trip. Previously, he boarded the ferry at Oxhorn Mountain, and the heroic spirit puppets dragged the ferry through the sea of clouds, moving as fast as lightning. Every time there was a rainstorm, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heroic spirit puppets refined by the linen sect were like golden armor, shining in front of the ferry as if the sun and moon were pulling the big boat forward. Li Huai would never get tired of looking at it, because there was no viewing platform in his residence. Li Huai often went to the bow to admire the scenery, and every time he was surprised. Pei Qian lived next door and did not like to go out. At most, she would lie by the window and look at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Li Huai persuaded her several times to go to the bow with him, but Boss Pei said that she had been through thousands of mountains and rivers and had seen all kinds of strange things. Instead, she solemnly reminded Li Huai to be careful when he went out alone and not to take the initiative to cause trouble. However, he did not have to be afraid of trouble coming to him. If there was an accident, she would help to inform Steward Su. Li Huai looked at the old and wise helm leader Pei, who was practicing martial arts in the slightly narrow room while speaking in the old and experienced Jianghu language. He was greatly impressed, so he sincerely said some good words. As a result, Pei Qian, who was about to start copying books, gave him a get lost as a reward. Both Du Wenxi, a nascent soul cultivator, and Pang Lanxi, a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, who had high hopes, were both appointed as the honorary offerings of Luopa Mountain. However, this matter was not widely publicized. Moreover, every time the ferry went back and forth, the ancestral hall of both sides would have a large amount of money. After all, the entire Skeleton Beach and Spring Dew Garden's first line of business almost included the entire southeast of the North Continent. Many of the big and small immortal mountains were secretly related to Luopa Mountain. Luopa Mountain sat on half of the Oxhorn Mountain's ferry. Every time the cross-continent ferry went back and forth between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City, close to 10% of the profits would fall into Luopa Mountain's pocket once a year. This was a very reasonable amount of sharing. The Linen Sect, Spring Dew Garden, and their allies and vassal mountains that needed to contribute people, energy, and materials took 80% of the profits. Wei Pai, the Lord of Mount Beiyu, took the last 10% of the profits. Therefore, Luopa Mountain and the Linen Sect, which was located at the southernmost tip of the North Continent, could be said to have a gentleman's friendship. However, there was also a bondage of interest between the two sides. If the friendship could be recorded in the account book and both sides could earn money, and as the business grew, the friendship would be very solid. The steward of the ferry, an old man surnamed Su, specially took out 2 first-class rooms to entertain the 2 guests. In the end, when the girl surnamed Pei asked about the price, she refused to stay no matter what. She said that 2 ordinary cabins would be enough. She even asked the old steward if it would be troublesome to change cabins at the last minute. Not only would the first-class rooms be empty, but she would also cause the ferry to lose 2 cabins. The old manager was used to doing business, and he had already trained a pair of discerning eyes. Seeing that she was sincere and not being polite, he did not mince his words. The immortal masters who came to the Aquarius continent to do business had a long journey. As long as they had a good house to stay in, they would not lack the immortal money. This was especially so for the immortal disciples near the capital of Dali. Nowadays, they all loved to travel to the North Continent. Each one of them was more generous than the other. Therefore, they did not have to worry about the expensive cabins being empty. However, the linen sect really did not care about earning this kind of money. After that, the young girl added that she really appreciated the seniors' good intentions, but the difference was too great. If they occupied 2 of the best rooms, it would cause the hemp sect to earn less money. She came out to suffer hardships, not to enjoy life. If her master found out, she would definitely be punished. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to move. The old man smiled and gave the girl a wooden token that read Little Summer. He said that with this token, she could use it to buy an item worth 1 little summer at the immortal shop on the ferry, Void Hatred Lane. The old man did not give Pei Qian a chance to refuse. He took advantage of his seniority and said that if she did not accept it, it would hurt their relationship. The girl said that she did not dare to refuse an elder's gift. She took the wooden token with both hands and bowed to the old nascent soul cultivator, who was of high seniority in the linen sect. The ferry manager's surname was Su, and his name was Shi. He was an old nascent soul cultivator from the linen sect. The shopkeeper of Void Hatred Lane was surnamed Huang, and his name was Shenyu. They were old friends who had been neighbors for almost 300 years. In fact, not long after Pei Qian and Li Huai boarded the ferry, the 2 friends who had nothing to do started talking about the 2 children. The old nascent soul cultivator said that compared to the previous Chen Lingjun, the girl was young, but she was much more experienced. However, he did not know how Pei Qian would use the wooden token that was worth 1 little summer. Shopkeeper Huang was overjoyed. A customer who earned a little summer from the ferry as soon as they boarded the ferry, and more importantly, he could earn a favor. It was rare. At the same time, he spoke a few good words for Chen Lingjun. He felt that the kid was not bad. Now that they were familiar with each other, it would be fun to chat with him again. Outside of the small talk, shopkeeper Huang also had a serious question. He asked his old friend if Luopa Mountain looked down on his small business. Otherwise, why would they talk about it later when he said that he wanted to open a store on Oxhorn Mountain? Luopa Mountain clearly had many empty stores, but they said that they would discuss this matter later. They only verbally promised to leave a store with the best location for him. Shopkeeper Su smiled and comforted his good friend. That young mountain chieftain was not at the mountain, and Julien, who was acting as the abbot, did not allow Void Hatred Lane to open a branch on Oxhorn Mountain for whatever reason. They definitely had their own considerations, but it was definitely not because they looked down on shopkeeper Huang and Void Hatred Lane. Luopa Mountain still had this bit of integrity, and they were definitely not people who would curry favor with those in power. That Zhu Lian treated people with watertight manners, and he was definitely not a short-sighted person. That was what his good friend said, and he actually understood the reasoning behind it. However, shopkeeper Huang could not help but feel gloomy after being rejected. All he could say was that Luopa Mountain had become even more prosperous compared to when they first met Chinpingan. That young man had not been at their mountain for so long, so it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Would they become one of those immortal mountains that forgot themselves when they suddenly became rich? It was an invisible route that ran from the spring dew garden of the North Continent all the way to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. Apart from the hemp sect, spring dew garden, cloud stripping mountain, and Luopa Mountain that had formed an alliance in the beginning, the Fan family and the Sun family of the old dragon city gradually began to join in. There was also a young man called Dong Shuijing. Afterwards, 3 descendants of generals with the surname of the Pillar State of Dali, Guan Iran of the Great Blasphemy Supervisor, Supervisor Chao of the Dragon Province of Dali, and prefectural governor Yuan temporarily only used their own names to do business on the mountain. In reality, the cloud-stripping mountain originally could have earned even more. It was just that Lord Wei of the Great Mountains had given it to Luo Mountain. Shopkeeper Huang had never actually considered how to earn money on Oxhorn Mountain. Instead, he trusted the young man's character more. He was willing to take the initiative to form a good relationship with the thriving Luo Mountain. The cultivators of the North Continent were filled with the aura of Jianghu. They cared a lot about their reputation. In the past few years, Shopkeeper Huang had often boasted to his friends about how he possessed a unique insight. He was the first person in the entire North Continent to discover that the young mountain lord was anything but ordinary. Even sect Master Zhu Quan paled in comparison to him in this aspect. As a result, the more this was the case, the more dejected the old shopkeeper felt. The divine money that could not be brought with him when he was born and could not be taken with him when he died was just like a passing guest living in someone else's purse. To a golden core cultivator who had no hopes of becoming a great cultivator, earning more or less was a trivial matter. He might not be able to drink and boast with others, but was there anything more important than that? There was none. One day, the two of them began to drink again. A woman who managed the specific business matters of the Void Hatred Workshop came over to talk to the two of them. After She heard everything, he joked, "Are those two kids collecting trash? Why aren't you stopping them? Is the Void Hatred Workshop so black-hearted to earn money? It's a good thing that I only gave them a small wooden token. Otherwise, after this incident, your Void Hatred Workshop can forget about opening a shop on Oxhorn Mountain in the future." Shopkeeper Huang said helplessly, "I didn't mention this to Water Caltrip because I didn't want to complicate matters. It's mainly because the workshop happened to be clearing out the inventory once every 60 years and found a large pile of old items. Many of them were actually muddled accounts. Old friends couldn't repay their debts, so they used items to repay their debts. Many of the items that were only worth 50 snow coins were accepted by the Void Hatred Workshop as a small sum of money. The woman in charge of the Void Hatred Workshop, who was nicknamed Water Caltrip by the shopkeeper, immediately understood the severity of the situation. She already had a way to remedy the situation. Just as she was about to speak, the highly respected elder Su smiled and said, "You don't have to do anything deliberately. Isn't this good enough? Later, get your shopkeeper Huang to use his status as an elder and claim to be Qin Pingan's best friend. Give him an item worth a small sum of money. Otherwise, that little girl named Pei Qian won't accept it." At this point, the old man and Water Caltrip casually asked, "They bought a large pile of junk. Is there any possibility of picking up a bargain?" The woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. "We have a new shop assistant in our workshop. When he earns money, he doesn't even recognize his own family. He dares to sell anything and dares to ask for any price. The eyesight of the appraisers in our workshop isn't bad. Those two children also picked the cheapest ones. I reckon that if we continue to buy like this, by the time they get off the boat, it'll be difficult to buy 10 snowflakes with money. At that time, I'm afraid that our Void Hatred Workshop will be scolded as a black shop." Shopkeeper Huang had a strange expression. The woman smiled. Knowing the relationship between the two elders, she wasn't afraid of revealing the heavenly secret. That new shop assistant was praised by our shopkeeper Huang as a good seedling. He wanted me to cultivate him well. As it turned out, Pei Qian was in high spirits today. Holding the small heat wooden tablet, he brought Li Huai to the Void Hatred Workshop. Li Huai was even more excited. Coincidentally, he looked through the almanac. Today was a good day to buy and sell. Let me do it. Let me do it. The two of them first went to look at the pair of magic swords that their master had mentioned. It was a feast for the eyes. In any case, they definitely couldn't afford to buy them. Falling rain and chiming lantern were two swords left behind by an ancient immortal's Tao companion. They were severely damaged. If they wanted to repair them to their original state, it would cost too much money. It wasn't worth it when their master was on the ferry. They were already one of the treasures of the shop. Even now, they still couldn't be sold. There were especially many items in the Void Hatred Workshop today. Pei Qian's eyes were dazzled. However, the prices weren't cheap. As expected, on the Immortal's ferry, money wasn't money. Li Huai said with certainty that he would only buy the cheap ones. Pei Qian, who was originally a little hesitant, simply handed the wooden tablet to Li Huai and let him try his luck. Li Huai clasped his hands together and raised them high. He rubbed his palms together and muttered, "Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, God of Fortune is visiting my house today." Pei Qian was more at ease. An immortal Celadone's brush washer. 10 snowflakes cost money. She looked like an immortal. Her porcelain burning skills were obviously very good. She was not bad at all. Where was Li Huai's hometown? How could he not know the quality of a porcelain body? Li Huai saw Pei Qian sneering from the corner of his eye. He was worried that she would think that he was careless in spending money. He even tapped lightly with his fingers. The tinkling sounds were crisp and pleasing to the ear. He looked, tapped, and listened. He used his eyes, hands, and ears at the same time. He nodded repeatedly, indicating that this item was neither bad nor bad. The young shop assistant at the side also nodded gently, indicating that this buyer couldn't judge a book by its cover. It was an old and tattered scroll. After it was opened, it was painted with a fox worshipping the moon. 5 snowflakes cost money. In this house of Void Hatred, such a cheap item was rarely seen. The young shop assistant lamented at the side. If nothing unexpected happened, the customer should have picked up a bargain again. Take a look at this dusty painting. Although it didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy, just based on the painting technique, the fine details, and the strokes that were enough to show the fox demon's roots and hair, was already worth 5 snowflakes. A red sandalwood writing box inlaid with gold and silver threads. It came with a pair of small and exquisite 3-colored lions. 15 snowflakes cost money. It was rare for Pei Qian to feel that this transaction wasn't a loss. The writing box was similar to a treasure box. After it was opened, it was big and small. It won by quantity. Pei Qian had always been very fond of such items. A bundle of yellow paper talisman was tied tightly with 2 red ropes. It was 1 foot tall. There were too many talisman. After being folded for many years, it was already uneven. Only the front and back of the talisman patterns and ranks could be seen. According to the shop assistant at House of Void Hatred, as long as half of the 100 or so talisman inside had 2 talisman ranks, it would be a guaranteed profit. In the early years, a poor ferry passenger was embarrassed and had no choice but to pawn the ferry at a low price. He promised to redeem it within 100 years. In the end, many years had passed. Not long ago, House of Void Hatred cleaned up its inventory. Only then could these talismans see the light of day again. According to the appraiser's appraisal, just the red rope of unknown material and the tenacity of the rope alone were worth 1 snowflake. In the end, House of Void Hatred asked for 30 snowflakes. Li Huai, with a posture that he thought was very murderous, bargained down to 29 snowflakes. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. Beside Li Huai, Pei Qian had been watching with cold eyes. He looked at Li Huai, who was holding a large bundle of talisman. He was very happy. Selling the talisman would earn him a commission. The shop assistant at House of Void Hatred was even happier. Li Huai casually held the thick bundle of talisman's red ropes and softly said to Pei Qian, "It sounds like there's a story. I've made a profit." Pei Qian said unhappily, "Story? Those dogskin plasters in the marketplace all have a few stories about their ancestors. If you're willing to listen, I can make up 8 or 10 stories for you on the spot. Li Huai's face was full of astonishment. Pei Qian pulled Li Huai to the side. Li Huai, can you do it or not? Don't buy it recklessly. A whole snowflake's worth of money. There are only a few snowflakes left to spend. I heard from Master that many items from the mountains in the south can be sold to the north of the great blasphemy of the northern continent. If they are handled properly and find the right seller, the price will have a chance of doubling. Li Huai was stunned. He thought to himself, there's never a time when I don't buy things recklessly. I only look at the fate of the eyes and don't ask about the price. Anyway, if I can afford it, then I'll buy it. If I can't afford it, then so be it. After getting it, he had never thought of selling it for money. Li Huai was a little guilty. He patted his chest and promised, I'll definitely take a closer look next. Pei Qian was so angry that he slapped Li Huai on the head. So, you didn't take a good look at it before? Li Huai's face was sullen. Then, let's return these items to House Avoid Hatred. Pei Qian was famous for being stingy. He was narrow-minded and liked to hold grudges. If he really lost money, Li Huai couldn't afford it. Therefore, Li Huai said that it was better to leave it at that for today. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian said angrily, Are you stupid? Today, we came to House Avoid Hatred to buy and sell, relying on our own judgment and ability to earn money. If we lose money, it's fine if House Avoid Hatred doesn't know about our Luo Mountain's identity. If they know, we'll definitely make a profit the next time we come to spend the remaining snowflakes. But if we spend money on these bastard snowflakes, what we'll lose is my master and Luo Mountain's incense money. Li Huai, you should think about it yourself. Therefore, Pei Qian pressed Li Huai's head and made him spend the entire snowflake's worth of money. After that, Pei Qian crossed his arms and looked at Li Huai coldly with a straight face. Li Huai trembled with fear and bought 2 more items. Returning to Pei Qian's house, Li Huai carefully placed all the items on the table. Pei Qian opened a brand new account book and slapped the table. Li Huai, open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. What price did you use to buy those useless items? I will record them down clearly. If when we return home, they all fall into our hands, you can do as you see fit. Li Huai anxiously scratched his head with both hands. Pei Qian gave him a sidelong glance. Li Huai immediately put down his hands and silently told himself that he must not make a fool of himself. Otherwise, if he bought the real thing, Pei Qian would think it was fake. He had just left for this long trip, so he couldn't keep being bullied by Pei Qian. Therefore, Li Huai sat on a chair and gently blew on the Celadon brush washer. He carefully rubbed it and whispered to the immortal Qingcha on the brush washer, Brother, brother, work hard. You must work hard. You cannot make money, but you must not lose money. Once Pei Qian lost money, your Uncle Li Huai would be finished. Fated to meet 1,000 miles away, we can cross the same boat after 100 years of cultivation. The rest of the brothers and sisters, let's talk about the brotherhood of the Jianghu. Let's part on good terms. Let's start and finish well. Harmony brings wealth. Ooh. Li Huai raised the brush washer high. The bottom was very strange. It was not engraved with the country's name, but with an ancient seal poem. Qingcha received the immortal guests, and they came to the side of the 3 stars. Li Huai said, I have never seen this poem in a book. Pei Qian said while recording, How many books have you read? Li Huai was speechless. Pei Qian put down the brush and said clearly, If you make a loss, it's not all your fault. I have to take half of it. Li Huai felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Pei Qian thought for a while and took the bundle of talismans. She began to untie the dead knot of the red rope. Unexpectedly, it was a little difficult. She spent a long time to untie the knot and put aside the red rope that was more than 10 feet long. Pei Qian was familiar with the material of the talisman. She first took out the first and the last 2 pieces of yellow paper. They were the most common talisman paper, not the yellow seal paper used by the immortal master to carry the talisman into the mountains and rivers. However, it was true that the talisman was made by the Qi cultivator. Otherwise, just this bundle of yellow seal paper, not to mention the complete talisman that produced the talisman gall and a little spiritual light, was already very valuable. She might not even be able to buy a few small pieces of it. In the end, after Pei Qian took out the 2 pieces of talisman paper, she suddenly wiped the bundle of talisman. Then she began to be stunned. A bolt from the blue struck Li Huai's head. It was a great grievance that he died before he succeeded. A bundle of talisman. Except for the 4 pieces of talisman paper, the rest were worthless blank talisman paper. Pei Qian whispered, "Sure enough, the mountain business is the same as the market business in the streets of Nanyuan Kingdom's capital." Pei Qian rubbed her face hard for a moment and finally sighed. "Forget it, we agreed to take half. The cost of these 35 pieces of snow will all be on my account." She opened the account book again. Although she picked up the brush to write, Pei Qian kept turning her head and staring at Li Huai. Li Huai asked carefully, "Go to the Shuhan Square to curse?" Pei Qian gritted her teeth and said, "They didn't force you to buy or sell." "Curse for what?" Pei Qian closed the account book and leaned back on the chair. She swayed along with the chair and said to herself, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." When Pei Qian mentioned a free lunch, Li Huai was a little sad. This was because she missed the pork and cabbage dumplings at home. The shepherd's purse dumplings were delicious even without meat. Li Huai felt even sadder when he thought about how he had already shouldered a huge debt of half a summer's worth of money before he even reached the North Continent on this trip. Pei Qian said, all right. That small piece of money fell from the sky. "These things look okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you buy them. As usual, we'll divide them equally." There was a celestial celadone brush washer, a painting of a fox worshipping the moon, an old sandalwood study box with a pair of tricolored lions as a gift, a paperweight in the style of a guqin in the Luoxia style, a drunken inkstone of an immortal holding the moon, and a secretly engraved green glaze bowl with a pearl and dragon pattern. To be honest, it was not easy to buy so many immortal artifacts in a cross-continent fairy shop with only one small piece of snow. Pei Qian leaned on the table and looked at the guqin paperweight. Li Huai looked at the painting of a fox worshipping the moon. The 2 of them looked up at each other at the same time and then grinned together. The items on the table might not be very valuable. Of course, not to mention the bundle of talismans that Pei Qian had thrown into the book box. They actually liked them very much. When they arrived at the Skeleton Beach Ferry, Pei Qian took Li Huai to bid farewell to Steward Su and Shopkeeper Huang before they disembarked. Shopkeeper Huang chuckled and took out a parting gift, saying that Pei Qian should not refuse it. She was good friends with her master and should accept it. Pei Qian, on the other hand, did not accept it. She only said that when the Void Hatred Workshop opened for business at Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, she would do her best to give a small opening gift. Then, she would shamelessly ask Grandpa Huang for a big red packet. Shopkeeper Huang was grinning from ear to ear and agreed. Not only that, Pei Qian also took out the gift prepared by Sister Nuanshu. It was an exquisite bookmark made from the leaves of the green bamboo planted by Wei Shanjun of the Clouds Splitting Mountain. She gave it to the 2 old seniors on the ferry. There were some poems written on the bamboo leaves. If it was not written by the big white goose, it was written by the old chef. Pei Qian felt that even if they were added together, they would not be as good as her master's handwriting. Fortunately, the 2 old men accepted the gifts with a smile. They were the same kind of people who took a few more glances after glancing at the gifts. Pei Qian was originally quite worried that he would accept the gifts and throw them away, but it seemed that he wouldn't. When going up the mountain or into the water, one had to first pray to the gods and burn incense. Her master did not remind Pei Qian, but she had followed her master through the pugilistic world and did not need to be taught. Therefore, Pei Qian did not go to the Mural City first, but directly brought Li Huai to the Mui Mountain. The person who received the guests was still the god of wealth of the hemp sect, Wei Yusong. Zhu Quan happened to be on the mountain this time, so he came to meet Chen Pingan's first disciple. He was also carrying a bamboo box and holding a mountain walking stick. The green-clothed little boy, called Chen Lingjun from before, looked sneaky. Although he was not annoying, he was not too likable. However, the slightly tanned and thin young girl in front of him was very pleasing to Zhu Quan's eyes. It did not matter if she was a girl or a little girl. Why did she look so good? This young girl called Pei Qian was not bad. Zhu Quan asked Pei Qian and Li Huai about their travel route in detail. According to the young girl, it was similar to Chen Lingjuan's early days. They both went from the Skeletal Beach to the southeast. After reaching the Spring Dew Garden at the mouth of the Great Blasphemy Sea, it was completely different. Chen Lingjun went upstream along the Great Blasphemy Sea, while Pei Qian and the rest went north directly. They did not go to the northernmost point, but turned left midway and changed their route. As for the journey to the Spring Dew Garden, Pei Qian and Li Huai would not take the Immortal Ferry. They would only go on foot. However, the Skeletal Beach near the Mui Mountain was very beautiful, so the two of them still wanted to take a look around. Li Huai did not have any opinions about this. Besides, was there any use even if he had any opinions? The branch leader was Pei Qian, not him. Because of Zhou Mili, Pei Qian was already very familiar with the language of the North Continent. Compared to other continents, the North Continent's language was widely used. Therefore, when it came to language, it saved the foreigners a lot of trouble. However, there were some customs in the North Continent that made the foreigners worry a lot. Pei Qian was also very familiar with the official language of the few small countries around Mute Lake. When it came to learning things seriously, Pei Qian had always been very fast. However, when she was by her master's side, she had to do everything slower. She had to copy books slower, walk slower, and grow slower. It was rare for Zhu Quan to be so patient as to listen to a young girl's words. Even when she was discussing matters in the ancestral hall, she did not seem to be so attentive. Most of the time, she would sit cross-legged on the chair, resting her chin on one hand, and yawn continuously. Regardless of whether she understood or heard, she would nod from time to time. The patriarch of the discipline Yen Su, the god of wealth Wei Yusong Du Wenxi, and the other ancestral hall members were all used to this. A few years ago, after completing a long-term business deal with the Aquarius continent, Zhu Quan's confidence soared. She probably realized that she was a genius in doing business. Therefore, every time the ancestral hall discussed matters, she would change her bad habits and be full of fighting spirit. She would insist on getting involved in the details. In the end, she was suppressed by Yen Su and Wei Yusong, especially Wei Yusong, who directly scolded her and told her to stop giving orders. He then chased her to Qing Lu Town in the Ghost Valley. Before going down the mountain, Zhu Quan had to give Pei Qian a gift. Just like the fairy, Pei Qian did not accept it. She had her own set of reasonable words. If she was beside her master, as long as her master did not say anything, she would accept the gift. But when her master was not around, Pei Qian felt that she could not be so casual. Zhu Quan recognized Pei Qian as his goddaughter. Without giving Pei Qian a chance to reject, he immediately rode the wind to the Skeleton Beach. Pei Qian and Li Huai looked at each other in dismay. The two of them went down the mountain and went to the mural city at the foot of the mountain. After the blessings of the 8 goddess portraits were all gone, only lifeless and lifeless portraits were left. Thus, the city of murals became a place where people of all sizes gathered. It became more and more chaotic. Over here, Pei Qian still remembered a little story that her master had told her. That year, there was a woman who was charging towards him. In the end, she did not hit him, so she had to break an authentic flowing cloud vase that was worth 3 small coins. But this time, Pei Qian did not meet that woman. Actually, when she heard her master talking about this back then, Pei Qian had been acting dumb. At that time, she was too embarrassed to tell her master that she had also done this when she was young. She was much more experienced than that woman. However, she could not be alone. She had to be in a group. The big one had to dress like a dog and wear clean clothes. They had to look like they were from a well-off family. The small one had to be in the middle of winter. It was the simplest. At most, his hands would be covered with frostbite and blood. The big one would grab onto a passerby and not let them go. The small one would immediately squat on the ground and reach out his hands to scratch randomly. There was blood here and there. He would then wipe the blood on his face. His actions would be very fast. He would then scream at the top of his lungs as if his parents had died. Just by looking at it, he would be able to scare people. He would then shout that this was an ancestral item, that he had sold it at a pawn shop with his father, and that it was the money to save his mother's life. Then he would cry and kowtow. If he was clever, he would kowtow in the snow. There would be less blood on his face, and he would not be afraid. He would just wipe his face with the back of his hand. Going back and forth, it was more effective. If it was not winter, he would have to suffer a little. Pei Qian had suffered once at that time, so she did not agree to do that work again. She ran elsewhere to make a living. The reason was very simple. At that time, she really could not bear the pain of broken porcelain cutting her hands. Besides, if it was not winter, there would be no snow. Wouldn't it hurt to kowtow? After Pei Qian ran away, there was an old master who was in charge of the salted porcelain business. After Pei Qian ran away, he felt that it was a pity. This was because later on he met Pei Qian and said that she was actually a good person. When she cried, she was more sincere, as if she was crying at a funeral. Her eyes were big, and after crying, her face was full of fake tears. Mixed with the blood on the back of her hand from the frostbite on her face, that small face seemed to be only left with those big eyes. However, the last time Pei Qian met the old master who had crippled many of Pei Qian's peers, it was in a shabby alley in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the middle of winter, it was unknown whether he had been beaten to death or frozen to death. It was also possible that he had been beaten half to death and then frozen to death. Who knew? In any case, he did not have a single copper coin left on him. Pei Qian had secretly searched his body before the patrolman in the capital collected the corpse. She knew. She remembered that back then. She had scolded that even if he became a ghost, he would still be a poor ghost. Li Huai asked, "What are you thinking about?" Pei Qian shook her head and said with a smile, "Nothing." She just missed her master. She missed the master who had made Pei Qian the way she was today. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.